No, plop, plop, plop. Droplets of crimson blood fell, without end, on the cold ceramic tiled floor of the hall. A ghastly silence overtook the night-filled atmosphere. A body, a male corpse, laid on the floor. He was sprawled on the floor, holding his own throat with both hands, and eyes as wide as full moons. The chaotic bloodlines in his eyes were filled with malicious hatred and disbelief, as if unable to accept that he had died like this. The droplets of blood originated from an object with a particularly pure silver sheen, a saber. Holding this saber was a young man. His hair was as black as an unlit night, with a unique pair of contrasting silver eyes that gleamed with an unexpected purity. He was without clothes, holding only a saber, and stood upright while looking at the corpse before him. On his face was a light smile, gentle and pure. A bloody smell flowed into his nostrils, but it couldn't affect him in any manner. In fact, he looked down towards the only other warm body in the room, a young girl who was on her knees, also without clothes, just a few inches away from his body, her mouth wide and dripping with obscene liquid. Her eyes were wide and in shock, with tears seemingly ready to burst into existence. She obviously couldn't believe the events that had transpired. It was like a nightmare where one could only wish to awake from. Senior, Br brother. You. Her words were filled with disbelief and sadness. Her mental faculties went haywire, as her mind could barely make sense of what lay before her. A wave of despair surged into her mind as she recalled early memories and recent events. Their first meeting, on that autumn morning during their Sect selections. He was unassuming but contained a unique hidden quality that attracted her. He had relied on himself, progressing through cultivation with a fierce momentum until he captured her heart and mind. It was as if all things were meant to be. When she was in his embrace, she was enlivened and happy. Then the nightmare began, the tragedy of the cultivation world. A rival sect, stronger than hers, used various reasons to justify war. Without suspense, the sect's resources were taken, and her fellow junior and senior brothers and sisters were killed, captured, or escaped for their lives. She and her senior brother Woo-yin, her love, escaped after the collapse of their sect. He had claimed several enemy lives, escaped the pursuit of many, and survived. Until her eyes traced towards the young man. His black hair was spiky, full, and long. He had glistening silver eyes that beat back the worldly darkness. This young man was a core disciple of the enemy sect, and he had captured her after hunting them down with other members of his sect. With her captured, her fate was no longer in her hands. A tragedy of an enemy, a tragedy of a weakling, and she knew she would suffer the tragedy of being a woman. However, she trusted with all her heart, all her soul, that Woo-yin would arrive and save her. She believed him. She believed in him. And just like she had thought, her senior brother Woo-yin had arrived with heroic fanfare and deadly killing intent. Just moments ago, despite her current actions and position, she felt a blossoming strand of warmth and happiness. Then hell descended with a swipe of a saber. The young man slightly smiled, looking towards her as if he had not claimed her lover's life. You can continue. His words caused her to shiver as the taste in her mouth she'd forgotten returned. The rancid memories rushed into her mind like a flood. To survive, she had to buy as much time as possible, even doing unsavory things in hopes to buy enough time. Her eyes revealed hatred, dense and uncontrollable. They burned with an ardent killing intent, a will to fight to the death for revenge. For vengeance for her senior brother was born. However, when the sheen of the saber met her gaze, her courage deflated like a popped balloon. Reality set in immediately. With her cultivation base, her strength, the most she could do was lunge and be beheaded at this distance. Like a light at the end of the tunnel, her eyes glistened as she looked at the young man's manhood. It was beyond the norm in dimensions, an organ of God-crafted quality, and sufficient for any man to be proud of. She knew that her life would come to an end, either in terms of freedom or her actual life. So how could she allow this man to live peacefully? With haste, she intended to use her jaws and rip off the only thing that would ensure the most amount of pain. Sigh. A soft exhale sounded like a whisper of a death god. The young girl panicked, lunging forward, but a brilliant silver light slid swiftly across her neck. Before she could continue, her head slid off her shoulders and with a heavy thud, landed on the ceramic floor. It rolled slowly due to the momentum, and stopped only when the crazed eyes faced the corpse of Yu-jin. At least in death, you two will be together. A swishing sound echoed as the young man with silver eyes, black hair, and a slim frame waved the saber in his hand about. The loose blood shot away, and left only the silver blade clean. Wei Wuyin, are you decent? A soft, melodious voice echoed and entered the hall. A masculine figure appeared, filled to the brim with muscles, a bronze skin, and dressed in scarlet animal fur. The young man named Wei Wuyin turned his gaze impatiently towards this voice. Despite the softness and feminine characteristics of his voice, his body was brimming with a unique sense of masculinity. Coldly snorting, it seems your yin echo method has reached a new peak. Wei Wuyin waved his right hand, and a scarlet robe appeared from his storage ring. He wasn't quick or slow as he dressed himself up. The set of clothing, including the scarlet robe, originated from his sect and held not only its colors but its insignia. On his back was a black dire wolf of legend atop a mountain, with its claws lunging forth in a frightening pounce. Its eyes were beyond fierce and filled with killing intent. Indeed it has jealous. The masculine-bearing yet feminine-sounding man jeered, a peal of hearty laughter echoing out. Jealous? Wei Wuyin laughingly responded, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, as if he recalled something, he looked at the young man whose throat was sliced and held no sign of life. Chu Yan, did you need to lure him here? It's not as if he could have killed me. Chu Yan frowned. A faint light of disappointment surged in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up with a trace of indifference. I have no idea what you mean. This young man bypassed our defenses using some unique methods and entered your impromptu palace. How was I to know? Only the surge of Kai allowed me to realize my mistake. Those words were said without a hint of truthfulness. His very words and reactions alluded to his involvement, but he obviously didn't care. Wei Wuyin didn't even feel the need to look at Chu Yan's expression, as if it was irrelevant. You'll receive the appropriate reprimand for negligence. Clean this up. After commanding such, he started to walk towards the entrance to which Chu Yan entered. Of course, Chu Yan said with false respect. The punishment for negligence was just a subtraction of resources, nothing too serious. He wanted to get this over with, so he walked over. As Wei Wuyin walked past Chu Yan, his eyes turned sharp, flashing a murderously dreadful light. Slink. Chu Yan felt an abrupt sense of deadly crisis, not expecting Wei Wuyin to make a move at this moment. When he wanted to react, a blade had already entered his temple and pierced into his brain. He had many words, regrets and memories that flowed through his brain as it was punctured and subsequently destroyed. Unfortunately, they would never see the light of day. As Chu Yan's corpse fell, his head in a bloody, unrecognizable mess, Wei Wuyin strongly sniffed, gathering a wad of saliva and coldly spat on his corpse. You ruined my fun, so do you even need to live? Piece of trash. With a carefree gait, Wei Wuyin walked outside and met the guards who were stationed outside of his quarters' doors. His eyes casually swept these men, remembering their faces. Lieutenant Chu Yan died from a sneak attack of an intruder. I killed the intruder as a result. Clean up the mess, I will report it to the sect. The guards were shocked hearing this, their mouth agape. While they did not expect Wei Wuyin to die to the intruder, they didn't expect Chu Yan to fall to his own scheme. Their hearts grew cold. They felt a shade of calamity loom over. It was in autumn. The tree leaves were transitioning into a beautiful color, flowing about wildly in the wind like dancing fays. Littered about were a tart smell in colors ranging from red, yellow, purple, black, blue, orange, magenta, and brown. Sitting atop a tall, thick tree branch, Wei Wuyin looked quietly at the surroundings. A camp was set not too far away from him. This camp held various young, old, and strong men and women. They all adorned purple outfits with a patch on various parts of their clothing, depicting a crescent moon. No one in the camp had noticed his arrival or his gaze, as it swept about wildly in thought. The last camp. His words were soft and filled with disdain. His sect, the Scarlet Solaris sect, which held the legendary dire wolf as its symbol, had declared war on this Violet Moon sect. It was without much pretense, and while there were many established reasons for the war, he knew the truth. It was for a woman. A particular, yet an extraordinary woman. She was the Violet Moon sect leader's descendant. Unsure if she was a sister or niece or granddaughter, but they were related. Born with great natural talent, a countenance reminiscent of a fallen immortal fairy, and a powerful faction, she was beyond blessed. However, in a world of cultivation where the strong take from the weak, beauty and talent of such level was guaranteed to attract envy and lust. Her fate now, he knew for a fact that she had already been captured, given to the young lord of their sect as a present. Her fate was now to be seen as a toy, a prisoner, restricted and used as one pleased. Looking towards the clear skies that held a light blue hue, Wei Wuyin shook his head. He lamented with pity in his eyes. "She's wasted on that fool. If she was with me." A cold, callous smile couldn't help but tug at his lips. The glint in his eyes was dark, cruel, and lascivious. Licking his lips, he held out his palm. A faint surge of qi and a perfect red apple appeared in his hands. Crunch! Taking a harsh bite, he chewed loudly and without care. The people within the camp grew alert. A few guards vigilantly looked in his direction, and their eyes shrunk to their limits. That scarlet garb that haunted their dreams and made them hellish nightmares was glaringly obvious. He smiled, a strand of fruit juice flowing down his lips. "Hello, enemy, enemy, enemy." The guard, with the quickest of mind, shouted at the top of his lungs. He was already running, attempting to take a predetermined escape route. It seemed that his only job was to alert, and the lives of others weren't his responsibility. No wonder he reacted quickly. Smart, Wei Wuyin admired the man's actions. Decisiveness in the cultivation world was truly lacking. Kill those who resist, capture the rest. Unlike the loud exclamations of the guard, Wei Wuyin was much more moderate in the volume of his voice. Even his tone contained a hint of casual activity. Swish, swish, swish. Streaks of scarlet shot out from the surroundings and encircled the camp. The members of his sect pounced like ancient dire wolves towards their prey. They wielded sabers and swords, weapons of war and death, and struck out with deadly force. Those who even looked remotely like a threat was slain, their blood staining the autumn leaves endlessly. Wei Wuyin's gaze reflected the gushes of blood, horrific screams of agony and pain, and the despair in the air. It looked somewhat beautiful. An abnormality caught his eye. A cubical, 5 by 5 meter cage was situated at the far end of the camp. It seemed that the cage was carried by these weak, pathetic cultivators to this location. As a core disciple and commander of this team, he didn't feel the need to pay too close attention to the slaughter. Therefore, he threw the half-eaten apple in his hand aside and leapt forward. His movements were casual, as he walked upon the chaotic battlefield of death and agony. His subordinates were skillful, bypassing their leader and hunting down the remnant forces diligently. "Help me." A young woman in her early 20s caught sight of Wei Wuyin's casual stride and knew her only chance was here. Without hesitation, she didn't run away, knowing her legs and cultivation would not get her far. Instead, she hoped to seek a way of survival. She lunged to Wei Wuyin's feet, halting his steps. Before the girl could say another sentence, several trained blades had already attempted to pierce through her body with dense killing intent. She squealed. Frowning, Wei Wuyin waved his hand at the last second. Truly, as the furthest blade was already piercing the girl's backside by a millimeter. The wielder of this blade was a woman as well. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. The others stopped as well. They looked to Wei Wuyin's tall figure, handsome visage, and powerful aura. Wei Wuyin looked at this young woman and smiled at her. He squatted down. Bringing forth his right hand, he turned his palm upside down, and a ripe red apple appeared in his palm. "Hungry?" he asked. Startled, the young woman's mind lapsed briefly before a sudden scream, and its abrupt ending snapped her back to reality. A head of a middle-aged man rolled just a few feet from her, prompting her gaze to shift. Her heart constricted as if a ruthless viper had seized it. Was that going to be her fate? She was unwilling. Decisively, she nodded towards Wei Wuyin, despair and hope in her eyes stronger than ever before. She reached out and grabbed the apple, grasped her hope. Only after receiving it did she take a bite. Amen. Keep her alive, Wei Wuyin ordered. The others nodded. The cold, indifferent woman struck the back of the young woman's head before she could thank the heavens for her survival, and rendered her unconscious. With a heft, she carried the young woman by the shoulder and left. The others gave a small bow and started capturing or killing the others. Wei Wuyin ignored it all, continuing his walk towards that cubicle cage. The cage was rusted with a single sliding entrance and a window the size of a baseball. It was this window that provided the small amount of sunlight and oxygen. He touched the cage, feeling its coldness on his fingers. He was startled. Frost steel. Wei Wuyin knew that frost steel was a very particular and tortuous piece of material. Regardless of whether it was summer or autumn, frost steel remained at a constant low temperature. Even if you threw it into a normal fire, it would remain the same. Only by using a fire several times stronger than the melting point of normal steel could one even think of forging something from it. He frowned. It must be an icy hell within a cage made of it. However, his curiosity was abounding. What could a group of stragglers, running and hiding for their lives, need a cage like this for? And what was inside? Without pause, he gripped the handle of the cage and slid open the entrance. A darkness seemed to linger in the icy cage. As he breathed, a frosty white air emerged. Cold. Commenting, he waved his hand and a silver saber emerged in his hand. Walking inside, he looked around with curiosity. This cage was small, barely capable of fitting him, but it felt oddly spacious. A piercing scream shocked him, his body turning around as his blade slashed out. However, his blade sliced through nothing but cold air and scraped nothing but frost steel. Before he could react, he felt a presence behind him. A piercing pain emerged from his neck, and his eyes widened. With a roar, a burst of chi flowed from his chi bodily points and exploded from his body. A black shadow smashed heavily into the cage. A sickening crushing of bones sound echoed, but no cry of agony. A searing feeling emerged at his neck as he winced slightly. It only served to give birth to violent urges. Holding his neck, Wei Wuyin turned and pointed his saber. A rage flowed endlessly through his eyes, and killing intent surged. However, what was left was maniacal laughter. Getting a good look at the figure, Wei Wuyin realized it was a male. It was a young man, not much older than him, in his early 20s. However, his body was malnourished and scrawny to the limits. His dark eyes were sunken, and his silver hair was long, unkempt, and dirty. He wore no clothes, taking the cold temperature of the frost steel with only his fleshy body. His coarse skin looked shriveled and frostbitten. Wei Wuyin could tell that this young man was tortured as well. Marks, cuts and bruises left like a series of roads on his flesh. The laughter broke Wei Wuyin out of his murderous rage, and curiosity abounded instead. Pressing heavily on the wound at his neck, his eyes narrowed. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Why are you here?" A rough, gruffly voice filled with endless insanity asked in response. It sounded crazy. Wei Wuyin kicked out. His legs were like the wind as it whipped at the head of the young man. A sickening sound of flesh and bone meeting force resounded. The head of the young man violently recoiled and smashed heavily on the cage frost steel constructed walls. Bang! "Why are you here?" Wei Wuyin asked again. The young man, rattled and barely conscious, couldn't even respond. Bang! Wei Wuyin kicked again. "Why are you here?" This time, after the young man regained his balance and the blood flowed heavily from his skull with a noticeable indent within it, he looked at Wei Wuyin with clear, sane eyes. It was the eyes of a scholar who traveled 1,000 miles and read countless books. Oh! His interest was piqued. Did this fellow regain some sense with that blow? "Are you good or are you evil?" The young man spoke. His voice was soft yet powerful. It was completely different from before. Wei Wuyin frowned but replied without hesitation. "Good or evil? Are you a child?" Such a nonsensical question belonged to those philosophical scholars and children's stories. It had no place in the cultivation world. He was about to kick out once more in hopes. Another blow would help, but the young man smiled and nodded randomly, prompting him to halt. Good, evil, morale, immoral. In our world, the good gain karmic luck. In our world, the evil gain infernal sin. The moral is just, the immoral are condemned. This world is one where the strong preys on the weak are evil and immoral, the strong are good and morale. In my life I have done no wrong, yet I was deemed wrong. In my life was I good or evil? A deep unwillingness surged from his words. Wei Wuyin shook his head. This prisoner had clearly lost his mind, so why did he need to stay alive? With his saber, he pointed it towards the young man. He felt merciful today, so he decided to make it only slightly painful. No, the young man shouted fiercely. I was simply weak. That is the greatest source of sin, but also the greatest source of luck. Wei Wuyin ignored him, jabbing his saber into the emaciated shoulder of the young man. A bloody mist and crimson liquid exploded, but the young man didn't react or scream in pain. His eyes were clear and strong and his expression stable. Be reborn in sin, steal karmic luck. I will be karmic cause, you will be karmic effect, the young man strongly claimed. What greeted him was a stab into his abdomen that pierced out of his back. Wei Wuyin had fiercely penetrated the man with his saber. Nonsense, Wei Wuyin coldly spat. If you want to be reborn, I'll send you off to reincarnate a little sooner. Say hello to old lady Meng Po for me. He removed his blade and placed it on the young man's neck, his eyes indifferent to the man's insanity. I have seen my sin. I have seen my karma. You be reborn. A bloody line appeared at his throat to seal his voice. A soft thud occurred as the young man's head smashed into the floor of the cage. Useless. Wei Wuyin coldly spat in disdain. With that, he walked out and was greeted by the blazing sun of autumn. His eyes squinted. He held his neck as a trickle of blood seeped through his fingers. He watched the slaughter before him unfold. He knew the situation was reaching its climax and felt oddly relieved. For some reason, he felt abnormally tired and wanted to return to the sect in haste. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and exhaled. A faint crimson light, brighter than blood, flickered briefly from his neck wound. In the cultivation world, there was a country, and in this country, there was a mountain that radiated a faint scarlet glow. This glow emanated a profound aura that caused all mortals who dared to glance to suffer the palpitation of the heart. In the mornings, it stood tall and wide, capable of touching the clouds and covering the sun. At night, it was like a scarlet sun, giving direction and meaning to the life of its inhabitants. This mountain was the headquarters of the illustrious Scarlet Solaris sect. Around its bends, and etched into its body, were various buildings giving a sight similar to a long-winding city. One could notice defining lines indicating levels of sorts, and the higher one went, the greater the scarlet glow. At times, birds of legend could be seen soaring about. These were white cranes that stood at several tens of meters in size. On these cranes were people who radiated grand auras going to and fro various areas. On a particular bird, a young man approached the mountain. He was young, handsome beyond description with silver eyes, jet black hair and scarlet robes. His physique wasn't particularly large, but one could see ample definition of muscle. He stood calmly on the crane as the wind battered his figure. Next to him was a young woman. She clutched at the feathers of the crane, attempting to not fall to her death due to a slight mistake. Her knuckles were white, and her face was pale in fright. The inhabitants of the mountain caught sight of the young man, their eyes swirling with thoughts. Senior brother Wei Wuyin, he's returned, an honorary disciple exclaimed. He was middle-aged, likely having been a part of the sect for a long time yet was incapable of promoting. Wei Wuyin, who's that? A younger, naive-looking young boy asked with curiosity. They were working together, tending the herb farm with dozens of other nearby disciples. Ha ha, you don't know. Well, let me tell you. The middle-aged man took up a teacher-like expression with a hint of pride and smugness, as if bringing enlightening to the ignorant brought him immense pleasure. You haven't been here long, so you don't know. Senior brother Wei Wuyin is one of the 9 core disciples of our sect. His cultivation is said to have exceeded the 3rd stage of qi condensation, elemental birth, and has given form to Kai. His excitement was intoxicating as he spoke. The surrounding disciples who were eavesdropping turned towards the middle-aged man and paid rapt attention. Really? The young man gasped in wonder, his eyes brilliantly bright. Even if Wei Wuyin wasn't important, the fact that he was capable of ascending to the 3rd stage of qi condensation made him an incredible figure worthy of admiration. Haha, damn right. Not only that, he's just like you and me. He came from a small clan, broke free from his limitations, and rose from an honorary disciple to a core disciple step by step. His words were laced with pride. From his eyes, it was as if he lived vicariously through Wei Wuyin. It wasn't just him. The other disciples who had lived in the sect for long had eyes filled with pride and excitement. They wished to jump through the dragon's gate like Wei Wuyin and become prestigious and extraordinary. Didn't you say cultivation without resources was impossible? How did he become a core disciple as an honorary disciple where we receive none? The young man's mind gave birth to curious questions. In the sect, rank was divided into 4 disciples: honorary, outer, inner, and core. Climbing up the ranks was rumored to be as difficult as ascending the 9 heavens. A middle-aged woman, who wore common cloth indicating her status as a married woman, interjected, "Cultivation without resources isn't impossible, just incredibly difficult." In the cultivation world, everyone had a chance to enter the road of cultivation. The world provides the most abundant resource, the essence of heaven and earth, and allows such. However, unless one entered qi condensation, it was impossible to be considered a true cultivator. The middle-aged man glanced at the woman and snorted. Cultivation without resources is impossible, and the essence of heaven and earth is a resource. It was clear he had a feud with this woman as he directly contradicted and corrected her. The middle-aged married woman pursed her lips and kept silent, obviously unwilling to get into an argument. HMPH. If you cultivate with just that, entering the qi condensation isn't impossible, but what it can provide is limited the further you go. The world of cultivation starts with a singular realm and 3 phases. The realm of foundation establishment, divided into the 3 phases of physique tempering, meridian awakening, and dantian establishment. Only then can one enter the qi condensation realm, gathering external forces with internal power and generating metaphysical energy called Kai. One day I will do the same. The middle-aged man's excitement reached a peak as, near the end, his voice went up several octaves. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes. Even establishing a foundation is too difficult, and sometimes a century isn't enough to establish one's dantian. Don't let this old fool trick you. Cultivation is anything but easy, and he hasn't even finished physique tempering in 3 decades. Oh! The young man was shocked both internally and externally. Despite being a part of a sect for so many years, he hadn't even broken free of the 1st phase of cultivation. Recalling the earlier conversations he had with this man, his expression darkened. He had clearly realized he was lied to about various things. HMPH. The middle-aged man flourished his sleeves in annoyance, noticing that they went off topic. The crowd started to get further information on cultivation and Wei Wuyin, but besides some basic rumors and gossip about his earlier years, not much came from it. It wasn't long before they all went away to perform their respective duties. Thud. The crane landed in a courtyard. Its body was light, so it hadn't made much of a commotion, but the young woman jumped off in fright. It was a blessing to touch the ground again. She even had the urge to kiss the ground in thanks. Wei Wuyin dismounted from the crane, landing softly unlike the woman. This place had a relatively denser level of essence of heaven and earth than other areas within the sect. It was more suitable for cultivation. It was a benefit of core disciples. The Scarlet Solaris sect was worthy of its name. It even contained Scarlet Kai, birthed from the scarlet spirit vine that ran through the mountain. This qi defined the Scarlet Solaris sect and was used in many of its cultivation methods to bolster one's cultivated qi. The soft pattering of footsteps sounded out from the distance. A set of labored breathing was heard as a middle-aged man with a goatee was revealed. He was chubby in physique with bronze skin and looked a little slovenly. He smelled of sex, and the belt of his robes wasn't fastened properly. It was obviously done in a rushed manner. Wei Wuyin didn't mind. Master, you're back," the middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. His name was Du Ling. He was Wei Wuyin's butler, someone who he had known before becoming a disciple of the sect. "Oh, you've established your dantian," Wei Wuyin mildly noted. The aura of Du Ling was no longer just a strong physical presence, but a trace of the essence of heaven and earth lingered inside his body. This indicated that he had established his qi center. If he had reached the meridian awakening phase only, the essence of heaven and earth wouldn't linger, but flow naturally inside to outside his body in a complete cycle. Du Ling was briefly taken aback before nodding his head like a pecking chicken. Yes, it was thanks to Master's support." Wei Wuyin slightly nodded. He looked towards the young woman. This woman he had spared was originally a part of the Violet Moon sect. Her name was Lai Yin. She belonged to some unassuming clan a ways away, and was just an outer disciple of the sect. Her cultivation was nearly similar to Du Ling, who was Dantian establishment phase of the Foundation establishment realm. In that realm, the essence of heaven and earth would strengthen the body and give one inhuman levels of strength. She, while in the Foundation establishment realm, was only at the Meridian awakening phase. "Find her a room. Give her a suitable job in the meantime," he ordered. Du Ling nodded quickly and walked towards Lai Yin with a gentle, yet somehow dirty smile. Lai Yin was in a daze. The courtyard's atmosphere had given her a huge shock. She had been in the Violet Moon sect since she was 8, and had never been in any place remotely as comfortable as this one. The dense essence of heaven and earth made her pores celebrate. Wei Wuyin didn't linger. He left the courtyard and arrived at the entrance of his personal abode. The sound of hushed talks drew his attention. 2 women were around the corner speaking of various things. He frowned. They were Du Ling's women and honorary disciples of the sect. Clutching at his neck wound, he winced slightly and entered, decidedly ignoring the 2 women. As he arrived, he was met with a well-maintained, nearly too clean room with a single bed and a table with a lone chair. Despite its size being several times greater than any room in the building, his room highlighted his liking towards minimalist design. The only 2 features that stood out were the orderly bookshelves filled with books and scrolls, and a pill cauldron. The cauldron was verdant green, small in size, and emanated a faint medicinal fragrance. Its state was indicative that it had been often used and treasured. He laid down on the bed as he felt exhausted in mind and body. Since his meeting with that young man with silver hair and black eyes, his body felt like Atlas, being constantly weighed down upon. At first he thought infection or poison from the bite. However, there was no indication of either, and the wound was healing nicely. In fact, the wound was already faint and healed for the most part, having just led a successful mission to eradicate the remnants of the Violet Moon sect. It was understandable that he was exhausted. Holding his palm out in front of his face, he couldn't help but sigh. That one who snuck in an attempt to kill me was in the 3rd stage of qi condensation, the elemental birth. If it wasn't for my recent ascension into the 4th stage, I would have likely fallen to Chu Yan's schemes. As he recalled the woman he briefly fancied and later killed, including her relentless lover, he clenched his palm into a fist. The Scarlet Solaris sect was one of the 5 great sects of Wu country, alongside the Aqua Echo sect, Earthly Titan sect, Sky Sword sect, and Jade Lotus sect. They held enormous power and strength in the Wu country, enough to summon the wind and rain. Even the royal family would have to give each sect the appropriate amount of face. The strife between sects was already complicated and filled with all sorts of schemes, but inside was worse. Chu Yan was just a pawn in a bigger scheme. Wei Wuyin's status and background drew many envious and discontented eyes towards him. While others believe he carried a cultivation secret, there were just too many who wished him dead or worse. I was given that mission because of Geo Lang. I'll have to deal with her sooner or later. As he recalled a beauty so great that nations would war at a single word of hers, his eyes flashed with dense, malicious killing intent. As his mind wandered and forgot the passage of time, a soft knock resounded from outside. "Master, it's Du Ling. I received a letter of invitation for you." Wei Wuyin took a deep breath. He had just returned to the sect and was given a letter of invitation. It wasn't much of a surprise as to who it originated from. He lifted his tired body up and reached the door. When he touched the door, his eyes flashed. Immediately, he retreated fiercely backwards. A piercing sword penetrated the door and stabbed towards him. The resulting impact caused the wooden door to explosively shatter into fragments. Before he could get a good sense of his attacker, a shadow appeared behind him like the looming dread of death. He didn't bother turning around or pressing forward. He formed a hand seal and pressed toward the ground. Elemental wind art, wind wall. An explosive boom echoed as chaotic wind flow was born that shrouded his body protectively. The shadow held a sharp weapon of sorts, obviously capable of immense cutting power, as it attempted to slice through the chaotic wind flow, but shockingly found that it couldn't. With its trajectory disrupted, Wei Wuyin mobilized his cultivation base further. He formed a double-handed seal, and his right leg stepped forward as he breathed towards his initial attacker. Elemental fire art, serpent's breath. A roaring tongue of flame large enough to engulf a human body was expelled directly from his mouth. The form of a serpent could vaguely be seen as rushing heat enshrouded the room. A surprised exclamation echoed as his initial attacker retreated with haste. His eyes flashed a scarlet light of death as he fiercely pursued. Only after breaking through his own fire art safely did he see the appearance of his attacker. A woman, petite and firm, dressed in black. Du Ling's women. His mind quickly concluded, a chill suffused from his eyes. Both of his attackers were at the second stage of qi condensation, external flow, and were practiced in stealth methods and the art of assassination. If his qi had yet to give birth to the elements and taken form, he would have suffered severe injuries or even death from those collaborated strikes. The elemental birth phase of qi condensation allowed one's kai to give birth to the four natural elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. However, this was in a formless state and uncontrolled. Outside of raw creation, not much else could be done, unless one wants to throw random tongues of flames, spurt water at someone, or send out a gust of random wind. It was essentially useless in combat. The most crucial aspect was strengthening one's qi and body using the four elements, allowing it to be more fluid, tougher, resilient to temperature, and easier to control. However, the fourth stage of qi condensation, yin form, enabled one to harness innate yin energies to give shape to metaphysical kai. With that, a wall of wind could be formed, a serpent of fire, and bodies of water. It was a qualitative increase in cultivation that allowed one to be nearly invincible to all those below it. His enemy hadn't expected his cultivation to increase to that realm, which was notorious for being insidiously difficult for men who possessed little natural yin energies to reach, and possess such prowess to boot. This was clear by that exclamation of surprise from a trained assassin. He wouldn't let up, however. He flicked his palm and a silver saber appeared. A gleam of silver qi, sharp and deadly, formed at its tip. He roared, brandishing it in an attack. A ray of sharp, silver qi expelled from the blade and violently met the shadow. Metal qi. A voice sounded from behind him in shock. It was understandable, as metal qi was outside the four natural qi elements, and giving birth to it was exceptionally difficult. Thud. A body, now a corpse, fell heavily on the ground. A spray of crimson blood was left on the nearby wall, a glaring evidence of death. Ah! The shadow behind took notice of her partner's death and retreated decisively. Without hesitation, she jumped out of the nearby window, causing shattering sounds to resound. Since you've come, stay." Wei Wuyin coldly spat before urging his qi within his body. He kicked off explosively as he turned around and sped forward like a bullet. It wasn't long before a brief clash of metal on metal, blade on blade, sounded, and then resounding silence. A moment later, Wei Wuyin carried a segregated head and headless body through the shattered window. It was of a delicate and beautiful woman with a sliced mask. Her eyes were without focus and direction, even cross-eyed if one looked closely. Her death was sudden and filled with resentment. "I'm so tired," Wei Wuyin softly muttered as he looked at the shattered cauldron. He dropped the head and body on the ground and took out a transmission crystal. He sent a message to Du Ling. Before long, a chubby man walked through with a shocked and fearful expression. It was obvious that he had heard the commotion, but stayed away for his own safety. If his master couldn't handle it, he would only get in the way. "Clean this mess up. I'm going to take a bath." Ordering such, he left. Du Ling shivered slightly when he realized the scorch marks, destroyed objects, and corpses. The two bodies were those he was familiar with, and had even accompanied him through many late nights. An expression of guilt and apology surfaced on his face as he realized he was an unwitting accomplice to an assassination attempt. He wanted to curse himself endlessly. Instead, he focused his energy elsewhere, growing calm as a result. Without further hesitation, he started to diligently clean. Wei Wuyin sat at a table with brewed tea. It was a picture of peace. The deaths of the two assassins were reported to the sect. However, even after several days, only a perfunctory investigation was held. Of course, nothing came about it. They were deemed to have acted on their own reconnaissance and had no ties with any figure in the sect. Wei Wuyin didn't waste his time or breath on pleading for a further investigation. He knew who was behind the assassination attempt and why. It was this very person that could sway and influence an investigation by the sect into a murder attempt of a core disciple, something that should have caused cataclysmic waves. After all, if a core disciple was attacked in the sect, who would feel safe? This had to be handled, and normally, people would have been blamed and publicly executed with the utmost swiftness. Yet it was swept under the rug, and he received a bit of contribution points from the sect as a reward. A reward for surviving. This was a clear sign of mocking and abuse of influence and power. Someone wanted him to know that even his death was acceptable by the sect, that he was unimportant and worthless. In the end, he didn't pursue it. Even Du Ling's carelessness didn't bother him. Thinking of Du Ling, he recalled a vivid memory. 10 years, 3 months ago, the Wei clan's Red Dove City in the Jian prefecture. A bustling crowd had gathered in the city's central square as a platform stood at its center. A guillotine was erected high and above, nearly 30 meters tall. On the stock, fresh blood lingered and a ghastly aura chilled the air. The crowd seemed impassioned by events as idle discussions took place. There were all kinds of people ranging from elders to children who had come to watch the public execution of criminals and other unsavory individuals condemned by the city authority, the Wei clan. "Did you hear? The Buckleyan gang has been found," an excited young observer said. "The Buckleyan gang? Is that why we're all here?" An inquisitive young maiden asked. The young observer male eyes lit up as he obtained the attention of the young maiden and laughed. "Yeah, those guys were finally hunted down by the Wei clan. Haha, I bet they regret their actions now. If it's true, they deserve what they get." A random, disgruntled elderly man interjected. The conversations grew wildly from speculation to gossip to factual belief. As the crowd grew with anticipation, a group of people, with shackles tied to their ankles, were dragged here by a lone man. This man wore heavy armor and a black demon mask. He was the executioner. When this group of people arrived, the world went silent as all eyes turned towards them. There was the occasional hushed whisper, but mostly the shaking of the chains and shackles resounded amidst the quiet. "It seems it's true, the Buckleyan gang has been captured," the elderly old man whispered quietly. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he looked towards the condemned men and women. Many of those captured were famous individuals who were known by many as being a part of or affiliated with the gang. To think, A lofty chi condensation cultivator was captured. "Look, it's their leader, 2C." One of the crowd pointed towards a man ahead of the prisoners. His body was muscular and tall, leaving a distinctive impression of immense power in the minds of others. However, that impression was weakened heavily as his hands were stitched together by barbed wire, and his bare feet were covered in dry blood. Even his flesh seemed mangled in certain areas. What was once a chi condensation expert, an individual who formed their heart of Kai, used their mind, matter, essence, and spirit to condense metaphysical Kai, and become an expert who could lord over tens of thousands, now cut a sorry figure where even the local beggars felt pity. 2Sis' eyes were dim and lifeless. The aura of dejected spirit and acceptance of fate lingered that could make children cry in sadness. As he trudged his body beneath the gazes of the crowd, his head hung low. In the crowd, a young boy who was but 14 was watching. His silver eyes, black hair, handsome appearance, and slim physique was hidden behind a conical hat and black robe. Wei Wuyin watched the proceedings silently. His eyes were lively and aspiring. To think Big Brother did it. He smiled cheerfully at the accomplishment of his family. The execution of criminals was a regular pastime in Red Dove City, as the Wei clan acted with an iron fist. They held no quarter for anyone who went against them, and they held the power to back it up. The strongest member of the clan, one of their patriarchs, was a member of the Saber Wolf Sect, a subordinate to the Scarlet Solaris Sect, and a cultivator at the third stage of chi condensation, the elemental birth phase. A gust of wind could become a typhoon. A wisp of fire could whip up into becoming a maelstrom of flames, while it didn't hold a permanence of creation, where the things created could last until destroyed or interact deeply and naturally with other elements. It promoted the interaction and growth of chi in relation to similar origins. Experts at this level could dominate vast stretches of land, such as an entire city, and govern its immediate surroundings in the cultivation world. As Wei Wuyin watched in excitement, a shouting and active noise echoed in the originally silent atmosphere of gloom and death. "I'm innocent! I'm innocent!" A skinny, nearly unhealthy, underweight man cried as he was brought along with the others from the gang. He repeated those words and cried, sobbing without end as snot gathered in his nose. "I did nothing wrong, nothing wrong," he cried more. The crowd and prisoners turned a deaf ear to his pleas. In fact, they wanted him to cry and beg some more, enjoying the disgusting display of criminals who acted without restriction, and now getting their comeuppance. To them, those normal citizens who were plagued by the gang for years, all members and those affiliated deserved death. The leader and the rest were brought near the stage, where the executioner and two other men arrived next to 2C. They unshackled him and brought him on stage. There was no fighting spirit left in his body as he was calmly placed on the stock. The executioner, with a rough, powerful voice, asked, "Do you have any last words?" 2Sis' eyes were still dim, but he lifted up his head to see the crowd smiling and filled with anticipation at his death. He lowered his head and said, "I should have killed you all." "What?" A member of the crowd shouted violently. "How arrogant! Kill this idiot and be done with his kind. I feel stupid and dirty just by looking at him." Another added in rage. The crowd loosened insult after insult. Wei Wuyin looked about and couldn't help but think how those in safety, and who felt a little superior to others based on circumstances, truly were brave. If 2C had his cultivation base and freedom, the women would stay silent and serve him, while the men would lower their pride and be slaves to his every word. After all, he could decide their life and death easily. Now that he was weak and facing death, they lashed ruthlessly at him without any regard. So be it. The executioner didn't hesitate. After they gave his name, listed his crimes, and declared his sentence of guilt and death, a lever was pulled, and the angled blade fell like a blade from hell. Thud, 2Sis' head fell. A lofty expert was executed just like that. Woohoo! There was a resounding cheer as even children and the elderly grew excited seeing a monster, a mass murderer and rapist, killed with a single stroke. It liberated their souls, and deepen their trust in their government's power. This was why public executions were held, to allow the people to regain the faith in the government and instill fear in criminals. Wei Wuyin smiled. He watched with pride as his big brother had performed the capturing. To him, he believed his brother was powerful and could take on any obstacle. It wasn't long before heads rolled at an even pace, as the members of the gang were executed in a consistent fashion. Their deaths elicited relief and excitement from the crowd, as their last words were either silence or curses. This allowed the crowd to insult them heavily. Then, a man was placed on the stock. This man had dried tears, fierce exhaustion, and impossible levels of fear in his eyes. As he looked at the hyped crowd chanting for his death, his heart grew cold and his mind flashed with memories. He had entered the Buckleyan gang just a month ago, lured there by a woman. He had been a slave, a servant for the stronger members, until he used his wit and words to get freedom and become a part of the gang. He was planning on running away when the time was right, but before he could even do so, the very next day, the gang was attacked by powerful experts who seized them all. Unlike the prisoners who wore shackles, he was just given his freedom a day before and branded with the gang's insignia. Because of that, the attackers had taken him to be a member, and when he tried to explain his circumstances, no one listened. In fact, the other gang members straight lied. If they were going to die, they may as well take him too. No. Do you have any last words? Those words were like the reaper's scythe at his neck. It caused icy-cold shivers to run down his spine and for his pants to grow wet from urine. He was afraid. He wanted to say what he had already said before and pray for someone to listen to him. Maybe, just maybe, they'd believe him. However, a sudden thought emerged in his mind, and he spoke words that he never thought he would say at a moment like this. I'm hungry. The expected insults were stifled by the irregularity. The man said he was hungry, throwing everyone off. In a moment where your life was about to end, you say something so unimportant. However, while they were silent, a young man in the crowd couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha, you're hungry. Ha 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 ha. He clutched at his sides and he couldn't cease his laughter. It was infectious, as a few others also awkwardly laughed. Before long, the entire crowd was laughing at the situation. Hungry, have fun eating dirt in hell. Did he really just say that? Well, he's about to get a blade full of metal, so at least he'll be full. Ha ha. No. Perhaps, ha ha, that won't fill him up so he'll regrow a head to get a second helping. Ha ha. The crowd railed into him. His last words were indeed strange and hilarious. So be it. The executioner nodded and was about to pull the lever, ending the skinny man's life. However, wait. A black figure soared through the skies and landed, a conical hat preventing his identity from being seen. The guards took arms, intending to fight if need be. The people in the crowd were shocked. Ha ha, you're pretty funny and unlike any criminal I know. Wei Wuyin ignored their aggressive stances and went to the skinny man with a smile. Thanks, the skinny man awkwardly said. Wei Wuyin flashed his badge towards the executioner, which stated his identity, before ignoring the surroundings. The executioner grew shocked as he immediately gave a halting order, shocking the crowd. Wei Wuyin waved his hand and a ripe, red apple appeared in his hand. You hungry? He pushed it to the skinny man's face. Unsure of the situation, the skinny man just nodded. Good, what's your name? Du Ling, the skinny man replied. Then Du Ling, let's get you something else to eat. A knock on the door awoke Wei Wuyin from his daydream. He waved towards the door as it was opened by a gust of wind. A chubby man with a goatee walked in. For a moment, Wei Wuyin felt like a skinny man with dried tears, and urine-drenched pants was before him. That image superimposed on the current chubby, well-dressed man before him. Master, the Sect's outer disciple competition will start in an hour, Du Ling said solemnly. Wei Wuyin smiled. You hungry? Du Ling received an immense shock, his heart trembling fiercely with all sorts of emotions. He nodded almost instinctively. Let's eat then before we go. Saying such, he rose and left. Du Ling followed with unshed tears in his eyes. As he looked at the back figure of this young man, His heart felt warm and conflicted. He swore softly in his heart that he'll be more careful in the future. He had to be. The Scarlet Solaris sect held disciple competitions to decide the distribution of resources in the sect. It was divided into outer, inner, and core competitions. However, unlike the outer and inner competitions who had tens of thousands of members, the core disciples only had 9 in their ranks. It was also an opportunity to be promoted to the next class of disciples or obtain rewards. For example, the top 10 outer disciples were promoted to the inner rank. The top 3 inner disciples were given a chance to be promoted to core rank, and the top core disciple had a chance to enter the Mystic Scarlet Pond for 7 days. The Mystic Scarlet Pond was an area of accumulated scarlet chi, which was birthed by the lands and could be used to temper one's innate, natural energies such as yin, yang, and the natural elements. It could also help one transform their heart of Kai into a heart of scarlet Kai, an advanced material chi form. The faint scarlet Kai of the mountain had less than 1,000th of an effectiveness than the pond. Therefore, a single day of cultivation within was the near equivalent of 3 years. It was extraordinary and drew the fierce competition of the sect. Wei Wuyin had participated in the outer and inner competitions, reaching 3rd place and 2nd respectively. This was why he was capable of claiming his current status as a core disciple. However, the inner competition not only required him to reach the top, but defeat a pre-existing core disciple, taking his place. Therefore, Wei Wuyin had to be wary of the competition of both inner and core, as a top ranker could ruthlessly snatch away his status and position. If he was injured by that assassination attempt, he was certain that his spot would have been taken along with the natural protections that it granted. If someone wished to deal with him at that point, they could do so in a more direct manner if he was an inner disciple. Swoosh! Wei Wuyin stood atop his crane as it soared through the skies. The surroundings were filled with people on eagle-like birds, indicating their status as inner disciples. Some of these birds had multiple people riding them leisurely. However, a faint pressure could be felt from the atmosphere. This was the time that the allocation of power shifted. Amongst the core disciples, each had factions of inner disciples and outer disciples. Much like the core disciples, inner disciples had a limited amount of spots. If a core disciple could take the majority of the inner disciples' slots, their faction's strength would be number 1, and the benefits would be endless. Fortunately, as each core disciple had their own faction, him included, the distribution of power wasn't monopolized. In fact, even him, the newest disciple, had about 7% of the inner disciples in his faction. He also had many promising outer disciples. Cultivation was profoundly difficult. In fact, it was so difficult that many people never break free from Foundation Establishment Realm, or even its first phase physique tempering. It was so difficult that it was heart-crushing. The amount of resources needed was beyond the level of many disciples' individual capabilities. To solve and alleviate this issue, the core disciples use a group mechanism to earn resources and promote growth. Wei Wuyin looked at the inner disciples approaching the stadium. His eyes flashed as his spiritual sense analyzed the standard of cultivation. Lai Yin, the woman from the Violet Moon sect, was at the Meridian Awakening. Yet Lai Yin had been merely an outer disciple of her sect. To become an inner disciple in the Scarlet Solaris sect, one of the 9 great sects, the minimum requirement was to reach Danshan establishment, and reaching the Qi condensation realm was nearly a guarantee to become one. However, to condense one's heart of Kai by merging the mind, spirit, matter, and essence was exceptionally difficult. Therefore, about 80% of inner disciples were at the Foundation establishment realm, Danshan establishment phase. Even with the resources from the sect and time, it only goes to show the struggles one must suffer. If one wanted to reach the top 3 in the inner disciple competition, reaching the 2nd stage of Qi condensation, external flow, was the only way. Wei Wuyin placed 2nd in the inner competition only because of that. The Qi condensation was divided into 9 stages, and demonstrated their difference by 9 phases of Kai. The first phase of Kai was Kai creation phase, where mind, spirit, matter, and essence were merged to create metaphysical Kai and a heart of Kai. Those at the Danshan establishment had inhuman levels of strength, but those at the Kai creation phase were monsters. They could rip apart boulders of stone with their bare hands, fight full-grown bears, and crush their bodies with a single blow. It was terrifying. The second stage of Qi condensation was the external flow phase. By strengthening and condensing one's Kai to its fully developed form, it can flow outside the body in a very elementary way, such as a shock wave or pulsing wave. This simultaneously gave birth to a unique sensory perception called spiritual sense, the sixth sense of a cultivator. Each stage advancement and each phase's form brought about tremendous benefits to one's physical body and senses, including spiritual sense. Wei Wuyin had met a fortuitous encounter while hunting the Violet Moon Sect's remnants, obtaining a steel essence source. It was a liquid that had formed from elemental essence, primarily metal, and matured over 1,000 years. It was a lucky chance that very few could ever hope for. Using it, he strengthened his qi and gave birth to the elements earth, fire, wind, and water, and condensed metal qi as a bonus. Therefore, his qi and physical body held a higher toughness, resilience to temperature, was easier to control, and was more fluid in its activity. With metal qi included, he contained an enhanced durability and sharpness. The second lucky chance was finding a woman from the Violet Moon Sect who contained an undiscovered 3-point yin body. After using her as a sexual cauldron and gaining her primal yin via dual cultivation, he quickly ascended to the yin form phase, the fourth stage of qi condensation. It was thanks to that he was capable of overcoming the schemes aimed at his life. With his current cultivation, he was already stronger than all the core disciples. Not only did he condense metal qi, but also could give form to his qi. Only when one reaches this cultivation level does the option to use the full potential of qi arts and spiritual spells become unlocked. It was those qi arts that enabled him to easily kill 2 assassins skilled in stealth and escape quickly, and with relative ease. Now, with this competition, he was bound to take the spotlight. As his spiritual sense swept forth, his silver eyes shined as it was bolstered by a spiritual spell, Iron Core Eyes. It allowed one's spiritual sense to pierce deeper and gather more information, including defending against spiritual spells. He had accumulated a lot of arts and spells before departing for his mission as a precautionary mechanism, which was far more beneficial than he'd originally thought. It was because of his preparations that he could use these arts and spells now. Otherwise, while his cultivation base may have been high, it would be like wielding a claymore without the appropriate skill. Luckily, the sect did not regulate qi arts and spiritual spells for core disciples. Therefore, he was capable of claiming any and all that weren't restricted to the upper echelon members. The standard of cultivation has dropped. Wei Wuyin frowned as he noticed that a few inner disciples had just broken through to the Danshan establishment phase. It indicated that their ascension was due to the weaker standard of cultivation bases overall. Did something happen while I was away? He mused in his thoughts as he recalled matters Du Ling had informed him of. Nothing in particular stated why the standard had dropped. In fact, it should have increased due to the Violet Moon Sect's destruction. The resources of the sect in combat should have shaved the weaklings and promoted the strong. And yet, Lord Wei, a cold, feminine voice sounded from a distance. It broke Wei Wuyin out of his thoughts and he turned to look. This was the cold, indifferent woman from the last battlefield. He had ordered her to take care of Lai Yin earlier. She was also an outer disciple who was a member of his faction. Her name was Su Mei. She was on an eagle-like bird, being carried along with 4 other outer disciples with an inner disciple at the lead. Wei Wuyin recognized all of them as subordinates of his. He swiftly analyzed their cultivation bases and was pleasantly surprised. Su Mei had condensed her qi, reaching the first stage of qi condensation, Kai creation phase. Her body not only stored metaphysical qi, but her heart of Kai allowed her to passively restore her natural energies using the essence of heaven and earth and control her chi. The others had all reached the Danshan establishment. Even the inner disciple was at this level. No wonder Su Mei was the one that called out to him, despite being lower ranked than the inner disciple. With her cultivation level, she was essentially the leader of this group. He regarded this young woman in her early 20s further. She had short black hair and clear black eyes. Her jade-like countenance was extraordinary, but her features were only above average. While she was a beauty, she wasn't a top-tier or even a high-level one. She was just a good-looking woman in her own right. As for breasts and ass, she was only average-sized in both, perhaps even below average. Su Mei and the rest arrived, hovering below Wei Wuyin's crane as they paid their respects. Wei Wuyin nodded in acknowledgement. Wei Wuyin's gaze caused Su Mei to shiver slightly. She had condensed her qi and thus had merged her mind, matter, spirit, and essence, allowing her perception to be enhanced thoroughly. She didn't know how, but she felt Wei Wuyin was looking at her entirety, as if she had no clothes on. Her cold and indifferent facial expression had a faint blush of red that gave way to a cute flavor to her. Wei Wuyin noticed and slightly smiled. He was known for being exceptionally handsome with mind-drawing silver eyes and a good figure. However, he didn't have any interest in sleeping with his subordinates. At least, he hasn't done so yet. The outer disciple competition will happen first, so I may as well join you guys. What do you think? Wei Wuyin asked. The outer, inner, and core competitions happen one after the other. The reason had to be because those who reach the top 10 in the outer disciple competition can participate in the inner disciple competition. Those in the inner disciple competition's top 3 would then be able to fight a core disciple, replace them, and then fight for resources. Usually, the core disciples wouldn't show up until they were required. However, Wei Wuyin wasn't like the typical core disciple, choosing to watch the competition from the beginning. After all, this competition was how he rose in power. It had a special significance. Su Mei and the rest were surprised, but swiftly regained their expressions. Wei Wuyin was their faction leader and contributed heavily to their success and influence, so they would never deny his requests. He nodded and followed them along the way. As he did so, an inner disciple spoke. Lord Wei, there's a rumor circulating that you've given form to qi, reaching the 4th stage of qi condensation. The young man, who seemed to be in his mid-20s, informed. Wei Wuyin's eyes narrowed. He had never revealed his full cultivation base to others, and only while fighting the remnant forces of the violent Moon Sect did he execute an elementary application of elemental qi. He hadn't even revealed his metal qi yet. There was no way for that rumor to have started when he had just returned, which meant it was old. He expected that someone released this information to draw envy to any possible cultivation treasure. He may have to explain his rise from honorary to core disciple. While he was away, they could rouse others to act against him. Someone wished to enlist others to pressure or kill him. It was frustrating, because at that time it wasn't true and could have cost him his life. Chu Yan was a knife someone wished to use for this exact reason. He inwardly sighed, but didn't reveal any expression except calm indifference. He knew that the young man was also fishing for a reason from him. While he had subordinates, many, if not all, of them wished to get ahead in the cultivation world, and wasn't below betrayal. I learned of this matter already. After stating that, he didn't elaborate. The young man didn't dare to press, so he calmly directed the variant eagle, as if it was just him being diligent in informing his master of a potentially harmful rumor. Before long, they soon arrived at a grand stadium. Grand. The stadium of the Scarlet Solaris sect could be summed up in that single word. It spanned the distance of several miles, and its walls encapsulated in an oval fashion, much like a coliseum of ancient gladiators. It was constructed from iron-born limestone with an obsidian layer. The material of the Colosseum was miraculous, exuding a hint of battle qi. It riled individuals' minds and hyped them up for aggression. To those with simple spirits, Their attitudes would become flamboyant in the face of battle and bloodshed. But to those true warriors, their minds would reach an unprecedented peak of clarity. Since ancient times, battle chi was a rare form of metaphysical energy that was birthed from intent. To cultivate or gather it normally was nearly impossible. It would only form from the natural environment or from consistent exposure of particular events, such as from battle, death, or cultivation. As it was birthed from intent, it was classified as an ethereal chi born from a disbalance of mind, spirit, matter, and essence, unlike its base form which embodied a perfect equilibrium. In the case of ethereal chi, spirit and mind were the most prominent factors. A common example that many cultivators strive for is weapon chi, such as sword chi, saber chi, and spear chi. There was also the opposing chi that was birthed by the environment instead of from. Scarlet chi, created by the Scarlet Mountain, was a form of material chi, born from the opposing disbalance of matter and essence. This made it a lot easier to cultivate than its opposing counterpart. Wei Wuyin marveled at the craftsmanship and aura of the Colosseum. Regardless of the amount of times he'd been here to fight with his future on the line or to settle a grudge, this place always left him in awe. It was said that a cultivator used this very stadium to establish his heart of battle chi, where he faced 10,000 cultivators with only a set of armor and a sword and shield. It was also where that cultivator drew his last breath, allowing his will to permeate to the future generations where they could feel an ounce of what he felt during that time. Wei Wuyin felt great respect for such a figure. His will and ability was something worthy of striving towards. Unfortunately, there were no photographic material or statues of that figure, but the battle chi alone was enough to prove that he existed. As Wei Wuyin arrived at the stadium, he was greeted by several members of his faction. With slight nods, he acknowledged them individually. As a core disciple with nearly 7% of inner disciples as a part of his faction, there were many he was familiar and unfamiliar with. Despite that, he made a conscious effort to memorize the basic information and faces of all those under him. "Lord, why shall I escort you to the VIP section?" A wrinkled old man who worked as an attendant for this event asked politely. As a core disciple, there were many benefits offered to him that others couldn't enjoy, such as private lodging and a viewing box. This competition often lasted several days to even a week, so having a place to rest and relax during the downtime was appropriate. However, he waved the attendant away. He decided to view the competition with Su Mei and the others. It wouldn't be too late to enter during the core disciple competition. The others didn't dare try to persuade Wei Wuyin otherwise, so they marched on until they found their designated seating. Wei Wuyin looked at the stadium platforms. They were flat hexagonal blocks that seemed to be made from polished stone. Using his spiritual sense, he could garner that each stone contained a dense degree of earthen energies. If someone wished to cultivate their earthen natural energies to birth the elements, those battle platforms that numbered in the hundreds would be suitable. That being said, those platforms definitely were dense, durable, and compatible with Earth Kai arts. Even he wasn't certain he could shatter the stone platforms with a punch. "Su Mei, good luck." Wei Wuyin offered blessed words before looking at the platforms. The others weren't as important as Su Mei, someone who was destined to become an inner disciple with her chi condensation realm cultivation. "Amen," she softly nodded in response. Soon, the announcer appeared and brought forth a black board that towered 100 meters high and 50 meters wide. "The designation board," Wei Wuyin muttered. The designation board was an object used to take predetermined numbers and randomizing them in matches. Of course, it avoided placing seated experts in the same group, but it was completely random outside of that. White names soon appeared on the board with numbers corresponding to the platform number. The outer disciple competition was already underway. Su Mei's name was revealed, and so did every other outer disciple who entered the competition. Before long, the outer disciples were like a bunch of ants that leapt forward and made way towards their assigned platform. Unlike the inner or core disciple competition, The outer disciple competition was held differently and with a much faster speed. There were hundreds of platforms, and each platform had nearly 100 people assigned. This was a massive multi-held battle royal. This was why it was a near certainty that those at the Qi condensation would become inner disciples. With their heart of Kai and metaphysical Kai, their physical strength, stamina, and senses far exceeded their opponents. Even facing 100, it was unlikely they would lose. To put it in perspective, it would be like sending 100 babies to fight against a Goliath. There was no suspense. Su Mei arrived on stage with a stern expression, her eyes cold and indifferent. Like many of the competitors, she was vigilant. In this battle royal-style combat, there were very few rules. Firstly, fists and blades have no eyes, so being maimed or even killed was a real possibility. It was this reason why many outer disciples would opt out or simply try to last longer. Everyone was given a number, and when they are killed, surrender via verbal declaration, or kicked off the platform, that number would vanish and be placed on the matching board score section. The earliest your name is listed, the less points you receive for resources in the sect, and the later your name, the greater your chance to advance and the higher the rewards. The competition held was considered the event where the most contribution points were distributed, and reaching top 100 would be like doing a decade of missions suitable for honorary disciples. This chance made many unwilling to give up without a fight. Su Mei was one of those people. Despite her looks and gender, no one would show her quarter in a fight like this, maybe not even her friends. She knew this and readied herself. As she withdrew her sword, a long sword about 2 fingers wide, the aura around her changed. Her cultivation base had recently entered Qi condensation, so as long as she was careful and didn't meet anyone like her, advancing to the next stage should be easy. Begin, the announcer shouted with gusto. The world went from tense to chaotic as fighters started attacking. Many had deadly weapons as they struck forth without hesitation. It wasn't long before a few resentful and pitiful yelps resounded. A few had already lost their lives. Wei Wuyin watched this as he was hit with a wave of nostalgia. Cultivation was fierce, and there was only a limited amount of resources in the world. Those in a sect, especially the Scarlet Solaris sect, were taught ferocity and a lack of mercy. While they don't actively teach betrayal, they taught the fundamentals of desire and motivation. To step onto the higher peak, to watch from up high, you must first climb a mountain of bodies. Wei Wuyin had long since created his mountain. Now, as he looked towards Su Mei, he wondered if she would be able to do the same. With her cultivation-based difference, every strike of hers was like a tiger in a horde of sheep. A single swipe reaped lives, while many of the deaths and severe injuries seemed random and chaotic. In truth, there were fighters who teamed up with their faction if they were matched up, and fighters who went after those from opposing factions. Those who were more neutral or loosely allies, they would at most be knocked off the stage or knocked out and thrown away. They were the lucky ones. He could see Su Mei's frosty expression as she slayed a fellow female cultivator. Her body split into 2 halves. Her intestines flowed out and her eyes were wide, filled with disbelief and pain. Wei Wuyin could see realization dawn on the young woman's face as she used her hands to clutch at her spilled insides. Her life was about to fade naturally when a warhammer smashed down and turned her skull into a shattered mess. That woman fighter belonged to Tao Gui's faction. Tao Gui was actively against his and Mei Mei's faction. Su Mei delivered the fatal strike, but a hammer-wielding behemoth of a man crushed her skull in the follow-up. He was a part of Mei Mei's faction. Events like this happened continuously, and no elders would interfere. Participation in the event was a choice, and one was not protected. In fact, it was likely that during their own struggle, they went through the same situation and came out as top pillars of the sect. So how could they feel empathy? Su Mei targeted those a part of Tao Gui's and Jiao Lang's factions. She was merciless, her blade giving no quarter as she struck. For those she could not avoid but had no enmity with, she would kick or palm them hard, sending them out of the stadium with some broken bones. In the outer disciples, Wei Wuyin was very selective with who he chose. Sumei was someone he had picked out from tens of thousands, and he had some minor hope for her. During the mission to hunt down and eliminate the remnant forces of the Violet Moon Sect, she was a lieutenant of his. Her recent breakthrough likely had to be directly induced by the resources plundered. She's ruthless and has ambition. She listens to orders quite well. Wei Wuyin's eyes narrowed, memories flooded his mind. Ubich Tui. A middle-aged woman held a young girl with black hair, black eyes, a dirt-stained face by her hair. A smidgen of spit accompanied the dirt. The middle-aged woman dangled the young girl about like a toy and aggressively pulled her hair back. A few strands were removed forcefully. Surrounding them were a group of women ranging from their 20s to 30s. They wore uniforms of honorary disciples and snickered in laughter. If one looked closely, one would notice their eye color, hair color, and even skin tone was similar. If someone were to make a random guess, they would assume they were all related. However, that wasn't the case. The young woman tried to grab the arm of her attacker, but whenever she got a grip, the middle-aged woman would use her free hand to smack her arms away. Her strength was simply not sufficient. Stop, stop. The young girl pled fiercely, tears welling in her eyes as she was humiliated. Stop. You think you can use your looks and body to get more than us. You're trying to monopolize him. You think he's only your dragon. The middle-aged woman seemed to grow more and more enraged by the situation. She grabbed the young woman's robe and pulled, ripping it apart and showing some skin. You're nothing but a loose slut. Her rage seemed to be ceaseless. The other women jeered and watched in amusement. Sometimes a few would flash pity or guilt. But when the woman said those earlier words, much of that dissipated. Instead, it was filled with anger and discontent. A young man was flying nearby on a variant eagle, indicating his status. He was high enough as he looked down in curiosity. Beside him was a chubby man with a goatee. This was Wei Wuyin and Du Ling. "What's this?" Wei Wuyin asked. He had just been flying to take on a mission and receive his sect given crane now that he'd accepted his position as a core disciple of the sect. Du Ling looked at the women gathered and the crowd that was also gathering and thought of something. "Master, as you know, there's a saying, to rise, one can ride on the lap of a dragon. This was caused by the jealousy born from that journey." He laughingly replied. In the cultivation world, the saying to rise, one can ride on the lap of a dragon had a few meanings, but the most common and used was that one would use someone else, through exchanging their body, to obtain fortune and benefits. This was often done by female cultivators, and while it did happen with male cultivators, the scene wasn't as easily spottable. For example, these women all had similar features and skin tones, indicating that they were selected because of those qualities. Essentially, a man of notable status had built himself a harem using honorary disciples. Now, this was a dispute within that harem. Seems the younger girl is the new favorite and the rest don't like it. Du Ling shook his head in pity. In the cultivation world, resources were scarce and cultivation was too difficult. To rise required the willingness to do anything and everything. Forming a harem was a resource, using the innate sexual energies to stimulate one's qi, create innate elemental energies, forming yin and growing yang. Throughout the entirety of the foundation establishment to the 9th stage of qi condensation, could be bolstered by sexual energies via dual cultivation methods. Therefore, women in a harem would often bicker and fuss if one was getting all the attention and love, all the yang energy. After all, the dragon was typically someone with a higher cultivation base and thus generated stronger energies for cultivation. Therefore, sex was a resource. Not to mention, because the dragon was often male, they wouldn't allow the women to be with other men under threat of death for the humiliation, unless it was their kink. Wei Wuyin immediately understood. He had seen things like this in his clan and even around the sect. He was just curious as to why they were doing it so publicly. Wouldn't the dragon become enraged because they humiliated his favorite? Wei Wuyin looked at the woman being maliciously bullied. Her clothes were ripped and revealed her skin and breasts. She must be feeling humiliation enough to take her own life. The crowd grew more and more to watch. Wei Wuyin was by no means a saint. Even he used women for their primal yin to generate energy for cultivation. So he wasn't feeling ashamed or enraged by watching this. However, that woman, as he looked at her more and more, he felt an odd sensation in his chest. It was miraculous and birthed an impulse. Hm. Duling caught something with his eye. He saw a man eating some bread in the crowd. He was an inner disciple at the Danshan establishment phase. I think that's their man, ha ha ha. He pointed in laughter. Wei Wuyin looked at the man. He was middle-aged and had a teasing smile on his face. How can you be certain? Wei Wuyin asked. Because I remember him, and her. He pointed towards one of the younger women who were standing and watching. They were together. Wei Wuyin frowned. I see. Wei Wuyin steered the variant eagle towards the crowd. Master, Du Ling was shocked. Wei Wuyin didn't respond. Instead, he landed within the crowd, causing everyone to be startled. With a quick leap, he used his second stage of qi condensation cultivation to soar. He arrived next to the female honorary disciples. They were all startled. They backed off in fear. Wei Wuyin directly ignored them. He walked up to the young girl and middle-aged woman and didn't speak. Without any hesitation, he struck. His blow was fierce, as it smashed heavily into the middle-aged woman's chest. She was blown back as blood spewed from her body like a geyser. Her body landed with a thud. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. This caused everyone to be fearful. They panicked and ran away. Some backed off far away but stayed close enough to see what would happen. The young woman was startled. She turned to Wei Wuyin and saw his silver eyes and handsome visage. Speechless, she froze. Your disgrace of a man watched as you were beaten and humiliated. Wei Wuyin plainly stated. He pointed towards the inner disciple in the distance, getting everyone to look over to see a middle-aged man who looked ready to run. His facial expression was confused for a second, but then shocked and even a little enraged. Luckily for him, he was too much of a coward to attack someone at the qi condensation realm. The young woman looked towards her man. Her eyes filled with all sorts of emotions. Most prevalent was sadness and depression. It seemed that she knew, at least on some level. There was no shock in her expression. Seeing that, Wei Wuyin nodded. You hungry? Du Ling was shocked, but he didn't say anything. His eyes flashed with all sorts of emotions, and the way he looked towards that pitiful young woman instantly changed. Maybe. The young woman softly replied in some hesitancy. Wei Wuyin smiled. Then let me bring you somewhere you can figure it out. He laughed, removing his robe and placing it on her body to conceal her properly. What's your name? Su Mei. The outer competition reached a crescendo as the number of participants started to rapidly dwindle. In turn, the amount of deaths started to decline. Those who simply wished for a higher placement would verbally declare surrender without hesitation. After they did so, a cloak of earth qi would enshroud their bodies and pull them into the platform safely. In a few moments, they would be tunneled through to outside the platforms. Wei Wuyin noticed an elder of the sect at a tall tower overlooking the matches. He had a skinny frame and was rather short with gray hair and a mustache. Despite looking old, he didn't have any wrinkles on his face. He could be seen as decently attractive. Wei Wuyin had some dealings with this elder. He was named Jai Yun, a core elder of the sect with a cultivation base at the 5th stage of qi condensation, yang growth. His qi was vigorous and exuded a vibrant vitality and potential for growth. Elder Jai was tasked with overwatching and actively protecting those who surrendered. The platforms were filled with earthen energies, and with a special spiritual spell, he could gain an absolute awareness of all platforms. By executing a protective qi art, he would send them through the platforms and safely out. As if his gaze was noticed, Elder Jai turned towards Wei Wuyin's direction, despite being miles apart. Wei Wuyin smiled, his eyes flickering with a silver shimmer. Elder Jai calmly nodded towards Wei Wuyin, but his aged gaze held some shock. Metal Kai HM, it seems. The rumors are true. He may also be close to yin infusion. He quietly said before refocusing his efforts on the stadium. His actions had subtly changed. Now, those in Wei Wuyin's faction were given priority towards safety. There would also be the occasional save from death, despite no declaration being made. Wei Wuyin noticed this immediately and laughed inwardly. Elder Jai had always been a crafty fox. To think he would adjust his position and display his stance so quickly. Wei Wuyin had revealed a portion of his cultivation on purpose, the shimmering of metal qi in his eyes. This indicated that he had cultivated to at least the third stage of qi condensation, elemental birth. Just with this, he'd already revealed his superiority over this generation's core disciple set. There would only be equal, but not better. Elder Jai was already over 100 years of age, but Wei Wuyin was under 30, being in his mid-20s. The difference in talent and ability was clearly defined by this and their status. As a core disciple, he was equal in sectoral status to an inner elder. The inner disciple that had arrived with Su Mei and the others noticed the swift preemptive saves. He gasped in shock. He looked towards Wei Wuyin's faint smile and relaxed expression, and his heart shook. Is the rumor true? He thought to himself. It wasn't just him who noticed Elder Ji's actions. There were those of higher cultivation who noticed, particularly other inner disciples and elders watching the event. A few had their eyes flicker with a curious and intrigued light, and others reacted wildly at this obvious show of favoritism. The worst was that some of Tao Gui's and Jiao Lang's faction members would call for surrender, but would only receive it a few seconds later. A few had lost their lives as a result of this delay, or was maimed as a result. Elder Jai has decided to break his neutrality. A female outer elder, with the cultivation at the second stage of qi condensation, external flow, cried in disbelief. Elder Jai was a neutral core elder, someone who held little connection with those of the core disciples' factions. This was one of the two main reasons. He was sent to act as an overseer and protector of the event. The other was his cultivation base. All elders were over 50 years of age. In general, outer elders had first or second stage of qi condensation cultivation bases, with the first phase, kai creation, being the low end and the second phase, external flow, as the high end. This was about the same strength of upper-tier inner disciples and lower-tier core disciples. Wei Wuyin had promoted to the core rank nearly 3 years ago at the second stage. Inner elders were a little different. They were all at the third stage of qi condensation realm, elemental birth. If one reaches the first truly difficult watershed of cultivation, the yin form phase, then they would be directly promoted to a core elder. Therefore, Elder Jai, a person at the fifth stage yang growth, was at the top. In fact, he was in the top 3 core elders in the entire sect. For him to suddenly and brazenly reveal his side was beyond their imaginations. Impossible. Elder Jai has maintained his neutrality throughout the last generation of core disciples. There's no way he changes that. Someone vehemently rejected the notion. However, what was happening was like a slap to his face each time. He hoped it was just a mistake, but as time went on, it became apparent as the sun in the sky. In the sect, the core elders would often side with a faction. For example, Jiao Lang also had 2 core elders within her faction, but they were lower-tier core elders. The others too had core elders, but none of them reached the upper tier. That was because nothing the core disciples offered or showed was capable of pulling them to their side. While they may be fine with greasing the wheel in certain situations or interfering in some matters for compensation, they haven't declared their loyalties. This had to do with the difficulty of cultivation. In fact, Jiao Lang could have had an upper core elder's support, but it didn't fall through. Everyone, including Wei Wuyin, had their hearts clench when news spread of a possible backing of an upper-tier core elder. Luckily, the core elder wanted what Jiao Lang wasn't willing to give, her primal yin and body. If she had the backing of that elder, Wei Wuyin was sure he'd already be dead, so would all her enemies. There was no doubt in his mind. That was the influence and power of upper-tier core elders. As for Elder Jai, his actions declared his intent. Elder Jai turned towards Wei Wuyin and slightly smiled. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but nod in approval. Then his eyes flashed with various faint, illusory images. No one knew he was in the crowd or noticed him watching, just Elder Jai, so he decided to thoroughly pull this elder into his fold. Elder Ji's eyes widened in shock. This reaction caught the eyes of elders who were curious about his actions. A load of transmissions came into his crystal suddenly, but he didn't answer. He calmed himself down and shut down communication with everyone. His eyes turned calm and he went back to acting as protector. Inwardly, his heart was beating fiercely. He's reached yin form before 30, incredible cultivation talent. To rise from an honorary disciple to a core disciple, birth metal chi and establish yin, his future. If I side with him early, perhaps the hardest hurdle of the chi condensation realm, the sixth phase of false reality, would be a possibility. As his mind cycled through various scenarios, he realized no core disciple could hope to match Wei Wuyin's momentum in the last 200 years, a span of time inclusive of 4 core disciple generations. The subtle action started to become blatant. Su Mei in the battle felt odd. She could feel essence energy funneling through the soles of her feet. It entered her body, pure and powerful, and strengthened her chi and physique. The essence energy originated from the platform and miraculously increased her body's durability and toughness. As she circulated her chi, she also noticed that her recovery rate had increased. She was shocked at what was happening. Blatant cheating. An inner elder, a part of Tao Gui's faction, having supported him, shouted in fury. The rage in his eyes were clear but had no outlet. Cheating. PFFT. You're blind. Elder Jai would never cheat. He's only ensuring that he can better save our sect's disciples by connecting them with the platform's defensive energy, acting as he should. The female outer elder from earlier brazenly and shamelessly stated. She was someone from Wei Wuyin's faction, so she would obviously shift the narrative. The earthen energies of the platforms were entering the bodies of Wei Wuyin's members throughout. They were suddenly stronger and filled with boundless stamina. Anyone could see that Elder Jai was manipulating the platforms to influence certain members in a positive way. Not only that, absolutely fucking shameless. An inner elder who was a part of Geo Lang's faction cried with grievance. If it was just helping certain members, fine. But the earthen energies were attached to his faction's outer disciples. However, instead of receiving a boon, they were weighed down and were acting as if they had to carry a large boulder on their shoulders. It was appalling as some of his disciples were killed then and there. Their lives reaped because of this disadvantage. Some even had bright futures. This wasn't even the start, as some members cried for surrender, but was met with weapons of death as their reply. Then, their dead bodies would be sent into the ground, as if it was delayed by an accident. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but grin at this point. To think Elder Jai was so decisive. He hadn't obtained the backing of a single core elder before, yet immediately obtained the support of an upper-tier core elder, and one of the top 3. It was quite interesting how quick things shift. The battle for the outer competition caused many dismayed words to sling, but no one took it up with Elder Jai. This was clear that none of them had the courage to question him. Even the other core elders watching remained silent, only lamenting at their failure with gathering intelligence. If they had known that Elder Jai was a part of Wei Wuyin's faction, or any faction, they would have elected someone else to take responsibility, someone neutral. The first part of the competition soon ended. Su Mei stood proudly on her platform. She was alone and had a blade drenched in blood, her eyes icy cold yet filled with pride. The several hundred lone standers proceeded to the next competition. The rest of the participants were divided into 10 groups. 10 platforms were used, and people entered at random. The fight then was more intense, but with Elder Ji's support, Wei Wuyin's faction obtained 4 spots out of 10, with Su Mei occupying one of the platforms. These 10 would be promoted to the inner disciple status, and a few were even crying. One was on his knees, tears falling without end. Another yelled in triumph like a ferocious lion. Su Mei's eyes were in a daze as her labored breathing was met with applause. The crowd's excitement felt incredible to her, but all she could do was look towards a smiling figure. Wei Wuyin gave her a smile and an approving nod that said, "You lived up to and exceeded my expectations." The Scarlet Solaris Mountain was divided into many levels, with the lower levels, including its base, were locations for its mortal and cultivation clans' residences, the location of many members' families. To climb the mountain, only a disciple or elder status was sufficient. The middle levels were residences of honorary, outer, and inner disciples. Those special honorary, outer, or inner disciples that worked for elders or core disciples were located with them at the upper levels. Wei Wuyin's residence was located at the upper levels, which had a denser concentration of essence of heaven and earth, as well as scarlet kai emitted by the mountain itself. It was a prime area for cultivation and held the envy of the other disciples. In the upper levels was a particular residence in the form of an immortal palace. Unlike Wei Wuyin's residence, which was minimalistic and resembled a mortal mansion, this area was beyond luxurious, with fountains of fresh water sprinkling about, lush greenery and flowers that emit a heavenly fragrance, and a majestic silver palace that nearly touched the next level. This was Jiao Lang, one of the 9 core disciples of the Scarlet Solaris sect. In a particular area, a woman waltzed through a beautiful botanical garden that resembled an immortal field. It contained a heavenly aura that made one feel relaxed and at ease. If someone cultivated here, their processing of energies would definitely be sped up. She wore a green-colored robe with trims of scarlet. Her blonde hair was like a cascading waterfall as it brilliantly flowed towards her back, and her blue eyes held a natural power in them. Her lithe form, impeccable jade countenance, and bountiful breasts would leave many men staring absent-mindedly and lose their inhibitions. This woman caressed the flowers with her delicate and jade fingers. As she did, the elements swirled around her finger. A deep, verdant green chi would flow from her fingers and insert itself into the flowers. They would tremble as if excited by the blessing of an immortal. Some even experienced a transformation, and they bloomed or grew in size. It was miraculously beautiful. "Lady Jiu, Lady Jiu." A cute, short young girl cried softly as she raced towards the young woman in the field. Her expression was panicked and filled with urgency. Despite her rush, she ensured that no flowers in the field were damaged by her path. This girl was named xianxia. She was the most doted-on servant girl of Jiao Lang, and had an impressive cultivation at the first stage of qi condensation. Her aura was steady as well, showing her foundation was impeccable. Jiao Lang turned towards Xianxiao and sweetly smiled. "Xianxiao, what is so urgent you need to run here?" She could tell that Xianxiao had faint sweat on her forehead. As she was sent to watch the outer competition, she knew that something amazing had happened. With grace, she lightly waved her hand, and deep, verdant green chi was carried by the air. It washed over Xianxiao during her approach. Suddenly, she felt light and relaxed. Her panicked expression was gone and filled with bliss. It was only after a few seconds before she regained herself and was deeply shocked. "Lady Jiu, you've reached the elemental birth phase. You've birthed wood chi." Her shock was legitimate and appropriate. Typically, out of 10,000 third phase experts, only one would birth an advanced elemental chi. Cultivation was simply that difficult. Even if one cultivated the innate wood essence energy born from the flowers, grass, trees, and stayed in the forest, deeply cultivating for 20 years, the chances of giving birth to wood chi was about 2%. Even Wei Wuyin needed a material that had existed for 1,000 years with constant nourishment of heaven and earth, and only then was it possible for him to give birth to metal chi. The harsher fact was that it wasn't a guarantee to succeed, and he had only done so due to his outstanding natural talent. This was one of the main reasons Elder Jai had decisively expressed his position. Jiao Lang smiled. "Tell me, why did you need to rush here?" With her cultivation base reaching this extent, she was certain that she was invincible amongst the core disciples, and her position would certainly change. Oh, yes, yes. Yu Xiaoxiao finally regained her wit and quickly explained, "The outer competition has ended, but an upset happened. Elder Jai had revealed to be a part of that Wei Wuyin's faction, and secretly and openly helped his members while attacking ours. Because of him, only one member of our outer member faction made it to top 10. None of Gui Tao's faction members made it." Her words caused Jiao Lang to start. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Elder Jai was one of the top 3 core elders and held an immense amount of personal power, sectoral authority, and influence in the cultivation world. He had lived for over 100 years and had long since removed himself from the race amongst core disciples, having stayed neutral the entire of last generation and most of this generation of core disciples. How? Her mind tried to rack up a reasoning, but before she could process that information, Yu Xiaoxiao hit her with more. Elder Jai has even stated his stance verbally after the contest. He blatantly cheated, yet he declared it openly. Because he was elected, they couldn't remove him. The fact that he stated his stance was very telling and foreboding. She didn't believe that Wei Wuyin had one Elder Jai due to his merits or potential, but likely a treasure he obtained during his mission against the Violet Moon Sect. She gritted her pearly white teeth, and her calm demeanor broke down. She had sent him on that mission to die, and had even inserted a spy, Chu Yan, into helping with the deed. Chu Yan was rather capable, being at the first stage of qi condensation. He had been placed as a spy by her into Wei Wuyin's faction the moment he became a core disciple. The fact that he had died in the mission and Wei Wuyin had returned had already displeased her greatly. The worst thing was her second attempt was thwarted as well. She had placed 2 of her trusted legion of assassins members to gain entry into Wei Wuyin's residence using that buffoon of a butler and launch an attack. They were both at the second stage of qi condensation and were the top members of her faction. They were honorary disciples that she nurtured for deadly purposes since they joined the sect. She even prevented them from rising in status to stealthily kill her targets. At first, she thought Wei Wuyin had indeed made a breakthrough into the elemental birth phase, and thus had even pushed her plans forward. Now she realized it was worse. He had gained the backing of Elder Jai, an upper-tier core elder. She was fuming in her heart as she connected the deaths of her assassins with Elder Jai. With his influence and cultivation base, learning of those 2 was easy. If he decided to invest in Wei Wuyin, then it made sense that they were dispatched. Her jade hands clenched. Yu Xiaoxiao's expression grew concerned and fearful. She knew the implication of this, and it was huge. If Jiao Lang couldn't deal with this, even though she was at the elemental birth phase now, her life wouldn't be easy any longer. She may even be driven to his arms. Yu Xiaoxiao shivered thinking this. "Xiaoxiao, tell Elder Mei to have our inner disciples withdraw from the competition," Jiao Lang ordered. Yu Xiaoxiao started in disbelief. This was an extreme measure, but after a second she realized it was the only option. If Elder Jai was helping Wei Wuyin's members in the inner competition, then their deaths or injury would be nearly certain. In fact, Tao Gui and Jiao Lang couldn't allow their members to participate. Of course, not all of them would accept this, and those wishing to target the core rank would still enter. But their relationship isn't something that could be eradicated in a moment. They would be targeted and at a disadvantage during the competition. If they faced life-threatening circumstances, they wouldn't be saved. That was devastating. But to each their own risk, to each their own goal. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and ran off. Her qi circulated as great as it could as she dashed away in a hurry. Jiao Lang stayed silent for a while in thought. Her beautiful face carried an expression of indecision and hatred. After birthing Wood Qi, she should have been a rising star. While she may still obtain first place in the core disciple competition, with Wei Wuyin's new backing, that would still cause many of her plans to falter. In fact, the rewards may even change. Her dreams of transforming her heart of Kai into a heart of scarlet Kai was fading. Unless, as she thought more on the subject, her eyes grew firm and determined. She walked away from her garden and made her way into her palace. After arriving at her own luxurious room, with a bed fit for a literal queen, and a mirror as clear and large as 10 meters, she made her way to the mirror. Her reflection was perfect, a blonde beauty with great assets and extraordinary talent. She whispered to herself as she stared at the mirror, "I will become great. I will reach the peak of Wu country. I will become immortal." Her words carried undoubtable determination and willpower. She flourished her sleeves, placing her hand lightly on the mirror and sending a strand of qi into it. A change suddenly took place as the mirror started to become translucent, losing its reflecting capabilities as its intrinsic properties shifted. Soon, it disappeared entirely. What was revealed was dark depths and gray stairs. Its unlit walls felt like a beast's throat as it descended into the unknown. Geo Lang stepped into this newly created passage and entered. As she stepped completely inside, the mirror was recreated and only the bedroom was reflected. Geo Lang descended until she met a wooden door with black steel latches. A torch was lit at the top of the door, allowing one to know its direction. With a press, the door opened and revealed a room. This room had dark gray walls and dimly lit torches. It gave a hollow feeling and felt suffocating, but Geo Lang had no discomfort. Instead, she walked with a completely calm expression. Within the room was a vertical table, and on this table was a dark-skinned male. He was strapped by shackles to his 4 limbs and completely naked. Near his crotch was a metallic contraption like a liquid funnel. It was embedded below his belly button. A faint golden light was dripping into a porcelain bottle from the funnel. It was filled with his extracted innate yang energies. Geo Lang walked over and saw this man, her eyes indifferent to his situation. Instead, she grabbed the porcelain bottle and shook it slightly. She revealed a slight look of disappointment before placing a top on it and replacing it with a new one. Please, Kai kill me." A sudden hoarse voice shook the quiet atmosphere. The man had a face of agony as he begged, deciding his life wasn't worth living in this state. However, Geo Lang coldly looked at him and left. The man wanted to howl, but his voice had long since nearly vanished because of his screams. In fact, he couldn't speak anymore even if he wanted to. He had no energy to do so. Geo Lang appeared at another section of the room. This time, a woman was seated in a cross-legged position. Her hands and feet had short nails in them. While she could still move, the nails seemed to be permanently embedded into her skin. If one looked at her with spiritual sense, they would realize the nails were restricting her qi flow and dispersing her physical energies. She couldn't do much besides meditate in her position. Even crawling would be a struggle that was beyond her current capabilities. Despite her inherent weakness, her eyes held an apathetic gaze as if all of this was not happening to her. Her eyes, hair, and internal blood was the color of emeralds, dazzling and brilliant. They even glowed in this dimly lit room. As she looked at Geo Lang, her eyes held no emotion. Geo Lang walked over and looked at this woman. She was beautiful with long, smooth hair, and a fascinating countenance that even she found hard to compare to. Despite being in rags and in such a state, she still carried a faint air of nobility and otherworldly prestige. Her eyes sharply narrowed. "I must thank you. Because of your yin wood essence heart blood, I've birthed wood qi." A cold smile hung at her lips. The young woman didn't reply, only indifferently looked at Geo Lang like she was looking at an insignificant bystander. "Unfortunately, I'll need a little more. With it, I'll be closer to ascending to the next phase and solidify my foundation. May I have some?" Geo Lang feigned politeness. She had already taken out a rather large syringe. It was about the size of a newborn baby's arm. The needle was long yet exceptionally fine. With a ruthless thrust, it stabbed into the woman's chest, entering her heart. The woman didn't even blink or shout in pain, her expression the same. Geo Lang smiled as she extracted emerald-colored blood. If a drop were to dangle from a finger, the majority of the world would think it was an emerald fashioned in the form of a drop of liquid. After extracting enough to satisfy her, she smiled, "Thank you." Storing the syringe, she left. As she was about to reach the door, a melodious voice echoed, "Soon." Geo Lang stilled. She didn't bother turning around. She softly snorted and left. The outer competition ended, and soon the inner competition had begun. The format for the two competitions were different yet the same. They were both elimination rounds to decide the top 3 contestants. The platforms were shifted and connected. What was originally hundreds were now turned into a dozen. The amount of inner disciples in comparison was about 1 to 100. There were a little over 100,000 outer disciples in the sect, but only 1,000 inner disciples. In fact, it was only 1,000 because of how competitions are held and how promotions work. The inner disciples rotate, and those who reach the age of 50 each year are immediately inducted as elders. Then the outer disciples who either win, earn enough contribution points, or are recommended by elders are promoted to fill the void. Wei Wuyin had nearly 80 inner disciples under him. If one included the newly added 4 from the competition, he had a total of 81. In the crowd, Wei Wuyin watched the ongoing competition and couldn't help but be somewhat shocked. Those of Tao Gui's and Geo Lang's faction had mostly withdrawn from the competition. This only left 7 core disciple factions. And since the two had a total of about 20% of inner disciples, the turnout was massively lower than expected. Not all inner disciples would participate in the competition, as the threat of death or maiming was a real possibility. Even Wei Wuyin's faction only had about 20 members entering. In fact, about 300 members had registered in total. Yet now, only 100 showed up. Most of the unaccounted were those who didn't wish to battle under any disadvantage. Their lives were on the line, so facing Wei Wuyin's members would be a nightmare. If they did attack them, who knew if Elder Jai would save them later? Who knew if he wouldn't place a suppressing chi art on them? It was unfair, but in life, what was fair? If that was going to be the case, they did not wish to risk the one thing that they couldn't afford to lose. The competition ended with very little suspense. Elder Jai influenced the competition, and the top 3 members were set, 2 of which were a part of Wei Wuyin's faction. Wei Wuyin stood patiently in his own VIP room overlooking the greater area of the Colosseum. From his height and view, he could see all things clearly. Beside him was a gray-haired old man with no wrinkles and eyes effusing vitality. Elder Jai had a stern expression on his face, his mind circulating swiftly as he internally settled on some matters and plans. After the outer competition had been brought to a conclusion, he had verbally declared his alliance with Wei Wuyin's faction, solidifying his stance and buying goodwill. The young man before him had reached the 4th stage of chi condensation and birthed metal chi before the age of 30. His potential was literally limitless. As a male, someone with the ability to generate innate yang energy, reaching the 5th stage of chi condensation, yang growth, was 100 times easier than a woman. If the person before him was a woman, he wouldn't accept this line of thought, as the difficulty to reach the 5th stage was unimaginable unless they obtained a treasured object of heaven and earth, or slept with an astonishing amount of men in dual cultivation. Not many women would be willing to become the toys of men in such a fashion for so long. As for men, lone cultivation and dual cultivation was more than enough to reach that phase. He had also reached his cultivation level after 30 years of this type of cultivation. For someone as talented as Wei Wuyin, it'll probably take a lot shorter. As a young man with vibrant yang, what he could accomplish was a lot more than what he himself could, as he had already neared 100 years at the time. The logic also flowed backwards. The 4th phase was 100 times easier to reach for women. In fact, the majority of core elders were female, about 70%, and most disciples taken by elders were female as well. If Wei Wuyin had never found a woman with a 3-point yin body, the chances of reaching the 4th phase without wild debauchery, or finding a treasure even greater than the steel essence source of a yin nature. It would likely take him 20 years before forming yin within chi. Elder Jai smiled. Yes, Geo Lang was responsible for your selection to perform the Violet Moon Sect's remnant clearing mission, Elder Jai informed. Wei Wuyin had been certain of the matter, but a verbal confirmation was best. After all, Tao Gui, another core disciple, could be responsible just as well. She had also sent those 2 assassins to your home, had them nest in there for an entire month after learning of your success. We've been keeping a watch on those fake honorary disciples she formed for her so-called Legion of Assassins, and those 2 held the highest cultivation level outside of its leader, Elder Nai. Because of Elder Nai's actions, the incident was swept under the rug. After all, she's a mistress of a grand elder. Her position may be lower than mine, but her sectoral power is astonishing. As she's the aunt of Geo Lang, it's only expected. Elder Jai explained unapologetically. Wei Wuyin wasn't surprised by this news. It was this very background of Geo Lang that she was so terrifying, capable of sending a core disciple on a mission. In the Scarlet Solaris sect, there were positions above the core elder. They were Grand Elder, Prime Elder, Head Elder, Vice Sect Leader, and Sect Leader. Besides the Prime Elder position, which is reserved for retired Vice Sect and Sect Leaders, the others are gained by contribution and cultivation. In fact, all of those positions had the minimum requirements of reaching the 6th stage of Qi condensation, false reality phase. This phase was considered the hardest phase to enter amongst the 9 phases, regardless of gender, and was such a huge stopgap that few ever reached it. The false reality phase entailed the perfect synchronization of yin and yang energies, establishing a complete and perfect balance and cycle to produce yin-yang qi. Those who wielded this qi were often given a title to those who obtained it by the mortal people, God. While it may sound exaggerated, the concept of yin-yang was beyond profound. It embodied the conceptualization of imagination with qi as its source, giving form from nothing and vitality to form. With the 4 elemental energies infused within, one could create true water, fire, earth, and wind. These elements could then interact with the world on the most fundamental level. While Wei Wuyin may be able to create fire, in truth, what he did was give appropriate form and direction to fire energy. While it would be crude to say he only created heat with the illusion of fire, it was as such. If it wasn't, Wei Wuyin would have burned down his mansion with his fire qi art. At that level, while the things created have yet to gain permanence, the ability of self-sustaining itself without qi fueling it meant it could burn down forests, drown cities, and create mountains, albeit temporarily. A cultivator at this phase gives their metaphysical qi the ability to create. Out of the 9 phases, this phase was undoubtedly the hardest to overcome. So for Geo Lang's aunt, a core elder, to be a mistress to one such cultivator only displayed her current protection level. Even with Elder Jai now backing him, Elder Nai would easily interfere with any attempts to claim Geo Lang's life. While she may not interfere if things were made difficult for Geo Lang, like having to withdraw from the inner competition, if he made a move openly, it's unlikely he'll be able to stay in the sect, regardless of whether he succeeds or fails. Elder Jai was a smart, wily old man, so he knew how to pick his battles and place his bets. Wei Wuyin knew that he wished to use his momentum to rise. After all, those who reach the yang growth phase have a lifespan of 200 years, with at least 170 years ahead of him, and his astonishing talent. Wei Wuyin had a great chance of reaching the 6th phase and helping him do the same. That's fine. I don't intend to make hasty plans based on rash emotions, Wei Wuyin reassured. Elder Jai nodded approvingly. To have your life threatened and still remain calm, it was rare in youths. However, for someone to reach Wei Wuyin's cultivation level, they needed a certain patience. What's the core disciple competition going to be? Wei Wuyin asked. Unlike the outer and inner disciple competition, which were battle royale elimination style, the core disciple competition was different and focused on trials. The only exception was the challenge before the main event, where the 3 inner disciples who place top 3 can issue challenges against the 9 core disciples to replace them. Only after will the true event occur. Elder Jai furrowed his brows. This competition was decided differently than before. For some reason, the sect seemed urgent to have the sect competitions end sooner. Usually, the core disciple competition would be a hunt, challenge, or battlefield where points can be accrued and define placements, but this time, it seems the sect leader has changed it. Wei Wuyin was mildly shocked. Changed? What could the enigmatic sect leader of theirs have in mind? If it was based on a hunt, then his first placement wasn't clear. But if it was a challenge or battlefield, he was certain to obtain first place. After all, hunts used one's own faction strength. Before, when he had just replaced a core disciple, the competition was a battlefield because he had replaced a core disciple 2 years ago. Last year it was a hunt, and he had placed last. His faction was still developing, and since no one took an inner disciple position, it was a given. If it was on faction strength, it'll be difficult to reach first, but third place was likely as his individual strength could rival a core elder. Elder Jis' expression grew strange. What I know is that it revolves around a Kai art or method. It'll likely test comprehension ability, and regardless if a person replaces a core disciple, it'll remain the same. This is the little we've been told. Elder Jai had a little helplessness in his eyes. He wanted to help Wei Wuyin succeed, but he wouldn't be able to. Wei Wuyin nodded. If it was based on comprehension, then it'll test intelligence and understanding. Even though his cultivation base was profound, a few of the phases he'd overcome required some comprehension, but most were accumulation and condensation. Only those attempting to ascend the sixth stage of qi condensation will need to comprehend yin-yang. As he pondered, an announcer voice echoed, "All core disciple participants, please come to the main platform for the challenge." Wei Wuyin looked outwards and saw an elder standing with 3 youths behind him. Those were the 3 inner disciples who placed top 3, 2 of which belonged to his faction. A young woman with auburn hair and a tall, lithe frame stood proudly on stage. She radiated a natural grace, and her eyes radiated pride. Her name was Lai Fei. She was a member of Wei Wuyin's faction, and had a cultivation at the first stage of qi condensation, Kai creation. Her aura was steady and strong. In comparison, Su Mei's aura was unsteady, and the flow of qi had yet to abate into a calmer state. This was a sign that her heart of Kai had just been created, and her body had yet to adapt. However, Lai Fei was the complete opposite. With a little bit more, she could ascend to the second phase, allowing her qi to externalize. The other was a young man with blonde hair and green eyes. His body exuded a regal aura, and he seemed to be nobility. As he stood there, it was as if he commanded respect. This was Han Yu. He was also a part of Wei Wuyin's faction, and was one of Wei Wuyin's earlier subordinates during his first few months as a core disciple. He had been a vice-captain during the mission against the Violet Moon, Sect, alongside Chu Yan. His cultivation was also at the first phase, Kai creation. His aura was just as steady, but there was a hint of a unique affinity to it that resembled the sea. Supposedly, Han Yu had a bloodline that could give birth to a unique qi state. In fact, because of this bloodline, his heart of Kai had already transformed into a heart of aquatic Kai. While its true abilities wouldn't present itself until he reached the elemental birth phase, he could still prematurely use aquatic-based qi arts. He could breathe in water or influence the liquid composition of his body. While it had little effect currently, it would make him a fearsome water elemental cultivator when he comes into his own. Wei Wuyin had always paid him close attention because of this. At the elemental birth phase, he was bound to be a top-tier inner elder, and if he could give form to his qi, his strength would also be top-tier. The last person was another woman. Her eyes were dark brown and so was her hair. She had a calm, nearly eerie gaze as she just stared into empty space. She was an oddity as she belonged to no faction. However, Wei Wuyin recognized her. Her name was Gui. She had a very dark history from what he recalled. Like him, she started as an honorary disciple, but she was allowed entry due to a marriage with an outer disciple and not clan connections like him. Supposedly, that disciple died from unknown circumstances, but there were malicious rumors. Because of that connection, Not many attempted to recruit her, likely already knowing the full story. However, Wei Wuyin had just joined at the time and was building his faction from nothing. Therefore, he attempted to recruit her. She had rejected him. Wei Wuyin could even tell that her eyes looked at him with some prejudice, so he didn't press or take offense. Everyone had their own story, and he didn't intend to force a recruitment. He sighed softly. "Then I'll talk to you later, Elder Jai." Wei Wuyin said this and left. Elder Jai nodded. When Wei Wuyin arrived on the main platform at the center of the Colosseum, he saw several figures standing in odd places facing the elder in charge, Elder Bai. He was an old, white-haired old man at the fourth stage of qi condensation, yin form phase. His eyes held the distinct lack of vitality, but seemed to birth things from imagination. Wei Wuyin analyzed the core disciples who arrived. All 8 had arrived and he was last. He smiled at this and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Tao Gui, who was a muscular giant, stood tall while holding a gigantic warhammer that exceeded his already 2.5-meter height. The warhammer was drenched in gold and flickered with elemental energies of metal. If one stared at it for too long, their eyes would hurt. Jiao Lang had a calm expression, but stole the spotlight from everyone. Her beautiful face and astonishing female assets drew the gazes of nearly all the men in the crowd. Wei Wuyin looked at her for a moment before looking elsewhere, but his eyes flickered with an enlightened light. She's reached the elemental birth phase. Interesting. As he glanced about, he saw the other 6, 4 girls and 2 guys. There was He Long, a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes. He carried a large arming sword on his back. It, like Tao Gui's weapon, exceeded his natural height. It was diagonally placed for that reason. Mei Mei, a woman who was actually nearing her 50s, being the longest established core disciple. Despite her makeup and beautification methods, one could still see age in her body. Her height stood at 5 feet 5 inches, had a petite figure, long brown hair cascading down her back, with a pert nose and light brown eyes. Despite her makeup, she had natural freckles on her face that were faint, but added a down-to-earth allure. The most notable traits of her entirety was her full lips that looked as if they contained the softest touch. She looked at Wei Wuyin and smiled sweetly. Her cultivation base was still at the second stage of qi condensation despite her age. Wei Wuyin replied with a smile of his own. If amongst the factions of core disciples, Wei Wuyin had enemies and allies, then Mei Mei was his ally. In fact, he was formerly a member of her faction when he was an outer and inner disciple. Originally, he saw her as a big sister-like character until one night where she came to his core disciple residence and stayed in his bed. At that time, their relationship and connection strengthened, and Wei Wuyin had a good impression of this woman. Xu Yang and Xu Yin were twins who stood together. They were similar in height and face, and both were exceptionally good-looking with brown skin and light brown eyes. They were twins born from the Xu clan, a staunch ally of the Scarlet Solaris sect. Normally, Wei Wuyin would have a good impression of them, but one day, while he engaged in conversation with Xu Yin, he was attacked by Xu Yang. It was then that he realized that his actions of getting close to Xu Yin, his outstanding appearance, and talent had elicited jealousy and fear from Xu Yang. They had a weird and undefined incestuous relationship. While others in the sect, the majority actually, just assumed Xu Yang was overprotective. Xu Yang's eyes looked towards him with a little bit of disdain and contempt. Wei Wuyin laughed inwardly at his attitude. In fact, he had nothing against their relationship or him personally. The mortal clans and even royalty often believed in tight bloodlines for purity's sake, so familial weddings happened more often than one would expect. This didn't even include the fact that with strength, power, and desire came a need for the normally forbidden or hard to obtain. As they were both at the second stage of qi condensation, it gave them the ability to do whatever they wished. The last 2 were the number 1 and number 2 in the core disciples, ranking in terms of individual strength, with them both reaching the elemental birth phase. Yan Zhu, a woman who stood ramrod straight and exuded a natural magnificence. She had short black hair and wore light armor that tightly hugged her body. Despite the aura she emitted, she had excellent female assets as well. In her hand was a spear held vertical and proud. She felt like a gate guardian of heaven as she stood there. With her short hair and light armor, she cut a heroic figure. Wei Wuyin looked at her and sighed helplessly. This woman was bothersome to deal with, so he didn't try to formulate a relationship. The other was xianxia, a beautiful vixen. A dark-skinned woman with dark brown, long hair with white highlights. She wore revealing and thin clothes that left little to the imagination. Her bountiful breasts, larger than a baby's head, and perfectly round and perky ass were eye-catching. And she was drop-dead gorgeous as she exuded a sexy charm. Wei Wuyin decided to not even look. This woman cultivated a unique qi art and was just beyond troublesome, more so than Yan Zhu, who was fierce and unbending. If you were to be lured to her side, you probably wouldn't even know how you died. When he arrived, the elder Bai nodded. With all disciples of core rank present, let's begin the challenge. His words caused the crowd to cheer in anticipation. This was the moment where factions change and power shifted. With the challenge beginning, all of the core disciples had calm expressions, and Yan Zhu had her eyes closed. As the #1 core disciple in terms of cultivation and ability, she didn't have to worry about being challenged. Xianxia was the same as she sent a flirtatious wink towards Han Yu, who nearly broke out of his noble expression as his aura shifted slightly. However, he regained himself and frowned. Wei Wuyin looked towards Xianxia. As if noticing, Xianxia looked towards Wei Wuyin with a sweet smile. She placed her index finger on her lips apologetically, and it entered her mouth slightly, as if by accident. But the manner was very suggestive. He sighed in his heart and ignored her. Xianxia was a true vixen, and her unique qi art was something to be worried about. If he didn't have enough willpower, he would have long since been her prey. Xianxia revealed a sweet, lustful gaze outwardly, but her heart shook inwardly. She was the #2 strongest, only eclipsed by that stubborn Yan Zhu, and her prowess could throw anyone who had yet to reach the 4th stage of qi condensation into a turmoil. However, Wei Wuyin was unaffected. Did he already birth elemental qi? If so, does he truly have a cultivation treasure or just insanely talented? As her mind drifted with all sorts of thoughts and conclusions, Han Yu stepped forward. Han Yu wishes to challenge. His words caused everyone to be intrigued. Han Yu was at the 1st stage of qi condensation, but all of the core disciples had long since entered the 2nd stage of qi condensation. They expected Kugui to act, not Han Yu. However, this only caused many to speculate. After all, if Han Yu was willing to challenge, then he must be prepared for death or maiming, so his confidence for success must be high. When Han Yu stepped forward, Wei Wuyin frowned. He turned towards Jiao Lang and saw her expression was as normal as ever, and then his eyes narrowed. He looked towards Xianxia once again. This time, a flicker of killing intent within. Xianxia grew even more shocked, feeling his killing intent. Does he know, or is he probing my intentions? She couldn't help but inwardly think. Outwardly, she retained her normal lustful expression, and her qi didn't fluctuate irregularly at Wei Wuyin's intent. Han Yu stepped down. Wei Wuyin directly declared, causing the crowd to be shocked. However, what happened next threw everyone for a loop as Han Yu said, "I challenge core disciple Mei Mei." Oh God, I thought Mei Mei's faction and Wei Wuyin's faction were allied. What is this? A crowd member with an especially loud mouth exclaimed aloud. However, the thought was on everyone's mind. How could this happen? Not to mention, Wei Wuyin ordered him to rescind his challenge but was ignored. Wei Wuyin turned towards Mei Mei and he could see her shocked expression. "Be careful," he earnestly warned. At first, Mei Mei thought this was a ploy by Wei Wuyin, but seeing his concerned and slightly angered gaze, she knew it wasn't him. As the oldest core disciple amongst the set, she had the most experience, but also the lowest displayed potential. Despite that, she maintained her spot for this long. Mostly it had to do with her own machinations and plans, but this was unexpected. Despite that, she was confident in beating Han Yu even if his true cultivation was concealed and higher than the first phase. She softly nodded. She stepped forward and accepted the challenge with her actions, withdrawing a blue sword from her spatial ring. She calmly faced Han Yu. Elder Bai ordered, "All those not participating withdraw." Wei Wuyin and the rest kicked off brilliantly, landing outside the platform at its edge. Han Yu didn't pull out a weapon. Instead, he got into a martial stance and steadied himself. One could see the qi circulating through his body as earthly dust kicked up beneath his feet. When Wei Wuyin saw this, he frowned. However, the challenge had very specific rules. He couldn't interfere in any manner unless he wished to lose his core disciple status as a result. So all he could do was watch and be a humble spectator. Mei Mei sprinted forward. Her speed was swift and fully exhibited the physical capabilities of a cultivator. At the second stage of qi condensation, she created a thin ward of qi that hugged her body protectively. As one reached the point of externalizing their qi, they could use various elementary level qi arts, such as forming a bodily qi ward, an essential technique for any and all cultivators of any phase. Han Yu could not perform that, but he could strengthen his body via rapid qi circulation. Mei Mei reached a few feet away as she prepared to send a qi wave slicing towards her Han Yu in a probing strike. But then her eyes contracted suddenly. Han Yu's body had abruptly become like an overly stuffed doll as it puffed up. It expanded in a split second to become like a puffer fish. His lips, muscles, and fat looked swollen to their limits. Beneath his skin was a rapid flow of cyan light, like turbulent rivers being born. It was as if he could explode at any moment. Mei Mei was caught completely off guard as she tried to recall her qi flow, but it caused a slight rebound that delayed her retreat. A sudden urge to spurt blood emerged, but she suppressed it. Wei Wuyin's eyes widened in shock, but not just his. Everyone, including Jiao Lang and Tao Gui, eyes widened. Only two people were exempt, Ling Ye and another. She had an expectant gaze. For love, Han Yu's voice became distorted as his qi started to surge wildly, and before long, boom, the explosion sent massive waves of intense qi flowing out in a violent manner. Han Yu had self-destructed and turned himself into a literal bomb. All of his qi and his heart of Kai had been explosively sent in all directions in an insane suicidal attack. It was unexpected as his status was just on the rise, but his last words were very telling. Mei Mei's face grew pale as the explosion engulfed her body. With wild force, she was rocketed outwards like a flung piece of trash. Her body left a trail of violent qi and blood, as she made an arc so far that she landed on another platform. The disheartening, horrific thud of broken bones was like a wake-up call to everyone. Oh shit, Han Yu actually detonated his heart of Kai. Someone cried. Why? He killed himself for what? He was an inner disciple who had a limitless future. Others cried in disbelief. For love, apparently. Someone who had good hearing and heard Han Yu's final words shouted in extreme derision. After all, without life, how can you enjoy love? Wei Wuyin's eyes were dark. His eyes flashed a silver shine as he executed the spiritual spell, Iron Core Eyes. With that, he could sense the quintessential life energy in her body. If she were dead, it would flow out without end. Fortunately, it was steadily flowing through her body. However, she left a figure of blood, a horrifying sight. Elder Bai looked at the situation and tried to have his mind catch up to what happened like the rest. He kicked off and arrived next to Mei Mei, and his gaze flickered. She's alive, the winner of the challenge, Mei Mei. As a judge, he immediately declared before returning to his original spot, leaving Mei Mei where she was. There was no medic team arriving or in wait. That was the cruelty of the challenge. Wei Wuyin kicked off now that the match was officially over. He arrived next to her with a cold gaze. He could see her body squirming as she tried to move, but her muscles and flesh had been torn into places. If it wasn't for her powerful body and firm foundation, it's unlikely anyone at her cultivation level could survive that. If her current state was surviving, a self-destruction from a Kai creation phase cultivator could kill someone at the elemental birth phase if they were caught unawares. However, how long and hard must one cultivate to even touch upon the chi condensation realm? Who in their right mind would surrender their life without a serious grudge or with utter hopelessness? He wanted to help her, but he hadn't reached the yang growth, so he couldn't nourish her body with vitality. He would feed her a pill, but if she died right after, others could use that to strip him of his status or even get him crippled. He took a deep breath and left, returning to his spot. His gaze was icy cold. No one attempted to touch Mei Mei's body. Her life and death would be decided by her willpower, and if she could last until all the proceedings were over. Elder Bai continued without care. All other challengers stepped forward. At the moment, Lai Fei was conflicted. Her gaze towards Mei Mei was like a battle between angelic and devilish forces. At the moment, Mei Mei could only forfeit her position as a core disciple. If anyone challenged her, she would lose her status, power, and various cultivation benefits. Having made many enemies, it's likely her fate would be absolutely pathetic now that she wouldn't be protected by the sect in the same way as before. It would be lucky if the next time she left the sect, she wasn't crippled and turned into a slave and just directly killed. That was if she wasn't crippled already. Lai Fei was a part of Wei Wuyin's faction, and thus were allies with Mei Mei's faction. She had received her favor and support from her subordinates, so challenging her right now would be ungrateful. Worse, if Wei Wuyin decided to target her because of this. He now had Elder Jis backing, but core rank status came with immensely tempting benefits. While her ongoing struggle happened, a cold voice sounded. Kagui challenges core disciple Mei Mei. There was silence, and everyone's gaze looked towards the woman who many were unsure was alive or dead. Her bloody body had faint drag marks as she was obviously slowly clawing her way somewhere. A feeling of pity emerged in all their hearts. Wei Wuyin looked at Kagui, and his cold gaze turned indifferent. After 10 minutes, Kagui was automatically declared the winner and promoted to core rank. As a core disciple, she would inherit all the things Mei Mei had, and Mei Mei's subordinates and faction would be broken apart. With that, the challenge concluded in an unexpected fashion. Han Yu, a genius with a bloodline, self-destructed and caused Mei Mei, the oldest core disciple, to lose her status and position. Let the core competition commence, Elder Bai declared. So soon, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Usually, the basic information about the core competition would be announced now and then explained several days after the challenge, to give participants time to plan and make last-minute preparations. This was also because of the chance of a new core disciple being bestowed their rank. During this period of time, the newly promoted core disciple had some reprieve to attempt a recruitment of some members for the competition. While they would likely place ninth, it was still beneficial and helped the core disciple establish a solid base to move forward. Now, however, it was going to just start. In that case, the situation now had to be different than previous competitions. This excited the crowd, and even the core disciples grew restless in their hearts. While some, like Wei Wuyin, had avenues of information and knew of the oddity that was this competition, none of them knew what it was truly going to be about. Elder Bai's expression turned stern as he looked towards the core disciples. The competition will be held at the Scarlet Tao Temple. However, before we relocate, you all will be given an explanation and choice. His words once more caused an uproar amongst the crowd, and even the core disciples were curious about this choice mentioned. As for the Scarlet Tao Temple, they knew of it and had all entered it. It was the main warehouse for the myriad of chi arts and spiritual spells of the sect. They waited patiently as Elder Bai continued. The competition will be cultivation. In particular, the cultivation of an ancient chi method. Not only will you be exposed to this method, but you will be able to cultivate it even after the trial. However, the ancient chi method is fierce, and accidents can happen, even chi deviation. Therefore, you all will have the choice to withdraw at this moment. I will stress, Elder Bai's eyes flashed with a sense of profound heaviness. There is a chance of chi deviation, so those with poor willpower should choose carefully. His words caused the clamor of the crowd to stop and grow silent. They were all observing the 9 disciples. Wei Wuyin pondered. Kai arts and Kai methods were two very different things. Kai arts were ways to exercise your qi in a particular fashion and accomplish a particular action. Kai methods were how to cultivate qi and its foundation. Everyone had a Kai method, and the Scarlet Solaris sect had the Scarlet Solaris Kai method that allows one to absorb Scarlet Kai to transform the heart of Kai into a heart of Scarlet Kai, allowing one's metaphysical qi to inherently become metaphysical Scarlet Kai. This ancient qi method must have extraordinary requirements for cultivation. If there's a chance of qi deviation, then it had to stress talent heavily. No wonder they would only give core disciples the opportunity. According to Elder Jai, it required high comprehension and intelligence. Tao Gui spoke out at this moment, breaking the solemn silence. Has there ever been someone who successfully cultivated the method? This question perked the hearts of all the disciples. Indeed, if it had never succeeded, then it was defective, and therefore choosing to withdraw was the right decision. Which cultivator didn't value their lives to a certain extent? They reached their current level with countless hours and days of loneliness and meditation. How could they throw that away needlessly? Elder Bai responded quickly, as if he expected the question. Yes, I'll say it has been cultivated to the 4th level, and has a total of 7 levels. However, no one has cultivated to the 5th level. As he vaguely explained this, the others now had a faint understanding of the situation. This was an opportunity and a trial. Perhaps the first obstacle required was self-confidence. However, there would still be a few cautious fellows who would sit back and not participate. For example, cultivating a risky method for no reason other than some dregs of benefits was too little. Wei Wuyin knew that Mei Mei would refuse. As he thought of that, he glanced at the bloody figure in the distance. He sighed inwardly. I will also mention the reward for the trial's placements. 3rd place will be able to receive 3 elemental stones of their choice, and a Scarlet Kai stone. 2nd place will receive that, and the ability to enter the cultivation grounds of any area except the Scarlet Kai Pond for 6 months. 1st place will receive an entire 3 months in the Scarlet Kai Pond and a refined yin stone, including the benefits of 3rd and 2nd place. A silence unlike ever before was born. It was eerie, and only the sounds of rapid heartbeats could be heard. Wei Wuyin's eyes were wider than a full moon and his body shivered. Holy fuck, this! Holy fuck! Wei Wuyin knew that elemental stones were condensed materials of heaven and earth, requiring a century minimum of nourishment. They were great sources of cultivation, as they contained dense elemental energies that can birth elements in one's heart of Kai, or even strengthen the body. When he became a core disciple, he was told that every 5 years he would receive 1 elemental stone of his choice. 1, just 1. As for Scarlet Kai stones, they were stones condensed by the Scarlet Kai Pond, and were similar to elemental stones, requiring an incredibly long time before they were produced. 3rd place already exceeded last year's total prizes. Being in the Scarlet Kai Pond for a week did not amount to 1 Scarlet Kai stone. In fact, it would be better to say it was equivalent to a month of cultivation in the Scarlet Kai Pond. If 3rd place placement was already so great, then 2nd place, which included all that, and 6 months of cultivation in any cultivation grounds, was miraculous. As a core disciple for the last 2 years, he had cultivated a total of 3 days in any given cultivation ground. If he wanted to use them, he had to generate an absurd amount of contribution points, and they were consumed by the hour. They were mostly reserved for core elders and above. An entire 6 months was an insane amount of time. With the elemental stones of their choice and a Scarlet Kai stone, weren't their futures truly limitless? The first one didn't need to be stated. Just being in the Scarlet Kai Pond for a week was like years of cultivation outside. With 3 months, condensing a heart of Scarlet Kai was an absolute given to anyone with a modicum of talent. They'll likely even ascend their cultivation phase to the next level. With the refined yin stone, becoming a fourth phase expert was a guarantee to anyone who placed first. Even after 3 full minutes, the entire coliseum of hundreds of thousands of members were silent. Elder Bai allowed them to process the information, especially the core disciples. Wei Wuyin and the rest knew that with enticements like this, the risk must be immense. He took a deep breath and expelled a breath of turbid qi. Calming himself down, his eyes flashed with interest and determination. If he could get at least second place, he could. As his mind whirled, Geo Lang spoke. "I'll have to decline this challenge." Her voice was calm, and while many wanted to say she didn't have the heart to pursue benefits in the face of risk, no one could argue with her choice. In fact, not many were stupid enough to think that such a reward would come easy. Not to mention the risk, you would still have to compete. If all 9 participated, only 3 would receive anything outside of the ancient Qi method. As for the rest, if they underwent Qi deviation, would it be worth it? The obvious answer was no. Elder Bai looked at Geo Lang and smiled. "Hold a moment. There is also another condition." When those words were said, everyone's ears perked up. All those who decide not to participate will be stripped of their core rank and benefits, and be unable to enter the next core competition for 10 years. His words were like fireworks. What, holy shit, that's crazy harsh. Is this for real? Either risk it or lose one's status and faction. An impossible choice. Those that leave the core rank often have very short life expectancy. Do you remember Nai 2? Oh yeah, the one who lost to Wei Wuyin and his corpse showed up a few weeks later. What will they choose? Is this even a choice? The crowd was going absolutely nuts because of this condition. Either you participate or you lose your rank and status. You lose your right to establish and maintain a faction, and your enemies would go after you. Those in the core rank had protective barriers placed on them. In fact, if Geo Lang's assassins had killed Wei Wuyin, she would have been executed. This was not an exaggeration. They were ordered to injure, not kill. However, only assassins would be able to sneak and find an opportunity to strike without the person being on guard. It was also why Chu Yan didn't dare to resort to something like poison or directly killing with his own hands, but wanted to use the hands of others to do so. If he did, the sect would slam down on him and investigate thoroughly. His entire family and clan would definitely be implicated. Let's not even mention the blowback would hit Geo Lang, and she would also suffer severe consequences. If that foreign individual had killed Wei Wuyin, the investigation would have determined that they were not responsible, and it was due to a love affair. Nothing would come of it but the eventual hunting and slaughtering of that man, the woman, their entire family, and clan to set an example to the world. Even Wei Wuyin didn't dare help Mei Mei because if she died after, even with her status stripped, he could still be killed or crippled under a misunderstanding. Inner disciples had similar, but very loose protections. As long as he was careful, he could kill an inner disciple without any fuss and get away with it scot-free. The expression of everyone grew ugly upon hearing this. This was nothing more than forcing them. However, Wei Wuyin's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Geo Lang. If she became an inner disciple, as a beautiful woman with many enemies, he could find an opportunity. Or maybe he wouldn't even need one. Others may just obliterate her for him. He laughed coldly in his heart. Having already decided to participate, he didn't have any internal struggles. All those wishing to withdraw, please say so now. Elder Bai had a mirthy smile. These young geniuses were now faced with a near-impossible choice. How could he not have some jealousy in his heart over their talent and relish in their misfortune? The struggle was revealed in all of their eyes, except Wei Wuyin. When Elder Bai saw Wei Wuyin with a calm expression and a faint smile, he was deeply shocked. This child truly might have utmost confidence in his talent. In the end, no one withdrew. Xu Yang and Xu Yin were close to withdrawing as they argued back and forth, but settled on agreeing. Good, let's go. Elder Bai led the way to Scarlet Dao Temple as everyone followed. After a long walk, the 10 of them finally reached the Scarlet Dao Temple. Despite its name, It wasn't scarlet in color, but a dark gray. It looked like a simple monastery of a religious group. The only exception was at its doors. The characters for Scarlet were embedded in the left door and Dao in its right. They walked in. When they entered, a young woman stood at the center of the hall dressed in an azure robe. She stood next to a monolith that was completely golden, with characters carved onto its surface. It stood 8 meters high, and 3 grown men had to wrap around it to go from end to end. Its thickness and height wasn't its only impressive features, but the gold material it was made of. It emitted a dense aura of heaven and earth, and the area around it seemed to have a higher quality of essence of heaven and earth. If one cultivated directly beside it, their cultivation speed would definitely increase several fold. Wei Wuyin looked at the woman beside the monolith. A single word came to mind: gorgeous. She stood there straight with blue eyes like the ocean and long, brunette hair that flowed to her back and split at her shoulders. Those strands of hair seemed to be perfect, and they led one's gaze to a deep and bountiful cleavage. Her height wasn't impressive, being average, but her slim, bottle-like frame, incredible curves, and flawless jade skin left one breathless. Wei Wuyin had seen beautiful, but not this beautiful. Her long, thin eyelashes and phoenix-like eyes, that seemed to carry the truth to immortality, was far beyond anything he'd ever seen. It wasn't just him who was shocked by the woman. Xu Yang, Tao Gui, and Heilong were also speechless with intense eyes. Heilong was the worst of the 4. His pants grew tighter and revealed a modest tent. Despite being a sword wielder, his bearing was torn down before true beauty. Elder Bai had led them in, but his head was down and he immediately said, "I'll leave them to you, God Lord Lin." He hastily left without hesitation. Wei Wuyin broke free from his stupor, and his eyes flashed with vigilance and shock. God Lord. Those who could be called God Lord by title were insane experts. Those who have far exceeded the 6th phase and entered the 8th phase, infused spirituality. It was the last great watershed of cultivation in the qi condensation realm. The others reacted just as intensely. They knew that those at Godlord level were characters that ruled the 5 great sects in Wu country. In fact, there was only a single Godlord in the entire sect, and it was the head elder, otherwise known as ancestral elder by title. Even the vice sect leader, and prime elders weren't in this realm. However, the head elder of the sect was a male. This much they knew, so who was she? Her beautiful phoenix eyes swept them. It was as if all they had was unconcealable from her gaze. She lingered on Jiao Lang for a second, causing her heart to jump and feel insecure. She instinctively folded her arms around her chest, revealing her own bountiful mounds. Luckily for Jiao Lang, she moved her gaze away and looked at Wei Wuyin. There wasn't much lingering as she swiftly moved on. Heilong made a step and walked forward. Bang! Suddenly he kneeled on one knee. I, Heilong, have never seen someone so beautiful, more beautiful than the moon in the sky. I have given my life to the sword, but I realize that the grand sword Dao pales in comparison to you. For what have I been cultivating for, if not for this moment? I wish to ask for your hand in marriage. His words were sincere and provoked silence and odd looks from everyone. Wei Wuyin was taken aback. Did he not hear Elder Bai's words? He had said those words purposefully, so they knew not to offend a beauty out of lust. Her cultivation base was so profound, a breath could turn them into dust. Inwardly, he couldn't help but have some praise in his heart. He long had some courage to propose with a weak cultivation and young heart. His potential hasn't even been fully revealed, but he took his shot. Not many would. A few expected the woman to send him to the afterlife. But what happened next shocked them even more. I will accept if. Those 4 words were like thundering waves battering their minds. Her voice was also beautiful and soft, but held a unique power that could uplift the spirit. If you can reach the 5th level of this cultivation method. When her words finished, they all looked towards Heilong. His gaze was focused on the monolith, as a faint hope emerged in his chest. He got up and nodded with confidence. Then, "It's a pleasure to meet you, my beloved wife." A confident smile was on his face. This guy, is he an idiot? Wei Wuyin didn't bother anymore, but he wouldn't lie and say he wasn't tempted to take his shot too. In fact, he may as well do so, since he was going to cultivate the method regardless. Tao Gui and Xu Yang also stepped forwardly simultaneously and heavily kneeled on one knee. They also proclaimed their desire to marry this godlord, whose name they didn't even know outside of Lin. Xu Ying, Xu Yang's twin sister, had an odd expression on her face. A trace of jealousy and disdain flickered in her eyes. Jiao Lang, Lang Yi Yanju, and Kagui watched this, and contempt emerged in their eyes. This was pathetic to them, and jealousy was also in their eyes. To see such beauty before them left them feeling inferior. They pushed all their negative thoughts towards those boys. Wei Wuyin helplessly smiled as he withdrew his thought of doing the same and looked at the monolith. He couldn't help but grow curious about its origins and the method within. A method that, if cultivated to a high enough level, allowed a godlord character to be willing to marry someone they didn't know. However, the next words of the woman was like a nightmare from hell, dousing their ambitions. Any of you who doesn't cultivate to at least the second level, I'll cripple you for your words. The three were shocked and their hearts shook with fear, but Wei Wuyin interjected, "Why worry about the future? Your goal is the 5th level, right?" His words were like a lifeline in a cold lake, bringing them to shore. Indeed, since their goal was the 5th, why worry about anything lower? They would reach that easily. The godlord glanced at Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin saw her glance and turned respectful, no longer daring to speak out of turn. "I'll begin and explain the rules. No one is permitted to speak during," she said before turning towards the golden monolith. This monolith records an ancient chi method, one whose origins exceed 10,000 years. It is called the Haven Heart Kai method, and it's a cultivation guideline that has 7 levels. The goal of the method is to develop an additional heart of Kai. Haven Heart Kai method. Wei Wuyin muttered silently in his heart, while it trembled with an immense amount of shock. To produce an additional heart of Kai. The concept was exceptional. A heart of Kai was condensed from one's mind, matter, spirit, and essence. Mind related to thoughts, beliefs, memories, and things of the mind. It was strictly an internal aspect, and required one to have a full understanding of self. Matter was both external and internal, condensing one's essence of flesh and external world. The essence of flesh is born when the body reaches an appropriate point in maturity. It was the first achievement on one's cultivation journey at the foundation establishment realm. Physique tempering phase. Spirit was a very lofty aspect, and required one to touch upon their soul and mix it into the soul of the world to create a spirit. The soul of the world was everywhere, but finding your own was difficult. While everyone had a soul, many would find it difficult to sense. However, once sensed, with cultivation methods, directing the intermixing of internal and external, one establishes a unique spirit that they can control. The last was essence and was strictly external, the exact opposite of mind. It referred to the essence of heaven and earth, absorbed using one's meridians and stored in one's danshan. The core focus of foundation establishment was 2 of the 4 requirements, and why they existed before one could condense metaphysical Kai, energy capable of acting as an extremity and under complete control of its wielder. It was completely different than blood. The heart of Kai held about 90% of one's energy. The rest flowed through the body in a consistent pattern along one's awakened meridians and flesh. It also acted autonomously like a normal heart and absorbed essence of heaven and heart, without needing direction to restore itself to full, and refined foreign energies to strengthen itself. Creating a second would essentially double a person's reserves, double their recovery rate and cultivation speed. The natural advantage was incredibly obvious. Godlord Lin continued despite everyone's shock. The Haven Heart monolith describes 7 levels. You'll be graded by your progression 3 months from now. For those 3 months, this hall will be your cultivation room. You can begin. Her words were succinct and explained simply. Wei Wuyin calmed his heart as he stared at the Haven Heart monolith. While he did, The others were surprised because of God Lord Lin's words. They were to cultivate here for 3 months, with everyone else. Usually, cultivation requires quiet and isolation to ensure that no one interferes. If they cultivated a method that could cause them to experience qi deviation, then doesn't that make things difficult? The vigilance in their eyes was heavy. While they dwelled on that, Wei Wuyin never had any doubts towards the situation. The moment it was said, he understood the reasoning. Because there's a chance for qi deviation, those who truly reach it first would show signs of where and how, and the others could learn from this to be more cautious. Essentially, it may seem like God Lord Lin was promoting rushing and conflict, but in fact, she was promoting patience and observation. Wei Wuyin walked up to the monolith and looked at the characters. There was a heading in enlarged text, his eyes focused on that line. It said, Haven Heart, First Level Mind Dissolution and Clone. He didn't read the contents, but moved to the area with the second heading and all the rest. He wanted to gain an understanding of the levels before moving forward. The levels were as such: second level Matter Rebirth and Fusion, third level Pure Essence and True Essence, fourth level Spirit Severing and Spirit Transformation, fifth level Haven of Heaven, sixth level Myriad Hearts, seventh level Asterisk. The seventh level didn't have a name, but he could see the basic idea of the method now. It resolved around creating a fresh state of mind, matter, essence, and spirit, and congealing them using something called the Haven of Heaven, and creating another heart of Kai. This answered a few questions of his, but this was just a conjecture he made based on the titles alone. There were still things he hadn't understood. If he wanted to create another heart of Kai as he was, it was impossible. His mind, spirit, and matter was deeply connected to his heart of Kai. In fact, if his heart of Kai was destroyed, he would become a cripple, riddled with mental deficiencies, soul damage, and his body would be weaker than a child's. The grand power he possessed would collapse, and he would be unable to cultivate again. It would be like severing his legs. He had no more flesh or ability to create a second pair, unless he went back into his mother's womb and restarted his birth. No wonder qi deviation was incredibly likely. If those aspects were damaged, you'd lose control over your qi. In fact, the first and fourth levels are the hardest. He recalled that Elder Bai said someone had reached the fourth level, but not the fifth, the mind and spirit. Without those, controlling one's qi was a dream. You might even explode. If you can't consciously control your heart of Kai and the metaphysical qi it contains, it could go awry in a blink. Gulp. He swallowed a wad of saliva. This did test intelligence and comprehension. A single mistake and Han Yu's self-destruction could happen. He looked towards God Lord Lin and felt his heart calm. It wasn't because of her beauty, but her power. She may be able to stop them from exploding at least. And if she acted, perhaps qi deviation could be handled. He wasn't the only one who thought that, and many felt relieved in their hearts. Even if they suffered a little, at least they had a powerful God Lord to save them. There were already a few who had read the first level completely, and went into deep contemplation and meditation. Wei Wuyin nearly patted his chest as his breathing had relaxed, but abruptly stopped. No, thinking like that is suicidal. Even if she could, would she? Relying on someone to save you is like hoping Elder Jai would protect your life in the outer and inner competitions. As he recalled Elder Jai's blatant favoritism and inaction as sect members were killed, he came to a realization. She had no reason to help. Everyone here was by choice and were warned earlier. If they die, why did she, someone who likely wasn't from the sect, need to save them? It's not like she said she would. That was even more telling. He looked towards He Long and Xu Yang, who were seated in a lotus position, while meditating on the method's mnemonic. They were competing against each other and felt confident. They had to. He didn't do anything like rush to cultivate. Instead, he read the contents of each level 3 times over, and if he couldn't remember a part in his mind, capable of completely reciting it word for word, he would read it again. His slow and cautious actions were noticed by the others, but they didn't interfere. Everyone tactfully agreed with silence that they wouldn't interfere with others, because if you did, That made you a target for the other 7. Wei Wuyin, how about we help each other? A soft voice filled with attraction sounded. Wei Wuyin noticed it belonged to Lang Yi. She waltzed over and smiled sweetly towards him. If you get on your knees and decide to use that tongue and cheek of yours, I'll consider it. He indifferently replied. His words were vulgar and attracted the gazes of Yan Zhu, Jiao Lang, Shu Yin, and Kugui. They weren't as rash as the boys who were already fully immersed. The caution within them wasn't much different from Wei Wuyin. Lang Yi's expression froze. Her eyes flashed mysteriously. She knew that out of all the men here, Wei Wuyin was definitely the most talented and intelligent. He had safely ascended from an honorary disciple to core disciple in less than a decade of time, without anyone's support. He was also one who had an incredible amount of self-restraint, not proposing to God Lord Lin like the other useless men here. To her, Wei Wuyin would likely obtain a top 3 spot, as long as his qi didn't deviate. It wasn't just her, Jiao Lang thought the same. It was why she wanted to kill Wei Wuyin from an early stage, but he grew so suddenly and explosively. With his status as a core disciple, it became an infinite amount of times harder. The worst part of it was that the enmity had been set. If one day Wei Wuyin became a 6th phase expert before her, that'll be the day of her death. If not, the pen would etch it into the stone. His words did catch them all by surprise, but shockingly, Lang Yi smiled. If you want, I can. Her eyes turned shy and started to exude sexual energy. Most men would see this and lose control, but not Wei Wuyin. He coldly snorted and ignored her. He went into a far-off corner and sat down. He was really far, unlike everyone else who tried to stay close to the golden monolith and God Lord Lin. Not only did the monolith exude an area of pure essence of heaven and earth, God Lord Lin was probably nearby, so she could easily interfere if one experienced qi deviation, leaving them more confident. However, Wei Wuyin chose a very distant corner. This caused everyone to wake up and look at him in confusion. Even God Lord Lin glanced over. Wei Wuyin ignored them all. If you cultivate with a failsafe, then you'll be willing to take any risk. Also, I can't guarantee one of you won't explode. If you do, what if God Lord Lin doesn't do anything? You'll all end up like Mei Mei or worse. Those words of caution echoed in his heart and thoughts. If God Lord Lin wanted to save him, this distance was irrelevant, so he didn't place that much importance on it. He closed his eyes and mediated on the mnemonic of the first level, mind dissolution and clone. The first level required one to disconnect their mind from their body and melt it. The term melt isn't in a literal sense, but if it was described literally, Wei Wuyin's mind could be considered a wad of different materials and minerals inside, like ore, and he needed to melt that ore. Then he needed to create 2 casting molds. One that was his original mind, and the other would be its clone. As he pondered this, he truly felt that this method was devised by metalworkers of the mortal world. It may even allow the mind to benefit just from the dissolving and purify itself from the excess. However, what he didn't understand was the crux of the issue. There were 2 problems: solidification and segregation. Since one had to melt their minds, they would need to resolidify it as well. However, there was barely any clue on how to do this. As for segregation, that, while before resolidification, was the hardest obstacle. If he sliced his mind in 2, then it'll just be 2 halves of one whole. That didn't seem like a clone, but like a coin sliced in 2. You could only use it if it's put together, and if it is, it's considered one coin, not 2, let alone a clone. They wouldn't even be similar. He couldn't segregate his memories and all his mental functions, could he? The very thought of doing that felt like a bait lured out for the idiotic. If bitten, instant mental crippling or qi deviation. As he thought longer on it, he felt the appropriate way was to use blade forging methods on one's mind. The method was more so a general guideline, so he decided to use his own comprehension. Segregating seemed destined to fail. The very concept was an impossibility. Anyone taking that route was likely going to fail, in his opinion, or end up with serious mental deficiencies. The safer, yet also the most appropriate to him, seemed to be creating two swords merged into one, and then separate them after creation. If possible, he would empty one side and completely fill the other, leaving a hollow shell of one a clone. This path was decided by him after an entire week of deliberation. After deciding on his path, he smiled with relaxation. Then his ears perked. "Garg, help!" A distorted voice filled with shock, disbelief, and fear resounded. Wei Wuyin turned his gaze to see Tao Gui, whose body was slowly growing bigger and bigger, like a stuffed doll or puffer fish expanding. His muscular form looked hilarious as he grew and bulged in weird areas. Wei Wuyin instinctively shrouded himself with a metal chi ward. He placed his hands forward, ready to erect a defensive barrier at any time. Godlord Lin watched calmly, despite Tao Gui's exceedingly pitiful gaze focused on her. He continued to expand. "Play Jews, help me." His eyes seemed to lose its light of intelligence as his mind seemed to have slowly collapsed on itself. His body trembled as if he was undergoing a seizure, but the qi in his body continued to grow wild. Jiao Lang was the first to react among the core disciples as she leapt away, her body enshrouded by an emerald qi. The others seemed to have realized something and instinctively placed up their wards. However, He Long was nearby and in deep cultivation, likely executing his deduced method to dissolve his mind. He still hadn't awakened despite the few seconds of commotion. Boom! A tempest of crimson blood, loose organs, and fragments of bone roared into chaotic existence. A storm of violent qi battered the environment and all those around. Wei Wuyin was seated at a far-off corner, but the raging wind and violent qi smashed into his silver qi ward. His qi circulated to strengthen his body and hold his position. A heavily crashing thud resounded next to him. He turned instinctively amidst the distorted area and saw a sword embedded into the wall. It was cracked and nearly in pieces, but what was shocking was the blood that drenched it. That's He Long's sword. If it wasn't for the fact that his mind had already calculated the possibility, he would have gasped in shock. Instead, his gaze turned calm. He Long was dead, his eyes searching the area and trying to find the figure to verify his belief. Then he looked at a detached finger nearby that rolled with the sword in a much quieter fashion. That was He Long's delicate finger. He realized that finding a body, or at least an intact one, was highly unlikely. He Long hadn't fashioned a defense or retreated, and his identity as a sword cultivator meant his body was a lot weaker than other cultivators his level. His qi was used to temper his sword rather than his body. He wasn't like Mei Mei with nearly 50 years of time to do both. Being vaporized was a possibility. Soon, the dust settled. As it did, he faintly gasped in wonder. Godlord Lin was standing next to the Heaven Heart monolith without batting an eye. Despite being so close, not a hint of blood or flesh was 10 feet from her. It was an area of absolute cleanliness. He saw a pale-faced Xu Yang bleeding from his lips, a fresh wound on his face from the explosion, and holding his chest while heaving heavily. Xu Yin held him tightly and established a ward of protective qi. He could see faint traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. Yan Zhu and Lai Yang's cultivation was higher than the rest, and they weren't as close as Xu Yang. Not to mention, they had noticed Tao Gui's chaotic expansion. They had retreated with the utmost swiftness, remaining untouched. Jiao Lang noticed first and was relatively unharmed, but Gui was nearly a figure of blood. Her cultivation base and body was the weakest, and so her reaction was the slowest. She staggered as her eyes showed signs of lapsing into unconsciousness, but she hastily circulated her qi to accelerate her healing. Godlord Lin ignored all this and calmly said in her soft, uplifting voice, "You only have 53 days left. All those who don't reach the first level at minimum will be unable to claim any placement. Not only that, you'll lose your status as a core disciple from henceforth." Her words caused all their hearts to grow cold, so heartless. 2 were injured, 2 were dead, and the others were filled with fear, but she still wished for them to continue. And if they didn't, she was going to have their status revoked. However, no one doubted her words. In fact, they knew that if she said it was so, it was so. As a godlord, There was no way the sect would offend her for them. If she killed them this very moment, they'll likely pin the victims with all sorts of justifiable crimes, and the world would move on. Wei Wuyin swept his gaze over the surroundings and frowned. However, he was confident in his own comprehension and intelligence. Not to mention, the path he was taking was a lot safer than using just the vague method's description. He calmed his mind and entered a cultivation state. Even with the dense smell of death and blood, his mind still entered such a profound state. His mind's eye seemed to be birthed, linked to his metaphysical chi. By manipulating the spirit formed in his heart of Kai with his mind, he could influence that very mind. This was incredibly dangerous, but the entire purpose of one's formed spirit was to give commands to the four aspects of chi. It was linked to the soul and acted as the brain center for one's chi. Normally, one would use their mind's thoughts to drive the spirit, which would relay commands to the metaphysical chi. It was like the spine and nervous system of one's motor functions. The profoundness of this was why spiritual sense existed and how chi could be directly controlled. With the four systems of mind, matter, spirit, and essence connected into one, they can influence and interact with each other. If Wei Wuyin wanted, he could use his heart of Kai to accelerate his own healing, like GUI, or block off memories within his mind. First, create the cast. He whispered to himself, slowly forming a cast construct in his mind. It was shaped in a very large rectangular block. He started to crave into the mental construct to form a single double-edged arming sword, with perfect symmetrical portions kept in mind. If it was split in half, he wanted both swords to be a perfect match for each other. He also wanted it to be that, if combined, they would form a perfect construct. His intentions were not to create a clone right off the bat, but something with a fail-safe to it. There were also two more details in mind. He needed it so that the size of the sword was capable of containing exactly double of his mind's size. Normally, to measure size of one's mind was nearly impossible, but thanks to his spirit's intimate connection to his mind, he had a good grasp on it. The last detail is that he needed the split halves to function completely as an independent sword. Otherwise, after forming the cast according to those exact details, he started to initiate the most dangerous aspect, the dissolution of one's mind. This was the same as melting his memories, thoughts, and sense of self-control. This could lead to an explosive rebound or render him retarded in an instant. However, he wasn't an idiot. He couldn't avoid the risk of mental damage, but he could avoid an explosive rebound caused by chi deviation. He took a deep breath and started to expel his chi. Without any hesitation, his body was like a steam-producing machine as chi was sent outwards wildly. He may have drawn the notice of others, but he couldn't pay attention to them. He expelled all of his chi in a surgical and quiet manner. He also forcefully stopped the rotation of his heart of Kai, preventing it from refining more chi from the essence of the world. Gurgle, a wad of blood sprayed out from his mouth, staining his teeth crimson. However, as if expecting this, he spat out more and wiped his mouth. Even slowly and surgically removing his chi would cause all sorts of damage to his flesh and organs. It was like when Mei Mei attempted to redirect her chi outside of its intended nature and nearly spat out blood, but much worse. The accumulated damage left him feeling weak. Any cultivator could kill him at this moment, as he was no different than a mortal. While his body was strong, he had no strength to resist. Dissolve. His memories of his life flashed through his mind. Every thought he had ever mustered flowed through him, and his ability to focus was slowly deteriorating. Bang! He suddenly heard an explosion, and a heart-wrenching scream filled with unwillingness and hatred. Yet he didn't stop at this moment. He was wholeheartedly focused on one thing. It was the most difficult part, and if he failed, his entirety would vanish. His memories flowed into the cast like molten metal. However, the cast was half-filled. Luckily, the mind portion connected to his spirit still had a trace of his consciousness. Using his spiritual sense, he connected with that portion of the mind and started to create a thin, hollow layer over the cast. Now the sword looked filled but wasn't. Only half was. Cool. He used his spirit and portion of his mind to restart his heart of Kai. Slowly it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, producing metaphysical qi. He hadn't known how much time had passed. Only when a drop of qi was birthed did he use that qi as a coolant, dripping it over the forged sword. A refreshing feeling washed over him, and he felt his sense of thought and memories return. He took a sudden gasp of air, greedily breathing in all he could to ensure he was alive. His body was covered in thin sweat and his vision swam wildly. He saw 6 figures. They were all looking towards him. Wait, 6. As he tried to account for his memories, he realized there should have been 7. There was Jiao Lang, Lingya, Yanzhu, Shu Yang, Shu Yin, Kagui, and Godlord Lin. He Long and Tao Gui died. So why was there 6? As he slowly regained his mental ability, he realized that Kagui wasn't there. Kagui had taken Mei Mei's core disciple rank and thus should have been here. As everyone looked at him, he looked at Godlord Lin. She said, "You're close. In your current state, your mind wandering is dangerous." Her words seemed to have doused his desires. Right, his current mind may be whole, but in truth, it was half-filled. He can't be careless, and if the balance breaks, then he may very well lose his mind still. He closed his eyes and started to initiate the cloning method. Now that he had an appropriate mold for his clone, he just needed to fill it in and ensure a divider existed between both halves. He saw that the shape of his mind's eye had changed, becoming a half-filled sword. The thin layer around and through it seemed to vaguely reveal a second sword connected, but also independent from the first. He just needed to fill it with raw, untainted thoughts. He decided to do so. The unfilled half started to rapidly fill with fluid from nowhere. This was his essence, his yin essence giving form from nothingness. He didn't derive it from his cultivation base, his heart of Kai, but from himself. It didn't describe how one should clone or what one should use, but he felt this was the most appropriate. His own yin essence was little as he was a man, but he had dual cultivated with a 3-point yin body, and wildly strengthened his own yin as a result. By using the excess left, that which was unneeded for his cultivation, he filled the second half. Now his sword was completed with one filled with his memories, and the other ready to accept new thoughts and memories, to once more give form from nothing. When the sword solidifies from its liquid state, it would become a second mind. If he uses it right, he could split the two and execute them to do different things, such as form a second heart of Kai. He calmed himself down as he felt his breadth of mind expand rapidly. He felt his thoughts were a lot less occupied and far more free. Was this how a newborn baby felt? A child can naturally learn things, even full languages, but an adult has its difficulties. If I wish to fill this mind with knowledge, will I become like those prodigies? This thought and feeling left him in awe. Only then did he open his eyes, revealing a silver eyes that contained deep, fresh intelligence. As he looked around, he saw Godlord Lin looking at him and the others in deep cultivation. "How long?" he asked. "You have 45 days left," Godlord Lin replied. 45 days meant only 15 days passed, so he cultivated for 5 days. He felt a painful wave of hunger. Luckily, he was a cultivator who birthed elements, otherwise he would die from natural dehydration. What happened to Kagui? He couldn't help but ask, did she undergo qi deviation? In fact, he felt that talented females shouldn't have any issues with this portion, so he was naturally curious. With their innate yin energy, they could easily finish all the steps. Of course, as long as their method was appropriate. She was killed. However, Godlord Lin didn't speak. It was Jiao Lang who did. She had already cloned her mind, her eyes revealing a freshness similar to his. He didn't know what method she used, but it had obviously worked. Killed. Wei Wuyin was inwardly shocked. Killed, not qi deviation. Jiao Lang looked at Lingya and smiled. That smile looked like it wanted to watch the world burn, but her beauty made it hard to resist the temptation to watch it with her. Lingya was meditating, obviously cultivating as well. Kagui tried to kill you the moment your mind slipped, Jiao Lang stated. Wei Wuyin frowned. Kagui tried to kill him for what? He had barely any dealings with this woman, so why would she? And how did she not succeed? He was vulnerable beyond belief and couldn't take action. If she wanted to kill him, and no one acted to protect him, how did he survive? Godlord Lin interfered, directly killing her. Jiao Lang cleared up his questions. He got up with a struggle and bowed deeply to Godlord Lin in thanks. While Gui would eventually be executed because she would have killed him in the end, he wouldn't be alive in that case. She feigned her cultivation state and waited for you to reveal weakness or die. Like her entire purpose in life was to kill you with her, like a certain someone did. For love, Jiao Lang added. Han Yu had died in a suicidal attack in much the same fashion. Wei Wuyin's gaze flashed to Lingya, the light of killing intent flashing within. No need to dwell on this. You all have 45 days left. Those who focus fully on cultivating the method will have no worries of dying prematurely. Continue. Godlord Lin ordered. It seemed her entire intent was for them to cultivate the technique. Since Wei Wuyin was earnestly cultivating it while Gui wasn't, she acted. Grateful, he once more bowed before readjusting his state. His heart of Kai absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, before converting it into metaphysical qi with elemental and yin energies. He was ready to continue. As the remaining disciples focused their efforts, several events took place. Firstly, Xu Yang had recovered and restarted more cautiously and with renewed gusto. Unfortunately for him, at day 36, he lost his mind and nearly underwent qi deviation. Luckily, Xu Yin acted to ensure he didn't completely go haywire at the last moment. He survived in the end. His heart of Kai, however, while it hadn't detonated, it had fractured and nearly crippled him. He no longer had control over his qi, while he wouldn't experience the soul-draining weakness that came with complete cripping. Without control over his heart of Kai, refining energies or essence at will was an impossibility. Unless he repaired his heart of Kai, his realm would no longer progress, and he would be incapable of using any qi arts. The only thing left was a strong body and spiritual spells. He was essentially useless and his potential ruined. The next development was Yan Zhu, Lingya, and Xu Yin successfully cultivating the first level of the Haven Heart method. It seemed what Wei Wuyin deduced had been true. Females held a greater advantage in this level due to their innate yin energies. It was more prominent for virgins who had intact primal yin. As Yan Zhu and Jiao Lang had completed their first level 10 whole days before Lingya and Xu Yin. The next event was the success of Jiao Lang as she completed the second level, matter rebirth and fusion. Her physical body seemed to burn with new physical energies. The most shocking aspect of the level was her shedding skin. She had to hide away behind a qi veil when she underwent the process. She was a whole week ahead of Wei Wuyin in this aspect. When he succeeded, he didn't hide himself as he just stripped naked right then and there, and let the process occur while he patiently examined the changes. He obtained quite a few stares from the women in the room. It wasn't just his skin that was being born anew. His cells were changing too. He even felt his DNA seemed to have been copied, edited, and then recorrected. His body after the fact had an all-new physical aura signature. That being said, it was still connected to his heart of Kai. This discovery left him deeply shocked. With this newfound fresh physique, he could once more exhaust his physical essence to form a new heart of Kai, while maintaining compatibility with his current one. The more he cultivated this ancient qi method, the more he grew curious about how it was invented. Unfortunately, besides him and Jiao Lang, no one else reached the second level by the 60th day. However, Jiao Lang had reached the third level, surpassing him at the last moment. He didn't think the third level was difficult, but he was caught off guard by the requisite need of essence. Jiao Lang's third level was reached with incredible speed, like she had access to a vast quantity of pure essence. While his talent wasn't bad, he still would need months before absorbing enough external essence from the world, before being able to transform his meridians. In the end, the trial ended with him taking second place, Jiao Lang taking first, and Yan Zhu placing third. Since she reached the first level before the non-virgins, Lingya and Xu Yin, Godlord Lin looked at them and only gave a slight nod before declaring the winners. She informed them that they could cultivate the ancient qi method as much as they desired. They could even spread it. In fact, she encouraged it. That being said, she crippled Xu Yang completely. His luck ended because of his aggressively hopeful words from before. Having survived with his qi intact and then being stripped away from it was heart-crushing to watch. He even begged on his knees. Xu Yin begged too, her tears were quite moving. Unfortunately, it did no good. Godlord Lin was decisively vicious despite her fairy-like appearance. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but shake his head. Truly unlucky. He decided to use this as a further lesson to be learned. Don't act careless and overconfident. With that, the 9 core disciples were lowered to 5, 4 women and 1 man, with 3 dead and 1 crippled with their status stripped from them. The sect will definitely enter a very chaotic period in the upcoming days. Wei Wuyin decided not to engage in those matters and swiftly returned to his residence. He would likely receive the elemental stones, scarlet qi stones, and cultivation grounds days within a few days, so he needed to think carefully on how to maximize his rewards. After all the disciples departed, the Scarlet Tao Temple Hall became silent as only Godlord Lin and the golden monolith remained. She had her eyes lowered, her delicate fingers placed on her lips in contemplation, and struck a beautiful figure. Any of them satisfy you? A voice sounded in the shadows. From thin air appeared a young, handsome man. He was dressed in scarlet-colored robes befitting an emperor and a crown with a ruby embedded within. This ruby was like a neon object, shining ever brighter, effusing all sorts of light like a red sun. A dense aura of scarlet qi flowed around him naturally. Godlord Lin frowned but didn't speak. The man didn't mind as he walked softly next to the golden monolith and marveled at the etchings. His hands twitched as if he wished to reach out and touch it, but he held himself back. I didn't think my sect was so useless. I must apologize. He turned his scarlet gaze away from the monolith and spoke apologetically. They weren't useless. The other so-called 5 great sects' results weren't much better. Godlord Lin said, facing the scarlet-dressed man known as the Scarlet Solaris Sect's ancestral elder, the only godlord within the sect. There is one that interests me, she suddenly said as if recalling something. The Scarlet Solaris Sect's ancestral elder knowingly smiled. That boy Wei Wuyin. He is extraordinary for reaching the 1st level. I heard that only 1 out of 100 men could even reach it. I wonder if that's true. Wei Wuyin was talented, far more than the other 3 male disciples. One could tell how difficult it was for men to cultivate the 1st level from the display just now. Out of the 4 men that arrived, only 1 walked away unscathed. The other 2 are dead and 1 crippled. Of course, he long died an unjust death before being able to prove himself. You mean the little boy you saved? Godlord Lin inquired. Her words indicated that Wei Wuyin wasn't the one she mentioned. She hadn't even known his name. The ancestral elder, Wu Xinghang, tipped his head a little in curiosity. Yes, he's only in his mid-20s and reached the 4th stage of qi condensation. The fact he successfully cultivated the Haven Heart method's 1st level only proves his talent. Godlord Lin only slightly smiled at his words. Wu Xinghang had acted earlier, protecting Wei Wuyin, not her. She never had any intention of interfering with their cultivation, squabbles, or accidents. Otherwise, she would have saved He Long or Tao Gui. Wei Wuyin wasn't anything special to her. Are you saying he's not talented enough? Wu Xinghang frowned slightly in displeasure. Wei Wuyin was the most talented core disciple of this generation's, set in his opinion. He even believed he had some cultivation treasure to help him. However, without intelligence and talent, most treasures were useless and only brought damnation. He's not. He took a safer method when cultivating it, and used the remnant forces of others within his body to accomplish the task. In my eyes, he was no different than a woman, so his talent could be considered equal or less than the rest. His entire cultivation base may seem solid, but that's only because he had fortuitous encounters and found rare cultivation treasures to do so. Luck never lasts, only true talent. Her words were soft but filled with certainty. She was right, of course. Because of the steel essence source and 3-point yin body, he was capable of reaching his current cultivation and cultivating the first level as if he was a woman. In my eyes, that girl with the seed of spear chi forming is far better, God Lord Lin plainly stated. Spear chi. Is it Yanju? Wu Xinghang grew somewhat shocked by the news. Spear chi was a weapon chi in the ethereal category, making it incredibly difficult to cultivate and profoundly powerful. Is she the one that interests you? He asked. She shook her head. That woman with wood chi and incredibly powerful innate yin and essence reminds me of someone. If my thoughts are correct, she may have an incredible opportunity at hand. If she's careful, perhaps she'll become a god lord one day. Oh, Geo Lang, if she's careful, that's a very high evaluation. What if she's not? Wu Xinghang found her words quite interesting. God Lord Lin looked at Wu Xinghang in the eyes and slowly said, "Then I fear the Scarlet Solaris sect will become a distant memory." With that, she waved her hand and the monolith shrunk until it reached the size of a chicken egg. It was placed within her sleeve before she turned around and left, leaving Wu Xinghang speechless. Wu Xinglong stayed silent and wore a look of contemplation. It seemed he was considering God Lord Lin's words heavily. Only after a long while did he move, his eyes shining like two scarlet suns as they seemed to pierce through all forms of obstacles. In his scarlet eyes, Geo Lang's figure could be seen reflected clearly. We'll see. 3 days later, Wei Wuyin's residence. Wei Wuyin stood next to a table. The table had a variety of glowing objects on it. The various energies emitted by these objects truly inspired the spirits. Could I do it? Wei Wuyin's expression was deeply conflicted. After several days of thinking, he realized that the choices before him were numerous, and the results of many of them were unable to be defined. In the end, his plans could fail. He reached out and touched an oval stone the size of a chicken egg. Its surface was smooth and emitted a faint scarlet glow, while being deeply red in color. This was the Scarlet Kai Stone, an object formed from centuries of nourishment from the Scarlet Mountain's inherent traits. Scarlet Kai was a material type chi, and held very aggressive properties. If he could convert his heart of Kai into a heart of Scarlet Kai, every one of his chi arts would gain an additional power-up, especially his offensive arts. His flames, raging water, winds, and earth created would have a scarlet influence. However, he wasn't sure if he wanted that. In fact, Scarlet Kai was incredible, but not many would go for it unless they decided it suited them. Instead, he intended to use it to refine his yang energy, as the Scarlet Kai had a deep connection with the yang attribute. I'll use the Scarlet Chi Stone for my cultivation, but it won't allow me to ascend to the 5th phase in one go. Should I go for immediate gains and focus purely on yang energy cultivation, or on establishing a chi type for my heart of Kai? As he tried to decide, he looked towards the 3 violet-colored elemental stones that quietly laid there. They weren't kidding when they said one could choose any elemental stone. These stones were lightning stones. They were stored in translucent boxes made from non-conductive materials, the surface of which was incredibly hot. Not only did they give me lightning stones, they even gave me the hottest and most volatile lightning stone. In the cultivation and mortal world, the color of lightning determined its characteristics, with red being the coolest and gentlest of lightning, while violet was the hottest and most volatile. As a bonus, violet lightning stone had 10 times more lightning energy than a single red lightning stone. With 1 or 2 of these stones, I'm confident in birthing lightning chi, and likely even violet lightning. To think they would give me such benefits. In that case, Geo Lang must be enjoying even greater treatment. A slight frown tugged at his lips when he thought this. In truth, Wu Xinghang had given Wei Wuyin these stones out of his personal wealth because he favored him. Those 3 stones alone were worth more than 3 months in the Scarlet Kai Pond. In fact, they could cause great bloodshed if brought out in the cultivation world. If I can birth metal, lightning, wood, ice and magma chi, I could try to condense a heart of elemental Kai. With this, my strength would reach an insane level. The 4 natural elements and 5 advanced elements were extraordinary, and if combined, you can tap into the most origin-like elemental energy called elemental origin energy. However, to even give birth to such a heart of Kai, one had to first birth all 9 elements. The difficulty was immense, as just having the elemental energies only helps, but isn't a certainty. I'll avoid establishing a heart of Scarlet Kai and go long-term with the heart of Elemental Kai. Deciding thus, he also decided to have a twofold plan, one long and one short. I'll cultivate in the Yang field for 6 months, and use the Scarlet Chi Stone to nourish my Yang energy. If I don't ascend, I'll at least be closer. I won't get a second opportunity like this, but having a higher cultivation base will increase my options in the future. He carefully stored the materials before walking out of his room. As he left, a woman dressed in a well-fitted maidservant outfit stood outside the door in diligent wait. This young woman was Wei Wuyin, the former Violet Moon Sect's outer disciple. Wei Wuyin had spared her life. She wasn't the only life spared, as women and young children were also spared as long as they didn't resist too strongly. However, their fates were similar, yet very different. She became the maidservant to a core disciple of one of the great 5 sects, but they likely became slaves for manual labor or sexual duties. Unlike them, she had no spiritual spell restrictions and were provided resources for her cultivation. She even ate well, was dressed in clean clothes, wasn't abused sexually, and lived in an area filled with dense essence of heaven and earth. The other servants were nice to her and greeted her properly, only because Wei Wuyin had brought her in personally. She couldn't believe it, but her status and treatment now was far, far better than before. As an outer disciple of the Violet Moon Sect, her days weren't nearly as peaceful or enjoyable. Having to avoid lustful men, jealous women, well-connected cultivators, and fighting for resources was by no means easy. As she respectfully bowed to this handsome young man, her eyes flashed with ardent desire. If she could become his woman, no one would care about her past, and her future would be limitless. Unfortunately, Wei Wuyin hadn't made any sort of move, leaving her disappointed. She later learned that Wei Wuyin had an unspoken code of honor that he did not partake in things like that with his subordinates, whether they wanted to or not. It disappointed her, but didn't dissuade her from ensuring her cleavage was alluring and her makeup was on point. Wei Wuyin smiled at her as Duleng returned. Duleng was sent to check in on Mei Mei. Luckily, she still had allies and backup plans in place. With a safety net that allowed her to recuperate from her injuries, she was doing well. While she did suffer severe injuries, she had retained her life, and her heart of Kai was undamaged. The only real issue was the damage to her muscles and meridians. As long as she received the right medicinal pills and cocktails, she could heal that damage in a few years. However, he was curious about her state, so he sent Du Leng to check on her. "Mr. Du Leng has not returned," she answered. Wei Wuyin frowned slightly, but didn't ask anything else. He wanted to see Mei Mei, but it seemed she had developed some distrust towards him and prohibited him from seeing her. He understood, as Han Yu was his subordinate, but it left an itch in his heart. After all, Mei Mei and him had a relationship that wasn't just defined by their factions. When he returns, tell him I'll be gone for 6 months. He'll know what to do. After saying this, he left. He didn't have time to spare in relaxing or indulging other desires. Jiao Lang was given the same resources as him, and that put some pressure onto his shoulders. He needed to be ready for anything. In the Scarlet Solaris Mountain, a large double-doored gate was embedded into its existence. This door was grand, golden, and gave off a strong, forceful aura. Standing beside it was a male, nearly 7 feet in height, and looked like they were made of muscles. His arm was larger than a grown man's thigh, while his legs were thick and powerful. As he stood there, he revealed a dense and powerful yang aura. He was dressed in casual sweatpants and no shirt. His feet were bare, but his toenails were painted black. There was a thick display of veins protruding beneath his skin, with bead-like eyes and a bald head so shining and waxed that it reflected the sun's rays. He could intimidate the toughest of warriors. Wei Wuyin flew to this gate with his crane. He jumped off and landed right in front of this man. His eyes were calm and indifferent, but a powerful aura quietly stirred within his body. A pair of beady eyes met a pair of silver eyes. A spark was ignited. Without a word, the beef of a male exploded forth with a kick. The rock beneath his feet cracked and splattered everywhere. With a heaving roar, he launched his large, nearly basketball-sized fist towards Wei Wuyin. A trace of qi flowing through his body. Wei Wuyin clenched his fist, a thin silver qi emerging around his fist. He shot it forward to meet that giant fist. Bang! A cataclysmic explosive sound erupted. The surrounding ground looked like it was ripped off and sent behind them. The middle ground seemed to have been impacted as nothing but a myriad of cracks was there. A figure flew backwards like a cannonball. That large figure smashed into the side of the mountain, causing a roaring tremble of the area. Wei Wuyin walked forward, massaging his neck with an icy-cold smile on his face. "Gah!" A breathy exclamation sounded before the humanoid beast of muscle escaped from the surface of the mountain. A heavy thud echoed as he touched the ground. The beady-eyed male looked up with surprise clear in his gaze. "You've birthed metal qi. You've given form to qi." A very gentle and soft voice sounded, like a small-sized boy who'd yet to go through puberty. It originated from the beady-eyed man. "YC, didn't I tell you to stop being so aggressive? The only reason you're a guard here is because of your huge body being a good meat shield, haha." Wei Wuyin laughed freely, his ice-cold smile replaced with a jubilant one. Come give your cousin a proper hug." Wei Wuyin gestured with his hands for YC to come. This oaf of a man was YC's cousin. He was the son of his father's little brother and was 5 years younger. He was the guardian of the xianxia fields, and only received the position because of Wei Wuyin's recommendation. His cultivation base was only at the first stage of qi condensation, kai creation, but he was born with a divine strength that made him as physically strong as someone who birthed elements and tempered their bodies with them. This is why he was given this position. However, his unique body had its issues. Because of this physique, he needed an enormous amount of yang energy, and his food intake was incredibly high. There was also an issue with his qi cultivation, so the sect gave him this special position and the status of an inner disciple. The xianxia fields emitted dense yang energy every day, so it fit his needs. If not for those factors, he could have tried to become a core disciple. Despite that, he was still a part of Wei Wuyin's faction. YC gave a dumb smile, losing any intimidating aura, and rushed up with wide arms. As he wrapped those thick arms around Wei Wuyin, he was shocked to find that he couldn't squeeze this cousin of his like when they were younger. Wei Wuyin knew his intent, so he squeezed in return. A panicked series of squealing happened. I give. YC felt his bones nearly break from Wei Wuyin's hug. Wei Wuyin let go and confidently smiled, looking at this younger cousin of his up and down. You've grown. YC chuckled in embarrassment. Yo, you too. Then, as if he had just thought of something, when did you reach the 4th phase? During my mission, he casually replied. Oh, I heard there was a rumor you've reached the 4th phase, but I thought it was fake because I knew you were only in the 2nd phase. YC was confused by this matter, knowing how difficult cultivation was. Despite Wei Wuyin being talented, to take 3 years to ascend from the 2nd to 4th phase was definitely some sort of record. The person who started that rumor blessed me, he laughingly said. However, his expression changed slightly as he thought of something. A formless pressure once more descended on his shoulders. Anyways, I'm going to be in the xianxia fields for 6 months. He handed a badge to YC. YC was shocked for a moment, then smacked his forehead. Right, you placed 2nd in the core disciple competition. I can't believe Tao Gui, He Long Mei Mei, Kagui, and Xu Yang all suffered this year with 3 dead, 1 recovering, and 1 crippled. He emotionally sighed. The 9 core disciples of this generation were extraordinary but with twists and turns. They suffered immense calamities. The sect would later hold a formal selection ceremony to pick 4 new core disciples. That selection will definitely be filled with bloodshed and plots. Wei Wuyin had no intention of swimming through such crap. Instead, he gave orders to anyone in his faction to be careful, and that Elder Jai will help as much as he could if they needed it. His generosity was tremendous, but in fact, it didn't cost him anything to have Elder Jai, who already stated allegiance, help them. He left Su Mei with the recruitment of new disciples and the vetting process. He wanted to give her more responsibilities, and with the void of 4 faction leaders and the dissolution of Mei's faction, she can show her potential. He didn't care if he obtained more members for his faction. The strength of an army can only do so much in the cultivation world. A single godlord could level the entirety of the Scarlet Solaris Mountain as long as the ancestral elder didn't act. So he didn't care much for group strength. It was convenient, and what he already had was more than enough to meet his needs. "I'm entering," Wei Wuyin informed. He walked past YC and touched the doors. However, when he did, he felt YC's meaty hands grip his shoulder. What? He didn't want to waste too much time. "Lady Yanju has entered." YC had a fearful expression on his face as he responded. Wei Wuyin frowned. "Yanju, how did she get in?" According to his knowledge, the cost for a single hour was immense. How long? He didn't mind waiting a few hours to avoid any conflict. Yanju may not be his match, but he respected the publicly recognized #1 disciple of the sect. This, why Sis expression turned awkward. "How long?" Wei Wuyin asked again, his voice deeper. 6 months. The silence was stifling. Wei Wuyin was frowning deeply, his mind in thought. Then he recalled his 3 violet-colored lightning stones that were like 30 elemental stones. His eyebrow twitched. Someone had given them rewards beyond what was publicly described. Could it be due to the 3 deaths? He knew that the Scarlet Solaris Mountain was shrouded by Scarlet Kai, an aggressive chi that geared towards yang energy. That's why there's no yin equivalent on the mountain, using yang to nourish yin. She's trying to tackle the 4th phase of chi condensation. This method is risky. As he thought of this, his frown turned deeper. If Yanju was currently in the Yang-Yor fields, her body would be heavily influenced by the yang energy, causing her to go into a constant state of heat. Even Wei Wuyin would find it difficult to offset the yin energy if he cultivated in an area of yin. He would find himself experiencing all sorts of changes. This was why he was willing to wait a few hours, despite no number of members' restrictions being officially placed. YC had stopped him for this reason as well. "She gave you orders not to allow anyone to pass?" Wei Wuyin asked. YC silently nodded. Wei Wuyin sighed. He took a minute to think. If it was anyone else, telling them that Yanju was cultivating would have them just back off, to avoid offending someone monstrously powerful. However, some may be wanting to take advantage of her current state. YC was his cousin, so he didn't lie. Perhaps if Wei Wuyin was weaker, YC would have halted him despite being his subordinate without saying anything. However, with Wei Wuyin being stronger than him, it left YC in a bad position, so he had to tell the truth. "I understand, but I have to cultivate. I can't give her 6 months. Don't worry, she can't do anything to me, and I don't intend to do anything to her." After reassuring YC, Wei Wuyin walked in. The gate opened, and he was washed by the dense aura of yang. His heart pumped heavily and his blood felt like it was boiling. As he walked in, his keen senses heard sounds of heavy breathing. He face-palmed and bit his lips. That was the sound of moaning. He looked around. This Yang-Yor Fields was just a cavern carved out of this location. A myriad of formations were inscribed on the walls that filtered out the scarlet chi specifically for yang energy and kept it sealed. This would build up the yang energy within. The reason it was given the title of fields was because of the ground. He saw wisps of golden strands that looked like unharvested barley. The strands were thick, visible, and swayed from left to right as if a wind was pushing it. It truly resembled a well-maintained barley field. He breathed in. The strands of yang energy flowed into his body. It entered his meridians and were filtered until it became refined yang energy which entered his dantian. With a thought, the qi within him acted like hands that gripped the refined yang energies and dragged them into his heart of Kai. Like a farm waste shredder, all of it was turned into bits and became a part of his heart of Kai. A slightly stronger yang aura emerged in his heart of Kai. This place is far better than I ever thought. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but grow excited. As a man, it was far easier to process yang energy than women, and the effects only benefited his natural body. He could feel his innate yang absorb the surrounding yang energy without his will as well. With this, various aspects of himself would be improved. This was his first time stepping here, as it was usually restricted as a luxury for inner elders and core elders, those at the third and fourth phase. Now that he had 6 months to cultivate here as he wished, he felt certain that ascending to the fifth phase was incredibly likely. Allah! Suddenly, a very loud exclamation sounded and the heavy breathing subsided. It seemed that someone had reached their climax. Chuckling softly to himself, he went to find an area far away from the moans. He had no wish to offend someone for no reason, and his natural curiosity wasn't that strong. There wasn't really much to be curious about. In a lotus position, he started breathing exercises as his heart of Kai circulated, pulling in more strands of yang energy. He processed all the bits he pulled in and absorbed them thoroughly. After several hours, he felt adjusted to the aura of the fields. After eating a little bit of prepared rations for the 6-month-long seclusion, he took out the violet-colored lightning stones. I'll birth lightning chi first and foremost. If I use the yang energy to help subdue the lightning energy, it'll be much easier to absorb it into my heart of Kai. Lightning was a naturally aggressive element, but violet-colored lightning contained an affinity with yang energy. This was why he didn't just absorb them, but waited to arrive here. Just as he took out a box with a single violet-colored stone, the moans from earlier continued. Wow, she's that devoted. Wei Wuyin was shocked that she had already restarted her cultivation and finished it so soon. It had only been a few hours. With her body constantly absorbing yang energies, she would be in a state of arousal every time. To alleviate that state and concentrate on cultivation, she would need to satisfy herself beforehand. His mind wandered for a bit, a hint of temptation eating away at his heart. He sighed deeply. He'll need to find a partner after these 6 months are finished. Those moans were just far too stimulating. He refocused and removed the stone from the box. His chi enshrouded his hand as he grabbed the stone. The stone's energy was volatile and violent. Before he could even absorb it, it had already responded to the yang energy in the surroundings and the energy of his body as it abruptly flowed into him. What? Shocked, he panicked. The energy numbed his entire arm in a split second, and the entire right side of his body felt like it was being electrified. He clenched his teeth, traces of violet electricity surging through his body and even flashing through his silver eyes. He executed his spiritual spell, Iron Core Eyes, as he analyzed the stone with his spiritual sense with haste. He could see that his body was acting as a lightning rod to its energy. Metal chi. He cried internally before he realized his vision had turned violet-colored, as if he was seeing the world in the ultraviolet spectrum. A wave of panic surged in his mind as he nearly lost himself. A flicker of coolness flowed from his mind, calming his emotions. He felt a wave of calmness. My mind's eye. As he felt calm and his emotions were suppressed, he realized his mind's eye had aided in it. Right, as if someone had told him what to do, he agreed. With a wave, he brought out the scarlet chi stone. With the lightning stone in one hand and the scarlet chi stone in the other, he started to draw in both of their energies. He then drummed up his own innate yang energies to direct both energies to clash. With their battle, his body felt like it was going to explode, but it had direction and thus was less destructive. He was pitting two beasts together instead of handling one. With each smashing clash, Bits of lightning energy and scarlet qi escaped from the main source. He drew in the surrounding yang energy, refined it, mixed it in with the three forms of energy, and sent them to his heart of Kai to be crushed and absorbed. Soon, a delicate yet explosive balance was reached. After several hours, Wei Wuyin felt the scarlet qi be rapidly absorbed by the refined yin, yang, water, earth, fire, and wind energies, and strengthened them with miraculous means. Scarlet Kai truly is a blessing. As he recalled his mind's eye, he couldn't help but congratulate himself for swift thinking. He hadn't realized it before, but this clone of his mind held the ability to access his other mind's memories without the influence of emotions. That's why he felt a wave of calmness. His primary mind had gone haywire with fear of the unknown, but his cloned mind was like a machine working methodically. It had found out a path of survival. As he was thinking about his next actions, the wild moaning once more echoed in the fields. He turned his head to look and smiled. If I can keep this up, in 6 months I can ascend. He felt more confident than ever. He hurriedly went back into his cultivation state, keeping the continuous balance. 6 months flew by seamlessly. In the Yang-Yor fields was a figure surrounded by gold-colored energies. In his right palm, violet lightning and silver mist flowed endlessly. They danced like companions of the night in perfect balance. In his left palm was red, blue, brown, and green energy. They were the 4 natural elements of the world: fire, water, earth, and wind. They existed in an even greater balance and flow. Wei Wuyin took a deep breath and exhaled. The gold energy rippled, and the strands of golden yang energy beneath his feet wiggled wildly. He opened his eyes to reveal various images flashing within. Each image was illusory, but contained a powerful source of vitality. He had ascended to the 5th stage of qi condensation, yang growth phase. His qi now had innate vitality, capable of exhibiting far more power and influence over the elemental energies birthed. This was a defining moment for cultivators, and allowed them to actively control the forms of their qi, as if they were truly alive and sentient. If before, Wei Wuyin was a stationary faucet, then now he had obtained a fire hose, where he could redirect and control the output of his qi. The intricate level of control enabled all of his qi arts to reach a new level. Soon, the various energies and vitality started to subside until it was completed reined in, being concealed deeply within Wei Wuyin's body. He had reached the 5th stage of qi condensation 4 months in, and the remaining 2 months were mostly used to solidify his cultivation base, train in some qi arts and spiritual spells. I had never thought that the Yor-Yang fields would be so beneficial to me. Wei Wuyin grinned. He now possessed the strength to fight top-tier core elders, and his cultivation base was short from reaching the god level. If he could take that step, his chances of becoming a godlord were close. That being said, the 2 words 6th phase were like an endlessly stretching chasm for many, unable to be reached in their entire lives. It wasn't just the untalented, but those who had greater talent than him before, and the full support of an entire sect had failed to cross this chasm. Wei Wuyin once heard the story of a beautiful and talented daughter of the former sect leader of the Aqua Echo sect. One of the 5 great sects had reached the 5th phase at 16. Even to this day, a full 80-odd years later, she still remained at the 5th phase. This illustrated its difficulties perfectly. Therefore, Wei Wuyin wouldn't be overconfident. His goal wasn't to reach the 6th phase at the moment, but to transform his heart of Kai into a heart of elemental Kai. That's his long-term goal for himself. If the opportunity to reach the 6th phase happens along the way, he'll definitely seize it. But until then, he had other things to achieve, such as the Haven Heart Kai method. Within these 6 months, he had absorbed enough essence to allow his meridians to be reborn, transforming and giving his essence a higher purity grade. While it may be a minuscule difference, the change in purity grade related to one's cultivation speed and talent. The fact he enhanced it, even by 1%, was enough for him to celebrate. The change in purity also meant he had new innate essence to draw from. He now had a freshly cloned mind, a renewed body and purer essence. All he lacked was a spirit. According to the Haven Heart Kai method, the fourth level was titled Spirit Severing and Spirit Transformation. He knew it was similar to the other levels, but far more dangerous. It required one to split their current heart of Kai spirit, that which acts as the brain center, to create another one. It was cloning, but more direct and had far less leeway in methods capable of being deployed. In truth, he had a deep level of fear and natural aversion towards this level. If he messed up even a tiny bit, chi deviation was a certainty, and there wouldn't be a way to stop it. Without his spirit, his heart of Kai would just be a volatile bomb filled with elemental, yin and yang energies. A silhouette of a finger rolled next to him, causing him to shiver. He didn't explode, but his fate was horrific. Tao Gui, however, didn't even have a piece remaining. That terrified him greatly. While he had a strong willpower and strength to press forward despite risk, the logistics of the spirit severing wasn't something he could safely direct like mind dissolution. Shaking his head, he got up and looked around. The moans had long since ceased. It seemed Yan Ju had left around a month in, unable to stay the entire 6 months. It made sense. She was going at it every few hours. That had to be exhausting. He was actually surprised she lasted a full month. He felt admiration for someone who's willing to do such a thing. While her self-intimate actions weren't out of the ordinary for women in general, he heard yang energy refinement for women were like having your body controlled by a ghost creating an itch you can't scratch. That sounded very uncomfortable. He decided to leave. He had already run out of time anyways, so he had to leave. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel emotional. If he had full access to something like this 24 out of 7, his cultivation would reach untold levels. He looked at the golden strands and noticed that they had shrunk an entire 40% in height. With just him and Yan Ju, they had consumed 40% of the yang energy within. This was the reason why the sect limited the numbers within and required contribution points to enter. For both disciples and elders, the limited amount of top-quality resource grounds like this was far too few, and never everlasting. If he spent 2 years here alone, there would be no more energy for others. After exiting, he saw Wei Sis' bulky body. He stood like a quiet guardian, absorbing the remnant yang energy emitted by the gate. When the gate opened, Wei Sis' eyes opened along with them and he turned around. When he saw his cousin, there was a dense light of joy within his eyes. "You finally left," Wei Si happily exclaimed. Wei Wuyin smiled. "Amen. I finished my 6 months, so I had to leave." After saying that, he looked around. There was something strange about the environment, but he couldn't quite pinpoint the oddity. "Oh yeah, I nearly forgot." Wei Si pulled out Wei Wuyin's entry badge and handed it over. On the badge, what originally said 6 months had now said 1 day. Seems like he was cutting it quite close. These badges were designed so that the guardians can activate a formation on them to measure time. As he kept the badge, he still had this odd sensation in the back of his mind. He frowned, once more looking around. Wei Si seemed to notice Wei Wuyin's actions, and his beady eyes flashed. A spiritual formation was set up here about a month ago. Oh! Wei Wuyin's eyes lit up as he inspected the surroundings. His eyes shone a faint silver light as he executed the iron core eyes. The ground no longer looked ordinary, but seemed to be linked by some profound means. A faint trace of energy was exuded, nearly minuscule, but it was being directed by a spiritual sense. This is an alert formation. They are commonly used as an early warning system. Why did someone establish one here? He inquired, but Wei Si only shrugged his broad shoulders. As the formation was harmless, he didn't feel the need to delve too deeply. Just as Wei Wuyin was wondering why, a figure was riding over on a crane. This crane was black, not white like the ones given to core disciples. It was also nearly 3 times larger in size than the white cranes, and gave off a powerful aura. They were the aerial partners of core elders. Elder Jai. Wei Wuyin looked at the white-haired old man without wrinkles on the crane. He cut a powerful figure as he stood upright on its back. He had a flat expression, one devoid of happiness or sadness. Elder Jai arrived swiftly. his aura faint yet filled with vitality. When YC saw Elder Jai, he greeted him respectfully. Wei Wuyin, however, only gave a perfunctory greetings. Had something happened? Wei Wuyin was concerned why Elder Jai had arrived, but it confirmed that he had set up an alert formation for when he left seclusion. Elder Jai looked at Wei Wuyin, his eyes measuring him up deeply. Did you reach the 5th phase? Despite asking, his heart couldn't help but tremble at the possibility. Such talent, if resources were all anyone needed to reach the 5th phase, there wouldn't be any 4th phase experts. However, the time it takes to refine and mobilize energy effectively to progress one's cultivation base was incredibly long. After all, it took him decades to reach the 5th phase from the 4th phase, and he definitely used far more yang resources than Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin smiled, but he didn't answer. Elder Jis' eyes narrowed, but then he smiled and his flat expression became one of faint happiness. I've come to inform you that the sect has given you a mission. Luckily, it fits your timeline as you leave today. Today, mission. Wei Wuyin furrowed his brows in thought. The Scarlet Solaris sect would often give missions out to inner and core disciples, especially if they don't take the initiative. It was this way of action that left him vulnerable to Geo Lang's schemes. He was sent to kill the Violet Moon sect's remnants, knowing there was a talented 3rd stage of chi condensation expert amongst them. In the information report, that bit had been scrubbed out. It was also removed from the sect's intelligence report, causing the mission to go down in difficulty from requiring a group of inner elders to requiring just one core disciple. If Wei Wuyin hadn't reached the 4th stage of chi condensation during, he would have been killed. Elder Nai, Geo Lang's aunt, definitely had a hand in such corrupt practices. Elder Jai explained, it's a joint mission with 2 other sects, a task force of sorts. You'll be joining members of the Aqua Echo sect and Sky Sword sect. You're assigned to go with Yanju, Shu Yin, Xing Fu, and Elder Bing. Elder Bing. Xing Fu. He frowned, knowing the former, but not the latter. Elder Bing was a core elder who's aligned with Yanju's faction. She had a cultivation base at the 4th phase of chi condensation, yin form, and had birthed an advanced elemental chi ice. She could be considered to be top tier amongst core elders. As Xing Fu, he had never heard that name before. Xing Fu is Elder Bing's disciple and took one of the vacant core disciple spots. Elder Jai cleared up. Wei Wuyin pouted his lips slightly. So why was he asked for this mission? Why was I assigned to this mission? Shu Yin is allied with Yan Ju, so I understand. But I've kept a distance from both of them. Wouldn't anyone else be better? Probably a 5th female. He felt somewhat annoyed. It felt out of place for him to be assigned to such a mission. Elder Jai smiled in response. One could see that he wasn't worried about Wei Wuyin. It was Elder Bing herself who asked for you. I don't know why, but she insisted. Yan Ju and Geo Lang were not allies, so there weren't any obvious schemes afoot. Massaging his temples, he deeply sighed. Fine, what's the mission? Elder Jai suddenly turned serious, his expression becoming somewhat gloomy. There's been a string of disappearances. A total of several tens of thousands of people, male and female, have been vanishing. It wasn't all at once, which has brought about deep panic from the public and surrounding powers. Even several 2nd stage of the chi condensation experts have gone missing. The areas and people affected have already touched all 3 sects, so they've established an agreement to handle it together, establishing a task force. They're taking this seriously. Elder Jis' solemn tone caused Wei Wuyin to take this seriously as well. Seeing how the sect was sending a core elder and 4 core disciples, he knew the severity of this matter was great. He expected the other sects to take this just as seriously. All right, when do we leave? He decided to handle this matter first and then focus on his other goals. Now, let's go. Elder Jai leapt onto the black crane and it prepared to fly. Wei Wuyin said his goodbyes to YC before following suit. Whoosh, they took to the skies. While they soared through the skies, Elder Jai informed him that the others within the sect were still ignorant of his exact cultivation base. There were quite a few speculations, but no one had any real, concrete idea. This brought him some comfort. If there was a scheme being laid out with him as a target, he would be underestimated and thus more likely to overcome the threat. However, Elder Jai also stated that the mission was legitimate, and no one had doctored any information within. After all, 3 of the 5 great sects were working in concert. It was best not to throw in junior rivalry or petty schemes that could lead to all sorts of unwanted conclusions. Elder Jai similarly explained to him the various changes within the sect since he went into seclusion. There had been a few new developments. Firstly, Mei Mei had healed her injuries sustained during the competition and regained her spot as a core disciple. Not many are aware as to how she recovered so quickly, but she did, and her strength seemed to have surged, ascending to the 3rd phase. Jiao Lang and Lang Yi have also ascended to the 3rd phase as well. Xu Yin absorbed Xu Yang's faction into her own, and has been looking for a way to help him repair his cultivation. She requested to be a part of the task force because of the great amount of rewards for its completion. I don't know how likely she's to succeed at her goal, but she's relentless and determined. Xing Fu, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Bai were elected as the new core disciples, replacing Tao Gui, He Long, and Xu Yang. Wei Wuyin's eyebrow rose slightly. The Jiang brothers. Wei Wuyin had known these 2 deeply as they were elite members of Mei Mei's faction like him. In fact, they had fought, partied, and cultivated together when he was a part of her faction as well. Yes, in a round of blood and pain they earned their spots. Elder Jai seemed to recall something and said, "They've both transformed their heart of Kai and have immense potential now." Oh. Wei Wuyin felt somewhat curious but mostly excited. He was happy that 2 of his comrades from his inner disciple days made it to a higher rank. Now they stood on equal footing with him status-wide. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Scarlet Solaris Mountains eastern gate. At the base of the mountain, there was a steady flow of entry and exit from the mortal members and cultivating families who lived there. His eyes swept over these people, and a deep melancholic feeling emerged in the depths of his heart. Memories entered his mind as his heart felt constricted by a giant hand. There they are. A voice broke him out of his emotions. A feeling washed over him that cleansed his mind, and he looked at the area Elder Jai directed him to. There 4 women stood. Xu Yin, with her brown skin and light brown eyes, was looking at them approach. Wei Wuyin saw this beautiful woman and saw a deep level of exhaustion suffused within her eyes. She stood with energy and had a determined expression, but her eyes, they reminded him of his own. She must have a world on her shoulders, her brother's world. Yanju still stood as straight as a spear, her body exuding a heroic and valiant aura, like a general's spear. Every time he looked at her, she reminded him of a grand spear willing to cleave through the winds and rain. Her short black hair and tight-fitted light armor suited for battle cut a powerful figure. However, as his eyes roamed briefly around her physique, a series of moans couldn't help but resound in his mind. His blood increased in temperature a little before he smiled. Xing Fu was a young girl that had nothing particularly outstanding about her. She was a little shorter than average-sized women, and her eyes were sharper, but besides that, she simply did not leave a decent impression. Even her long black hair felt common, as there was no sheen or luster to it. Her female assets were also below average, which made him recall Su Mei. Elder Bing, however, was different. Her icy blue hair that emitted faint traces of frost left a definite impression. She had mature features, beautifully appropriate attire, and assets that couldn't be ignored or missed. While she didn't dress in a revealing fashion, her body's curves were clear. Her slim and long legs may be hidden beneath her long skirt, but they were definitely satisfactory. They all wore scarlet colors with unique dressings, but each had the Scarlet Solaris Sect symbol embroidered somewhere visible. When Elder Jai sent the crane down, the 4 women all glanced upwards. They landed nearby and Wei Wuyin immediately leapt off. His silver eyes, handsome visage, and unfathomable aura was quite attractive and eye-catching, unable to be ignored. All of them were looking at Wei Wuyin with an intense gaze of observation. He could even see Xing Fu wildly using a spiritual spell to observe him. However, He wasn't concerned that his cultivation base was revealed. He had long since familiarized himself with his new cultivation base to suppress its innate vitality and yin manifestations. Unless he wished for it, they would at most see his body suffused with elemental energy, placing him at the third stage of qi condensation, elemental birth phase. They wouldn't even be able to tell that he possessed metal qi or lightning qi unless he exhibited his strength. "You're finally here, huh?" Xing Fu said begrudgingly. Her tone was filled with annoyance. This shocked Wei Wuyin, as he hadn't recalled what he did to receive such a reception. After all, it was her master who requested him. "All right, let's get going. We'll be late if we continue to delay," Yan Ju said. It seemed that despite Elder Bing being the elder of the group, Yan Ju was in charge as they all listened. A black crane was already waiting for them nearby. Before Wei Wuyin could even offer greetings, all four of them jumped on the black crane and readied themselves, with Elder Bing acting as its navigator. Wei Wuyin frowned. He turned to Elder Jai, who had a frown on his face as well. They had requested him to participate, but they didn't seem to care about him. It felt out of place. Wei Wuyin sighed, muttering lightly to himself, "I hope this is just a mission." With that, he kicked off and landed on the black crane's wide back. Just as he was about to take a seat next to Xing Fu, she coldly spat. "Who gave you permission to sit next to me? I sure didn't." Her eyes reflected disdain and contempt. His expression changed. However, seeing that no one seemed to care, he just sat alone and avoided conflict. They took flight. According to Elder Jai, "We're supposed to meet the Aqua Echo Sect and Sky Sword Sect at Lake Mu. That's in the central area where the most disappearances took place. This task force." Elder Jai had given him all the information about this mission, including a jade inscripted with spiritual markings, a dossier that could only be read through spiritual sense. In it, he learned that many subordinate powers and cities in control of the three sects had been struck with abnormal disappearances. At first, many believed it was just evil cultivators practicing a dark art, but it became different when, after several hundred people vanished, no evidence of dark arts were performed. Dark arts were qi methods that used blood, souls, and life force for its execution. They could even siphon energies from others. However, it corrupts one's mind and can even cause all sorts of horrendous mutations in the body. However, for those who are untalented or seeking swift revenge, they would sometimes have no choice but to resort to that. With people as cultivation resources, they rise. With the absence of evidence in that avenue, they believed it was a concerted effort done by normal cultivators. In fact, this was still the prevailing theory. That being said, Wei Wuyin felt that the incident was surrounded with the scent of demons. Demons were strange existences. While many attached the title of being malicious and evil to them, Wei Wuyin didn't. Demons had unique abilities and cultivated differently than humans, so the vanishing people felt more in line with one of them. While they all might not be evil, there were quite a few who were detestable, enough to establish the stereotype. However, the Wu country treated demons like the plague. They would hunt down at the first sign and eliminate them with the strongest of prejudice, including all those involved. As he thought of this, a wave of sadness battered his heart. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts back as he started to cultivate. He breathed in the essence of heaven and earth and entered it into his heart of Kai. While cultivation like this would no longer progress his cultivation base, it still could increase his strength, no matter how small. The sixth phase, the false reality phase, was known as the gateway to godhood, and relied on mixing one's yang and yin energy in a perfect cohesive whole, creating yin-yang energy. With this, one's qi could become real, integrating with the natural order of the world. While it may not be able to gain permanence, the fact one gains the ability of creation was extraordinary. It was the first watershed of cultivation that required only comprehension rather than the accumulation of the appropriate energy, and a hint of understanding. To understand yin and yang and perform a fusion, It's this bit that can cause others to forever be unable to move forward. The worst of it all was that the help of others did very little. Even if a sixth phase expert were to give you their experiences, it wouldn't help much. In fact, it could even hurt you. Wei Wuyin knew that this phase was the true defining moment of a cultivator, and moved them from being just a cultivator to being a powerhouse in Wu country. Luckily, he had nearly 180 years to delve into this. After several hours of continuous flight, a beautiful, clear lake entered his view. It was surrounded by forestry, natural and pure. He felt a dense aura of water energy from within the lake. The Mu Lake was within the area of the Aqua Echo sect. It was a cultivation ground for them, where many disciples practiced water-type chi arts. In the Jade, it noted that the Aqua Echo sect was the first hit, and their forces suffered some losses. In fact, the majority of people missing originated from their territory. Then the Sky Sword sect and Scarlet Solaris sect decided to act after receiving the request from them. Wei Wuyin smiled as he thought that the two sects were like boys trying to gain the attention of a pretty girl. The Aqua Echo sect was a female-only sect. This wasn't always the case, but due to a tragedy that had happened that nearly crippled the sect, it became that way. With all their cultivators being female, they had their share of difficulties. But one thing couldn't be ignored. They had the highest number of fourth stage of chi condensation, yin form, experts out of all the 5 great sects. In fact, they were the second strongest sect in the entire 5 great sects, hands down, the Sky Sword sect being the first, as they had 2 godlords upholding their banner. However, in terms of expert cultivators outside of godlords, the Aqua Echo sect had the highest number, be it 4th or 6th phase experts, while the Scarlet Solaris sect had the highest number of 5th phase experts. This dynamic was formed because of innate resources. The Scarlet Solaris mountain exuded Scarlet Kai, which carried inherent yang properties. "You better behave when we get there," Xing Fu said. Wei Wuyin realized she was talking to him. A twitch occurred at his eyebrow. He felt a sudden desire to send this girl flying with a slap. As if ignoring Wei Wuyin's face, she scoldingly continued without pause. "The Aqua Echo sect has countless beauties, and if you say or act in an improper way, it'll be very disadvantageous to us and the sect, so I hope you keep that in mind and control your urges." What type of person did she take Wei Wuyin as? Elder Bing directed the crane to descend near the lake. As they approached, they saw 2 groups of people. The first group were dressed in blue robes that seemed to ripple like water. They were all female, and all had beautiful countenances. There were a total of 6. The second group was a mix of male and females, 2 males and 2 females, with the way they stood and their aura. It seemed that they were masters and disciples. The middle-aged gentleman wearing white robes and a sword strapped to his waist gave off a scholarly aura. A young woman with black hair and white robes stood behind him. Her eyes were clear and effused intelligence and will. She also had a sword strapped on her waist. A beautiful woman that looked no less than 20 years old also wore white, but her sword was strapped onto her back. She looked young, but her aura and stance demanded respect, and her eyes revealed aged wisdom. Behind her was a young man with his eyes closed. His body emitted a sharp aura unlike the other 3. It was like he was an unsheathed sword. They had the insignia of the Sky Sword sect, an upright golden longsword, embroidered onto their robes. When they arrived, the gazes of all except the young man were drawn over. They landed and walked forward. Elder Bing halted them with a gesture and continued. The middle-aged man and young woman from the Sky Sword sect, and 2 female members of the Aqua Echo sect walked forward. As they gathered, they seemed to be discussing something. As all of that happened, Wei Wuyin inspected everyone here. The Aqua Echo sect truly lived up to their reputation, that all of their disciples were beautiful. As for the Sky Sword sect, he couldn't make any judgment. Supposedly, they were all like sharp swords, arrogant and fierce. However, rumors weren't always true. There's 10 disciples and 4 elders. As he counted, he couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. They were taking this mission very seriously. Each of the elders were in the yin form phase, and all the disciples were at least at the second stage of qi condensation. They must all be core disciples of their sects. Just as he was looking around, his gaze fell on a particular woman from the Aqua Echo sect. She had strawberry blonde hair, bright eyes, long legs, and a strong and prideful chest. Her eyes contained a strong strength and confidence that left one impressed. That, coupled with her beauty, left one intrigued and wanting to know more. Her body had a heavy aura of water, likely having transformed her heart of Kai into a heart of water Kai. With that, her water-type Qi arts would increase threefold at the very least. "Control yourself, you're drooling," Xing Fu called out loudly. Wei Wuyin turned towards her and saw the disgusted expression on her face while she pointed. "This girl." Before he could say anything, he felt the gazes of everyone reach him. While he wasn't drooling, it was still embarrassing to be singled out for such a reason. However, he quickly calmed himself and smiled. Jealous? His tone was teasing and filled with insinuation. Xing Fu was caught off guard and huffed, as if she turned away. Her leg twitched slightly as if she wished to stomp the ground and leave. Shaking his head, he felt this girl was only slightly bothersome. Now he understood why she took the initiative to engage him. She had a crush on him, and was just immature in how she was approaching it. As she was unremarkable in many areas, there weren't many ways she could make herself known to Wei Wuyin, who had his pick of women, doing whatever she could to leave an impression. It was cute, but he didn't have time to deal with such matters. Xu Yin looked at him, her brows furrowed. She seemed as if she wanted to say something, but Elder Bing was already returning. When she arrived, she directly spoke. "I'll give you all flares as we'll be splitting up in groups." She handed out red orbs the size of baseballs. If crushed, a brilliant red light would be released that'll be visible in a 500-mile radius. She explained that there would be 3 groups, one covering about 60% of the area, and the other 2 handling 20% each. Supposedly, they figured out how to find the culprit or clues to them. However, they just didn't know where, so they decided to split up to hasten the search. The elders will be in one, and the disciples will be split into 2 composed of 5 people. She also gave them crystal balls. Supposedly, these were dead spirit crystals. If they approached an area where an enormous amount of people had died recently, it'll shine with light. As they were assuming it was a mass murder done by conventional cultivators, these were excellent tools to find the site of the killings. From there, they can investigate further. If nothing comes up, they'll move to the next suspected area. This was only a preliminary method deployed, and they had several other methods to find the culprits. Xu Yin and Xing Fu, you'll be in the first group. Yan Zhu and Wei Wuyin, you'll be in the second group. Any objections? Elder Bing asked. Master, isn't this inappropriate? Yan Zhu and Wei Wuyin have the highest cultivation amongst us 4. They should be split, no. Xing Fu immediately raised an objection. Her words weren't without merit, but the response she received shocked her. Xu Yin has reached the elemental birth phase, so her cultivation base is similar to Wei Wuyin. You'll also be with Dao Xin. It's appropriate, Elder Bing explained. Dao Xin. As she said that, Wei Wuyin glanced towards the Sky Sword Sect's members. That young man was like an unsheathed sword. Sword Kai. His brows furrowed. If that was the case, that young man was definitely strong. Those who comprehended the ethereal-type sword Kai had one of the highest combat abilities known to modern cultivators. He also didn't forget Xu Yin. To think she had ascended to the 3rd phase. It seems the sect had placed deep importance on those who successfully cultivated the Haven Heart Kai method. He had received violet lightning stones. Yan Zhu received 6 months of cultivation ground training, and Xu Yin likely had support as well. Xu Yin smiled as he looked towards her, a hint of pride within. He replied with his own smile that said, "You're extraordinary, I'm impressed." Soon, the disciples were divided into 2 groups of 5. Wei Wuyin, Yan Zhu, the female disciple from the Sky Sword sect, and 2 disciples from the Aqua Echo sect. Wei Wuyin noticed that the woman with a dense, watery aura had been assigned to their group. His silver eyes couldn't help but appreciate her serene beauty and calm elegance as she arrived. Yanju stood out with a map in hand, her expression commanding and charismatic. Our assignment is to sweep the southeastern section of the Mu Lake's forest. We each have a dead spirit crystal, so we can split up further into 2 groups and divide the section into 2 areas. She pointed at an area and cut down, dividing their area into 2. Wei Wuyin realized that Yanju had the bearing of a natural leader, even though he also possessed that inherent quality. The degree was several times lower than Yanju. However, while he was praising her in his heart, others found the sight unsatisfying. "Hold it. Who gave you the title of leader?" The Aqua Echo Sect member coldly asked. She obviously didn't like that Yanju had abruptly taken the leadership role. "HM, then what do you think we should do?" Yanju calmly countered, her eyes narrowing dangerously. It seemed that she didn't like her momentum being broken. The other 2 girls, who were obviously extraordinary, hadn't said anything. "I think we should vote and decide the appropriate leader," the Aqua Echo Sect's disciple offered. Yanju shook her head. "Impossible. If we voted, then the Sky Sword Sect will be at a disadvantage, and a tie could form." Yanju highlighted how the method was ineffective. Suddenly, a sharp voice interjected. "You're right. The best and most fair choice is to allow the strongest to lead." It was the Sky Sword Sect's female disciple, Ming Yu. She stepped forward, her eyes containing a powerful battle intent. Yanju nodded without hesitation, her courageous demeanor and firm stance agreeing without a word. The Aqua Echo Sect's Zhou Gao was taken aback for a moment, but then coldly smiled. "Agreed." Wei Wuyin saw the intense atmosphere formed and couldn't help but be intrigued at this development. Of course, he wouldn't participate. His cultivation exceeded everyone present, and he birthed metal and lightning chi. He didn't believe anyone here was his match, and he cared even less about who led. Instead, he looked at the only one who hadn't said a single thing, the serene beauty with an unshakable aura. She was aloof and proud. "Wei Wuyin, what do you think?" Zhou Gao asked. Wei Wuyin smiled mildly and replied, "You 3 can decide." With that, she slowly walked away as if she had no intention to get caught in the crosshairs of their little competition. Yanju furrowed her eyebrows slightly. This woman was powerful, she knew this much. There was little fear and vigilance in her heart facing Ming Yu or Zhou Gao. But Wei Wuyin gave her a frightening sensation of danger. "Wei Wuyin, do you?" Yanju was going to ask something, but was interrupted by Zhou Gao. "You want a man to fight your battles." Zhou Gao coldly mocked with a sneer. She had the expression, as if Yanju was afraid of handling her own mess. Yanju's frown deepened, her eyes flashing with anger as she was obviously provoked. When did she ever need to rely on a man? Her rage had missed the vigilance that both Zhou Gao and Ming Yu had when Wei Wuyin was mentioned. If she knew, their elders told them to not offend Wei Wuyin, who knew what she would think. In fact, Zhou Gao's elders told her to avoid conflict with Wei Wuyin under any and all circumstances. "I need no man to fight my battles, do you? Let's do this. The strongest will be the leader," Yanju heroically declared. She withdrew her spear. It was 9 feet and 9 inches longer, slender and scarlet-colored. It exuded a faint scarlet chi. This was the Scarlet Hell Spear, a spear she constructed using the Scarlet Kai stone gained from the core competition rewards and other materials. It seemed as if it was pulled from hell as she pointed the bladed portion, emitting scarlet wisps of smoke at Zhou Gao. "Good. It seems you're not so useless." Zhou Gao waved her hand, a folding fan emerging in her hand. She unfurled it. When it did, ripples surged around it as if the air had turned liquid. Ming Yu excitedly smiled, pulling out her sword from its sheath. A bursting flow of metal chi pervaded her surroundings and formed the faint silhouette of a sword behind her. This was a sign that her cultivation was incredibly close to reaching the yin form phase. When this image formed, the other 2's expressions turned serious. Metal Kai was one of the 5 advanced elemental Kai, which included ice, wood, lightning and magma, formed from the extreme of the four natural elements in various combinations. They were powerful and fierce. With this, they had to take her far more seriously. This was bound to be an interesting battle. A 1 versus 1 versus 1. That makes things more interesting. Wei Wuyin was mostly ignored, but he was okay with it. With a kick, he quietly retreated. The elders had already left, and the second group was leaving with Dao Xin as the lead. There was no one to stop this battle for supremacy amongst these strong-willed women. The surrounding atmospheric aura grew tense as qi manifested around their bodies. It was a beautiful sight as the three women stared intently at each other, battle intent surging about and radiating for their eyes. Wei Wuyin decided to watch Ming Yu intently. She used a sword and metal qi, similar to him who used a saber and metal qi. Perhaps he'll be able to pick up some battle tactics or strategy from her. While the sword and saber had their differences, in the end, they were bladed weapons meant to kill. Wei Wuyin looked as if the battle didn't concern her, her gaze passive as if enjoying a televised event. From time to time, she would discreetly glance at Wei Wuyin. Earlier, her elders had specifically warned her against entering any conflict with this man. To her, he didn't seem special at all. She even knew who he was, how talented he was regarded, and his background. Her information network was definitely solid and extensive. Other than being handsome, a little cunning, and slightly talented, there wasn't much else to regard as noteworthy. Wei Wuyin, 26 years old this year, born to the late Wei clan from Starlight City. His current cultivation base is a relative unknown, but looking at him, he seems to be at the elemental birth phase. She wasn't impressed by any of this. In fact, 26 years was rather old for core disciples of their status. Yan Zhu and Jiao Lang were younger by quite a bit. As for her, she was only 20 this year, a full 6 years behind Wei Wuyin. If it wasn't for the fact that he worked his way up from an honorary disciple to a core disciple of one of the 5 great sects, there would be no need to pay attention to him. Before she could think more, the battle began. Scarlet Solaris art, raging thrust. Turbulent winds surged wildly about as Yan Zhu made the first move. She roared, her spear held in both hands as she dashed forth with valiant and peerless momentum. Her spear stabbed towards Ming Yu, not Zhou Gao. The spear was true and fierce, enshrouded by scarlet qi infused with elemental energies. Sky Sword Art, Sky Sword Wall, HMPH. Ming Yu retaliated swiftly. She swiped her sword forward. A slicing maelstrom of silver mist formed before her and swiftly shot towards Yan Zhu. The surrounding ground was shredded and the air resonated with a piercing sound. Within that storm of metal qi, images of swords emerged. They were faint but there. Ha! Yan Zhu didn't yield in the face of this counterattack, thrusting even harsher than before. A wall of scarlet wind was birthed from the tip of her spear and met the storm head-on. Boom! An explosion erupted with a wall of scarlet wind and metal swords as its epicenter. A raging wind sent the surrounding loose rocks and grass flying about. The folds of everyone's clothes fluttered, pressing tightly against their bodies. The outlines of these women's exquisite figures were faintly revealed. Wei Wuyin's eyes flashed a silver radiance. He firmly steadied his stance as he withstood the wind. The wind smashed against his body, sending his robes into a flutter, but he remained without taking even a half-step back. Around Wei Wuyin, a faint ward of water qi emerged. It was like a secondary skin, mere inches from her body, and formed a watery outline. The wind was blocked effortlessly by this protective ward. Water elemental art, more of the depths. The colors of scarlet and silver changed the surroundings. But before the collision could come to a conclusion, an oceanic wave of water wide and high enough to engulf Yan Zhu, Ming Yu, and their conjured qi hole was created. It was ferocious, like the gaping mouth of an apex predator, hungry and ferocious. Zhou Gao had launched her first attack, and it was impressive. Her timing was impeccable as she struck. Yan Zhu hastily reacted, taking a step back as her feet were infused with wind qi. She executed a movement-type qi art. Swiftly, She exited the attack range of the oceanic wave of qi. Ming Yu, however, didn't retreat. Unlike Yan Ju, she was a sword cultivator with unprecedented courage. Her eyes flashed crazily as she decisively conjured a silver ward of qi and fearlessly dashed towards the monstrous wave of water qi. With a sharp exclamation, she proceeded to slice her sword upwards in a vertical angle. The metal qi conjured seemed to gain a subtle form as a sword image pierced into the wave. Metal elemental art, slicing force. The wave was cut into two. Its gathered force collapsed as its center mass no longer existed. Ming Yu dashed through the gaping hole created and slashed mercilessly forward. Her eyes contained deep killing intent. As a sword cultivator, she was truly courageous and fearless in battle. If you're not willing to lay down your life in battle, then you shouldn't have one. That was her mantra, and it was clearly reflected in her determined gaze. Zhou Gao wasn't surprised by the killing intent displayed, as she was familiar with the methodology of the Sky Sword Sect. Her eyes flashed with contempt as her folding fan unfurled further and swung lightly outwards. She used her previous elemental art once more. However, she didn't use it just once, but flapped her fan 3 full times. The 3 waves were formed at different times, but like a snap of a finger, they merged into one and grew 3 times in size and force. The truly dangerous aspect of water qi arts were its many layering and merging capabilities. This was one of them. Ming Yu's eyes grew sharper, her body erupting fiercely with silver qi. She became like a silver sword goddess as she roared and held her sword with 2 hands. Without hesitation, she brandished it horizontally. Sky Sword Art, 1 line world's end. A condensed line of compressed qi an inch thick and 3 feet wide was sent forth, slicing and concentrated in its intent. This attack was absolutely powerful and held an intense degree of killing intent within. The 3 waves combined didn't stop its momentum, as it was sliced through like a hot knife through butter. What? Zhou Gao was shocked as she witnessed her qi art be rendered useless in the face of this assault. She immediately shrouded herself in several layers of qi wards as she tried to commence her retreat. However, as she did, a scarlet light flashed in her peripheral vision. Her eyes widened as she felt the sensation of death. Scarlet Solaris art, crushing thrust. Yan Ju had also struck at this opportune moment. A wall of scarlet was formed and smashed downwards with fierce, unyielding momentum. She had taken to the sky above and used gravity to increase the force of her attack. Zhou Gao's surprise attack had earned her the target of both cultivators, but it was too late to realize her mistake, as those 2 attacks seemed intent on ending her life. No, she shouted with unwillingness. Her multi-layered water qi ward expanded and became further fueled by her qi. It grew thicker and thicker, but it wasn't fast enough as the silver line of qi pierced through the wards and approached her body. If this hit, she would be directly bisected. A crushing collision also occurred as her ward rippled from Yan Ju's attack. Shockingly, the ward held. Water was a defensive-oriented attribute after all, and while Yan Ju was channeling the scarlet qi of her spear to use Scarlet Solaris Sect's core arts, she hadn't formed a heart of Scarlet Kai, so its power wasn't at its highest. That being said, the exerted pressure had heavily deformed the ward and seemed unforgiving in its exertion of force. Zhou Gao's retreat was halted as the ward was connected to her body and forced her in place. Her eyes widened when she realized this disadvantageous outcome. Wei Wuyin knew that this moment was Zhou Gao's defeat. She had been pushed into a corner, shocked by Yan Ju's decisive attack locking her down, and Ming Yu's absolute resolve to not hold an ounce of strength back. Even Wei Wuyin found her move merciless, as it could truly kill Zhou Gao if it connected. Perhaps it wouldn't be so horrible if Yan Ju hadn't pushed down on her ward, forcing her in place. The battle between cultivators was often decided by the first few moves, and if not, then it could become a battle of attrition. The only issue is that Yan Ju, as a spear cultivator, and Ming Yu, as a sword cultivator, were offensively oriented and struck with everything. They wouldn't hold back or allow the battle to reach a point where attrition would happen, whereas Zhao Gao, as a water cultivator, hoped for it. That fierce aggressiveness was much like his own combat style. As a saber cultivator, how could he not strike to kill? "Help me, Wei Wuyin." Zhou Gao screamed in panic, as if her prayers were answered. A swirling whirlpool formed beneath her feet and expanded in the blink of an eye. It crashed into the silver line of qi and shredded it into nothing while pushing back Yan Zhu's attack. Both Yan Zhu and Ming Yu retreated calmly. Their eyes were dark and solemn. To form a whirlpool with one's qi, or any construct, required the yin form phase. As they saw the stability within the whirlpool, their eyes constricted. They were only cultivators at the third phase, elemental birth, and their attacks consisted mostly of walls, wild storms, or condensed and compressed attacks. This was the same with Zhou Gao. However, forming a whirlpool of water was far more powerful than any of their attacks. If they were trapped in that whirlpool, its continuous rotations and stability would wear down their attacks, preventing escape. They would be left at the mercy of their attacker. That was the clear difference between just birthing elements and giving elements form. The whirlpool vanished as the scarlet and metal qi disappeared along with it. In the middle, Zhou Gao was breathing heavily as she looked at the two. She angrily cried, "You bitches, you almost killed me." Wei Wuyin looked at Wei Wuyin as she had a helpless expression on her face. She had to reveal her cultivation base because of her sect mate. He smiled. "I think if you're deciding on the strongest, the winner has been decided." Yan Zhu and Ming Yu were silent. Their attacks were dealt with so easily. Not to mention, they even suspected that Wei Wuyin had a heart of water kai. If that was the case, they were definitely not her match. Yan Zhu was the first to break the silence. "If you're willing to be the leader of our group, I have no objections." Her open-minded words and stern manner were clearly displayed. However, Wei Wuyin felt a headache coming. With a heavy sigh in her heart, she decided to nod, accepting the role in the end. If she gave Zhou Gao the leadership role, knowing her, she may think that she had her backing and cause all sorts of issues amongst the team. In actuality, Zhou Gao wasn't her ally in the sect. Their relationship could be said to be like Yan Zhu and Wei Wuyin's, filled with neutrality and avoidance. Ming Yu sheathed her sword. "Okay." Zhou Gao felt indignant at nearly being killed, but what could she do? They all had similar statuses, and it was an agreed battle. She only glared hatefully at Yan Zhu and Ming Yu. When her gaze met Wei Wuyin, who was off to the side smiling, she felt a surge of anger due to his affiliation with Yan Zhu. "What are you smiling for? You're so dickless. You're not even man enough to try to battle for leadership. Never have I met a coward like you. Disgusting." Her words were sharp and without retreat. An angered woman's words were often sharp and merciless. Wei Wuyin furrowed his brows, but he thought of something and shook his head. "If you're done venting, can we go on with the mission?" "You!" Zhao Gao raged, her eyes turning red with anger. Wei Wuyin's indifference at her insult was an insult itself, as if she was unworthy to argue with or talk to. She gripped her fan and her qi erupted. She unfurled her fan and sent a wave of water towards Wei Wuyin. Yan Zhu and Ming Yu backed off instantly. Wei Wuyin was curious about Wei Wuyin and thus didn't interfere. Wei Wuyin's eyes locked down on the wave. His silver eyes pierced through it and landed on Zhou Gao. He had his own limits in patience. First there was Xing Fu, and now it was this Zhou Gao. He wasn't willing to reveal his cultivation base because it wasn't necessary. But the underestimation and disrespect was approaching his limits. Elemental lightning art. Thunder step. Boom. A tremendous boom of thunder roared. The ground beneath Wei Wuyin's feet was crushed explosively. A crater as large as half a meter deep was created, with flickering traces of electricity at its depths. A large, gaping hole was left within the wave of water as it directly collapsed from the sheer force it met. Wei Wuyin appeared in front of Zhou Gao with lightning-like speed, his eyes flickering with violet lightning, the most volatile and hottest lightning. It was like his eyes contained the most dangerous beast of the lightning realm. He stood before her with those eyes. "Huh?" she gasped and shrieked. The booming sound had caused her heart to feel like it was going to explode. But the sudden appearance of Wei Wuyin's handsome visage and fearsome eyes caused it to nearly stop instead. There was absolute silence for 5 seconds. Wei Wuyin was mere inches away from her face, his breath on hers. Only now did she realize that Wei Wuyin was rather tall, and his body held a fair amount of muscle. "Kiss me?" His voice was soft but was like resounding claps in her mind. Without a thought, she leaned forward and pressed her soft, red lips on Wei Wuyin's lips. Her eyes closed as if she was enjoying the sensation of intimacy to its utmost limit. She had even opened her mouth and allowed Wei Wuyin's tongue to meet her own in battle, their lips pushing against each other without end. She was ravenous as if trying to eat his lips. Yanju, Mingyu, Shui Wuhen. After a few seconds, their lips separated and Zhou Gao's breathing was labored as if she had just walked a mile. Her eyes looked dreamy. She pressed her fingers to her lips and slowly caressed it, as if recalling the feeling she just had. "Is that man enough for you?" Wei Wuyin grinned triumphantly. He turned towards Shui Wuhen as he walked away, the violet lightning in his eyes gone. "Shall we get going?" They traveled through Mu Lake's forest swiftly. On foot, the 5 carried dead spirit crystals and spread out with a 50-meter distance between them. Wei Wuyin was calmly looking at his surroundings, finding the fascinating flora and fauna of the Mu Lake's forest as he did. The flowers were lively and shone with faint traces of water and wood energies. The mystical lake was somehow transforming the inherent properties of the water that enters the soil, and thereby affecting the inhabitants who live from it. The animals were incredibly peaceful, as if the calming qualities of water had been instilled into their primal instincts. He found that many of them were herbivores, living off the lush greenery within the area. The forest was like a wealth of food for them. Off to the side, Zhou Gao fumed from time to time, her eyes shifting out of focus and muttering all sorts of indistinct comments. As she did, a faint blush would surface on her face before swiftly fading. Wei Wuyin had taken her first kiss, and he had done it so forcefully that she felt aggrieved. However, while she had her grievances, whenever she recalled his eyes filled with power, that visage of handsomeness and tall figure looming over her, she'd feel all sorts of emotions and heat within her heart. Her gaze would then shift over to Wei Wuyin, causing her heart to beat faster than before. 2 words, and she had fallen into his claws like a helpless butterfly. At first, she assumed Wei Wuyin had used some sort of spiritual spell to influence her mind, but there's no way he could do something like that. Only godlords had mind-affecting abilities, as their chi held its own spirituality. Not to mention, even if he did, there would be some traces of manipulation. She knew it was done in the spur of the moment, and while her emotions and senses may have been overwhelmed at that particular instant, instinctually and deep within her heart, she wanted to do it. The only issue was that she didn't know why. Yanju and Mingyu were silent most of the way. Shui Wuhen was the only one talking actively, as she gave directions on where and how to sweep their assigned area. This search lasted for an entire 16 hours. They had combed through the entire section of their forest and came up empty. "We've finished our assignment. For now, let's return to the lake and set up camp by the lakeside," Shui Wuhen said. They unanimously agreed, as it took them roughly 15 minutes to arrive back at the lake. Now that they weren't moving with caution, the time to return was considerably less. When they arrived, Wei Wuyin noticed a campsite had already been established. A fire was lit, and a spiritual formation was set up as an early alarm system. It was similar in structure as the one Elder Jai had established. However, it was a little lacking in flexibility. With the appropriate spiritual spell, Wei Wuyin felt that he could bypass it. HM. As they walked deeper, his eyes shone with a silver light. Another formation was layered beneath the alarm formation. It was intricately done, and even he had nearly missed it. It could be an assault formation, but he wasn't sure. "Nothing." An Aqua Echo Sect's elder approached. Shui Wuhen shook her head helplessly. Wei Wuyin noticed this short exchange, and realized the importance of finding the culprit responsible for the mysterious disappearances to their sect. In fact, they were plagued by the disappearances and had to ask others for help. Elder Bing arrived to meet Yan Zhu and Wei Wuyin. Her hair that gave off traces of frost seemed to have dimmed in luster. Wei Wuyin could notice some exhaustion in her eyes, but also a hint of frustration. It was somewhat concealed, but her mood was clearly not good. "We're set up over here." She gestured towards a location where Xu Yin and Xing Fu were located. He couldn't visibly see them, as a rather large tent had been set up. While Wei Wuyin had followed, a pair of eyes was watching him. It was Wei Wuyin. She hadn't said anything about Wei Wuyin's actions towards Zhou Gao, but only because of her wariness and unwillingness to broach the subject which could compromise their mission. However, now that she had returned to her elders, she had given a full report, including Wei Wuyin's actions. The Aqua Echo Sect elders had solemn expressions as they sat in their own unique tent. Zhou Gao and the other two Aqua Echo Sect members also had various expressions, mostly filled with anger. He has birthed Metal Kai and Lightning Kai, and seems to be hiding his cultivation base. I can't say for sure, but he could be at the 4th stage of qi condensation. Xu Wuhan voiced her assumption. The expressions of everyone changed the moment those words were said. The 4th stage of qi condensation was the yin form phase, and the difficulty of reaching this phase for men was immensely difficult. It was equally difficult for women to reach the yang growth phase. For Wei Wuyin, a young man in his mid-20s, to reach this level would say much about his potential. There was a possibility he could ascend into godhood, or even become a godlord in the future. The other issue was birthing 2 advanced elemental qis. Many people spent decades trying and failing. Even if you absorbed an enormous amount of elemental energy, it was by no means a guarantee that you could birth that element. However, if you do, the benefits were astonishing. Those who birth the 4 elements have tempered their bodies and qi to be tougher, more fluid, easier to control, and resilient to high temperatures. Metal Kai would increase durability, allowing the qi and body to reach an exceptionally high level of hardness and its ability to withstand pressure. Lightning Kai affected one's reflexes, speed of movement, and explosive power. With 6 elements, Wei Wuyin's body and qi would receive this level of tempering that would jump his combat strength to another level. The Aqua Echo Sect members couldn't use any methods to deal with him because, frankly speaking, they weren't strong enough if Wei Wuyin's words were true. They could only swallow the humiliation for now. Zhou Gao was of similar mind, her heart enraged by Wei Wuyin's actions. The fact that she had kissed him could even ruin her status and chances of becoming the sect leader in the future. How could she not be furious? Within the Aqua Echo Sect, those upheld to the highest standards in the sect had to withdraw from men and women relations. As a core disciple of the sect, she was one of the few who had to uphold that standard. Now her entire status could be jeopardized because of him. As for going to war, that was a pipe dream. Neither Wei Wuyin nor her was important enough to go to war over a mutual exchange of contact. That would be ridiculous to the cultivation world if it actually happened. Perhaps if it was a forced sexual event, which would result in a humiliation to the sect and the destruction of their core disciples' future potential. Only then would it result in war. Wei Wuyin was capable of relaxing in his tent because he knew this, and thus felt comfortable placing his mind elsewhere. The current elsewhere was Elder Bing. We've searched through the entire forestry area with dead spirit crystals. The 4 of us even tried to use various spiritual scrying methods, but we couldn't find a single clue. In fact, we can be certain that no human has died within this forest in the last 6 months since the disappearances began. Elder Bing said with exhaustion. The search they had deployed clearly heavily taxed her spiritual sense and mental energy. The entire forest, Wei Wuyin softly muttered. It seems that the 4 elders didn't want to rely on the disciples, not making a mistake in scried areas. They had already searched with their spiritual spells. Not a single clue, Wei Wuyin asked. Not one, Elder Bing said. Odd. Then is it possible the people are still alive? But if that's the case, Where are they being kept, and how can someone hide tens of thousands of people without a single trace? Wei Wuyin asked, confused. This wasn't possible. Xing Fu interjected, maybe with spatial rings. They have their own space to store things. Everyone was silent as they simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xing Fu. What? Xing Fu was confused by everyone's silence. Elder Bing broke the silence. Spatial rings don't store things into their own space. Cultivators don't have the ability to actually create an independent dimension, keep it stabilized, and allow passage into and out without any inconsistency or constant maintenance. They don't. Xing Fu truly thought those at the false reality phase could create independent spaces and store them into spatial rings. She looked at the spatial ring on her finger, given to her by the sect when she became a core disciple. They had told her its function, but never the mechanics behind it. Yanju answered, spatial rings are temporary gateways from one physical point to another. It's a tunnel that allows travel both ways, not a container. The gate leads to a storage container stored by the sect, private and safe, that only 7th phase experts could enter forcefully. You place and pull objects from this container. It is called a spatial ring because it contains a small amount of spatial energy that enables this tunnel to open and close. Oh! Xing Fu was shocked. She had no idea that was the case. Then doesn't that mean that, as long as one goes to her container, they could take everything from her ring? Thinking this, she turned slightly pale. As Yan Ju said, because it's only a gate to a tunnel, it can't store past its limit, and transporting life takes far too much energy. As you know, the larger or stronger the object in terms of qi or energy, the more qi it takes to extract or enter the object. Even if the sect leader herself wanted to store a newborn child, she'd exhaust herself to death before she could get it through. The child would probably remain unharmed as well, so it's not an effective weapon. Elder Bing informed. Wei Wuyin had long since known these specifics. Otherwise, there would be no reason for a vault in sects or cultivation clans. They could just store things in spatial rings, these small objects, and hide them away. There would be no fear of being robbed. However, life wasn't so simple. What's our next move? Yanju asked. We'll recover our strength and try other ways. We'll likely employ your cultivation bases to help. Elder Bing took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The icy frost on her hair seemed to recede somewhat. She looked like she was conserving energy and attempting to speed up her recovery. We'll do so in 2 days. For now, rest, cultivate, mingle with the other disciples. Elder Bing left these words before going to a corner and sitting in the lotus position. The surrounding essence of heaven and earth was absorbed rapidly by her. Wei Wuyin decided to see the Mu Lake up close. He left and walked the lakeshore, while his spiritual sense swept the lake's surface. It contained a high concentration of water energy, which was far higher than natural lakes. If he was cultivating here at the 2nd phase, he could have birthed his water qi far easier. In the elemental birth phase, one could only be said to have reached completion when they've birthed all 4 natural elements. But birthing one was sufficient to reach the phase. Only with elemental energy can one enable the intermixing of yin, and with yin comes yang, hence the order at which cultivation was set. As he walked and pondered cultivation, he grimaced. His knees nearly buckled as he fiercely gripped his neck. A crushing sound could be heard as he pressed heavily. His teeth clenched as he stifled a shout of pain. What is this? He had just felt an absolutely inconceivable amount of pain in his neck and shoulder area out of nowhere. His body became wrapped around by a ward of elemental qi. Within this qi was yin and yang energies. The ward nearly looked like a perfect silhouette of himself. His actions definitely elicited many inspections from the elders and disciples nearby. But Wei Wuyin couldn't care about this. Even if his cultivation base was revealed, this pain was too intense. He circulated his qi to the area in hopes of easing the pain. This pain. His face paled as he recalled the injury from before. While on his mission to eliminate the Violet Moon Sect's remnant forces, he met a crazed, nonsensical prisoner who bit him. The injury had long since healed, with not even a scar left behind. This prisoner had clearly gone insane, and because of his mission to eliminate the force, he had killed him regardless of his identity or status. Gaw! A bit of spit escaped his lips as he shouted with clenched teeth. Wei Wuyin. Elder Bing had noticed, arriving with a trace of frost chi to her steps. When she looked at Wei Wuyin's ward infused with elemental energy, yin, and yang as well as its nearly perfect encasing, and her eyes widened in shock. Fifth phase. She found this inconceivable. This junior of hers was nearly 70 years behind her in age, but exceeded her in cultivation base. The middle-aged elder from the Sky Sword sect arrived as well. His gaze was sharp as he inspected Wei Wuyin. Even his expression changed as he saw the traces of elemental energy, violet lightning and steel metal energy. He became stunned. Elements had various origins and weren't always the same. For example, fire could be gold, blue, or even green. It denoted various chemical differences, and thus affects the chi itself. However, condensing them was incomparably difficult. Violet lightning was one of the most volatile lightning known, not to mention the hottest, yet to birth it was incredibly difficult. However, if one used violet lightning crystals, it would be easier to birth standard lightning. To actually birth violet lightning, as for the steel metal, it was one of the most difficult forms of metal to establish. Its inherent properties take metal characteristics and drive it to a generalized extreme. It was, simply put, the jack of all trades of metal kai. This meant any and all metal chi arts could be used by it, and it was stronger than normal metal chi. These two were exceptionally difficult to birth, high-level elemental energy that many could only hope to have. Such talent. One of the Aqua Echo sect elders arrived. She was immediately shocked by Wei Wuyin's display. While the numbers of people grew, Wei Wuyin felt paralyzed by the pain. His nails had already dug into his skin, causing blood to flow. His chi ward was infused with more energy, as it repelled his own fingers, preventing further self-harm. However, his hand still gripped his ward harshly. What is happening to me? His mind spiraled, unable to remain clear because of the pain. A voice suddenly entered his mind. Sin, come, Sin, run. Arg, Wei Wuyin shouted the moment this voice entered his mind. The shout was bestial and filled with desperation and unwillingness, like the last throes of a dying animal. By this point, all the elders had gathered. Elder Bing had a grave, solemn expression. She was considering if Wei Wuyin was going through a backlash or chi deviation. No one approached because of the latter. If his chi deviated from standard paths, he could detonate suddenly. As he was in the fifth phase, the destruction would take her with him. She didn't believe she could outrun it if she was close. The elders were also using their spiritual sense to investigate, but couldn't determine what was wrong. No one dared to get close. Dao Xin, with his eyes closed, arrived beside the other members of the Sky Sword sect. Despite not having his eyes opened, his eyes were pointed towards Wei Wuyin. He's birthed metal and lightning chi, and from two high-level sources. His words were calmer than others. The middle-aged man turned towards Dao Xin and asked, "Is he undergoing chi deviation or suffering a backlash from a chi method?" With his cultivation base at the fourth phase, he didn't have the spiritual strength to penetrate a fifth phase cultivator's defensive ward. Dao Xin, however, was different. He had cultivated a unique spiritual spell that made his perception exceptionally piercing. Dao Xin frowned. His entire body is going haywire, like he's simultaneously undergoing a backlash and chi deviation, but no obvious sign of either. The middle-aged man was shocked after hearing this. That made no sense to him. As he looked at Wei Wuyin, he couldn't help but think that this boy had a secret. As if Dao Xin heard his thoughts, he said, "It seems that a treasure inside his body is causing the effect." When those words were said, everyone became silent. Xu Yin's eyes grew sharp as she looked at Wei Wuyin. Jiao Lang had been trying to kill Wei Wuyin for this treasure, but there was never any confirmation if he had one. No one could tell, and everyone just called him talented and an underdog who rose from hard work and dedication. However, How could that be true? That treasure had allowed a nobody like Wei Wuyin, who could only start as an honorary disciple, become a core disciple. Now he was at the 5th phase and birthed 2 high-level elemental chi. If she could obtain it, she had a chance to save her brother's cultivation future. A faint killing intent emerged in her eyes. Unfortunately for her, Wei Wuyin did not have any cultivation treasure. He simply had intelligence, willpower, and luck. There was no trick or shortcut that took him from zero to hero. Gnashing his teeth fiercely, his eyes had already turned bloodshot. Beneath his feet, violet lightning chi formed. Elemental lightning art, thunder step, boom, he took off. He took off towards that voice echoing in his mind, telling him to come, telling him to run. It grew louder and louder, but as it did, the pain became worse. He continuously executed thunder step despite its fierce consumption. Before the others could react, Wei Wuyin was out of sight and spiritual sense range. Dao Xin looked at the direction Wei Wuyin took off, and his frown deepened. The middle-aged man took out a transmission crystal and sent a message. Dao Xin stealthily withdrew his transmission crystal and read the message. His frown ceased, and he shook his head. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly but didn't show it on his face. "We'll rest if he doesn't come back in 2 days. We'll continue without him." An Aqua Echo Sect elder said. To her, the mission was more important. Wei Wuyin may be a genius, but he wasn't their genius. If anything, she wished he'd fall down a pit and die. If he didn't have a treasure, then his talent meant he was truly going to become a future godlord. If that happened, the Scarlet Solaris Sect and Sky Sword Sect may get various ideas towards their Aqua Echo Sect. Xing Fu went to Elder Bing and cried, "Let's go after him." She looked ready to take off, but a cold energy entered her body and sobered her erratic emotions. "I know you have taken a liking to him, but the current situation he's going through is volatile. He could explode. If you're around him when that happens, you'll die," Elder Bing calmly explained. Xing Fu paled. Suddenly, she regretted getting her teacher to invite Wei Wuyin. An hour later, an exhausted figure covered in dirt and tree leaves stepped into a clearing within the Mu Lake's forest. This figure was Wei Wuyin. He tumbled into the clearing and fell to his knees. His chi ward had fizzled out not too long ago, as his chi had been reduced to nothing. Besides his powerful body, he had no other means of protection. The voice had vanished suddenly, and so had the pain. He felt relieved as he wanted to just lay down and fall asleep. But his mind knew better. If someone decided to take action against him, he could never wake up. Pow! He slapped himself to bring his mind back to an alert state. Stay awake. As he told himself this over and over again, he got up and started to slowly trudge forward in hope of a safe location to rest. Finally, you're here. A voice that was incredibly familiar to Wei Wuyin, a voice he'd recognize his entire life at this point. It was the voice in his head. The voice that told him to come and run. He had come while running. With blurred vision, he looked towards the origin of the voice. His eyes widened and subconsciously took a step forward. Wait, forward. He meant to take a step backwards. He tried to step backwards again in retreat, but he took 2 steps forward. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed this. With swift thinking, he decided to take a step forward. When he did, he took 3 steps forward. Before he could figure out what was happening to his body, a white robe appeared in his vision. A skeleton, a pure black skeleton, was wearing a white robe. It had a hood and stood with its arms crossed over its chest. Wei Wuyin could even see each tooth clearly. This was a female skeleton. He could tell by its bone structure. He had learned a lot about death and killing, including what happens to the body after death, and how it decomposes into a skeletal state in certain environments. There wasn't an ounce of flesh on this black skeleton, but it gave a physical aura that left him breathless. Good. Your mind is telling you to run, but your soul is pushing you forward. Nice soul-body compatibility. The skeleton spoke, but its lips didn't move. However, the sound definitely came from it. Wei Wuyin was stunned by her words. Soul. He knew that to establish a heart of Kai, one needed to merge mind, matter, spirit, and essence. Spirit related to the soul. MHM. Your soul is definitely compatible with your body, even exceeding your mind in authority. Good, good. The voice was neither male or female, rather ambiguous, but it gave one an exceptionally odd feeling like they were listening to a million-year-old sage. Wei Wuyin desperately tried to calm himself down. He stopped moving just a few feet away and looked at the black skeleton. "What do you want?" he asked. Since he was either going to die or going to live, he may as well act as if he was already safe. He had a feeling that this skeleton could take his life away with a flick. Good mental stability, a solid mind, a good soul-body compatibility, but your body is still too garbage. The skeleton appraised, ignoring Wei Wuyin. "That's fine since you're one of the 49. The black skeleton said, 49, one of them. "I can't stay too long, so I'll make this quick," the skeleton said. Wei Wuyin nodded. He didn't know what was happening, so he followed the flow. The black skeleton pulled out a clear crystal ball, the size of a basketball, from nowhere. It was as if it had just appeared into existence. Wei Wuyin hadn't even sensed a hint of spatial energy used. "Wei Wuyin, thief of sin. You killed an inheritor of sin. In the end, he bestowed it to you instead of cursing you. Therefore, you're now the inheritor of sin." As the black skeleton said these confusing words, the crystal ball started to surge with white mist. Soon, images appeared that retold the story of his meeting with the prisoner of the Violet Moon Sect. At the end, it showed Wei Wuyin beheading him. The images faded away. "However, karmic luck is not in your worldly path. Your heavenly fate was decided by the actions of others. They accumulated the sin of greed with their actions, and the complicit willingness to watch and wait, the sin of sloth, produced a rank 2 calamity." The images of the crystal ball flashed once again. This time, Wei Wuyin became shocked. The image was of Jiao Lang. She was fighting in the war against the Violet Moon Sect, but she suddenly received a message, broke away, and met a beautiful woman with emerald hair and eyes. The images flashed quickly. The woman with emerald hair and eyes had been imprisoned, and Jiao Lang had stabbed a deep syringe into her heart. She extracted a fluid that looked like liquid emeralds. "The sin of greed," the black skeleton said. Then, the images flashed into others. Wei Wuyin saw the ancestral elder of the sect, the only godlord figure of the sect. He was standing near Godlord Lin beside the Haven Heart monolith. Godlord Lin seemed to have said something that sent the ancestral elder into silence. "The sin of sloth," the black skeleton said. Wei Wuyin felt that, based on the skeleton's words, the ancestral elder was warned of Jiao Lang's actions, but did nothing about it, which would lead to. As if reading his mind, the crystal ball shifted images. This time, the images were clearer than before. Wei Wuyin's eyes widened. An army of warriors dressed in emerald armor had besieged the Scarlet Solaris mountain. They encircled it. A giant green dome of energy prevented anything from escaping. The images sped up and Wei Wuyin saw himself. He was facing a young man wielding a black-colored sword who didn't wear emerald armor, but a black martial robe. Beside him was Jiao Lang, who looked severely injured and clutched at Wei Wuyin's sleeve in desperation. Wei Wuyin could see the struggle in his own eyes, but then firm determination replaced it. He faced this young man with his saber out. With a shout, he released scarlet chi infused with metal and lightning energy. It seemed to be some fascinating and powerful chi art, but Wei Wuyin was shocked. "I formed a heart of scarlet chi." While he was shocked, a grand battle took place. He clashed with the young man, but in the end he was bested. The young man came to a severely injured him and swung his sword. Wei Wuyin grimaced as he almost felt the sword slice through his throat mercilessly. He died. The images ended. "Because of your worldly fate, I had to lure you out of that sect. I abducted tens of thousands to change it ever so slightly without the heavenly Tao's noticing." The black skeleton said somewhat aggrieved. "Changed my fate, lured me. You took those people." He couldn't help but feel a deep throbbing of his heart, the shock cascading his mind like a violent waterfall. The black skeleton calmly nodded. "I had to change the blessed fate of tens of thousands to move the fate of one in silence. After I'm done, they'll be returned." You, in the face of a rank 2 calamity, cannot survive. You do not have sufficient karmic luck. You did, but not anymore. I did. Wei Wuyin was confused. The prisoner had talked about karmic luck and karmic sin before, but he found it to be gibberish and nonsense. The crystal ball flashed once more. It was an image of a younger Wei Wuyin. He had Du Ling in tow as he arrived at the Scarlet Solaris Mountain and was inducted into the Sect. Karmic luck expended, 0. 1. Then, he found an essence stone that enabled him to break into the chi condensation realm. Next, he helped an old retired man on a whim, and he turned out to be a blacksmith. The blacksmith decided to put his all into a legacy weapon as a gift, the last weapon he'd ever craft in life. His saber was made and given to him. Next, he found the steel essence source, then the 3-point yin female. Karmic luck expended, 0. 3020508. You were born with a 2 karmic value. Your current karmic value 0. 3. Requirement to have a chance to survive a rank 2 calamity, 1. 5. To avoid and have a chance to benefit, 2. 2. The black skeleton was nearly mechanical in its words. Wei Wuyin was dazed. Could things really be quantified as such? Was it that simple? This felt too fake, too unreal. Do you understand? The black skeleton asked. He had to take several deep breaths. This could all be fake, but for some reason he knew in his heart that it was true. Even his future. In the end, he nodded. He became the inheritor of sin, forcing this black skeleton to intervene and arrive in the face of an impending calamity. If that was the case, then he can accept it. He didn't fully understand, but he knew enough. What now? He asked. The black skeleton looked at him with its hollow eyes. A strange atmospheric change occurred in the air. Now, you steal sin from hell and luck from the heavens. Before Wei Wuyin could react, his vision experienced an abrupt collapse as his world became dark. The darkness was cold, sinister, and gloomy. The only sound he could hear was the declining throbbing of his heartbeat. He felt death. It tasted like iron grinding on one's tongue, and felt icy like a frozen tundra. However, the fear that he had expected to overwhelm him did not come. It was instead a feeling of calm indifference that entered his heart and mind. He sent out his spiritual sense in an attempt to gain an understanding of his current state, but all that he sensed was darkness, cold and lonely darkness, a bottomless pit that never met an end. It didn't fall, but simply kept one in a state of stasis. Wei Wuyin felt cold. A sense of existential dread surged into his mind. Was this death? Is this how it felt to be dead? Time flowed on. A minute, an hour, a day, a week, a month. It continued for years. At some point, he lost the will to calculate time. It could have been decades or centuries, maybe even millennia. He was alone with his thoughts. This period of isolation could provoke insanity, but Wei Wuyin felt clear-headed. Many questions he had in life were answered. While he did recall his past, that was merely a brief moment before his mind shifted elsewhere. The spirit is the soul, and the soul is the spirit. When I created my spirit, I used my soul as its source. He felt like he touched upon something simple yet incredibly profound. If I sever my spirit, I'll have an imperfect spirit. No amount of nourishment would make two halves whole. But if I could condense a new spirit from my soul, normally, it would be impossible, but I already have a new mind, a fresh physical aura and purer essence. The Haven Heart Kai method is flawed. As he pondered those countless years, he figured out an issue with this ancient chi method. He couldn't feel his body or life, but he knew it was there. He had to believe it was. Slowly, he meditated. It took an unknown period of time before he connected with his soul on an enlightened level. Normally, contact with the soul was beyond difficult. However, during chi condensation, one catches a glimpse of their soul within their soul sea. They would take a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of spirituality from the soul and condense their metaphysical kai. However, one must reach the requirement of mind, matter, and essence before that could be achieved. Now that Wei Wuyin had established all new versions of those, he once again started the process. Poof! Without warning, without any suspense, his four qualities merged in perfect unison as if they were a practiced quartet. Having gone through this transformation before, Wei Wuyin knew how difficult it was to condense qi, but the second time around was as easy as breathing. In truth, if he had severed his spirit, he would have required the 5th and 6th level of the Kai method, especially the Haven of Heaven level. That was a protective barrier that made up for the inadequacies of a severed spirit. The 6th level is nourishing the 2 spirits until completion and creating a myriad of hearts. While it may sound grand, it left many issues behind that could affect a person's future cultivation, particularly breaking through the qi condensation to the realm beyond. Now, Wei Wuyin felt that his body had 2 perfectly synchronized and compatible heart of Kai. I can feel it. He had now realized that he could feel his qi in this black void. He felt the rotation of his qi, the absorption of essence from the outside, and the return of strength in his body. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. An intense emotion of relief and excitement erupted from his very soul. Now all he needed to do was wake up. Just wake up. Wake up, goddammit. Gasp. A pair of silver eyes opened as Wei Wuyin's body exhaled deeply. His body lurched into a sit-up position. He grabbed the grass and ground to steady himself. His breathing was long and powerful, as if every breath of air was precious beyond belief. He tried to look for the black skeleton but found nothing. Looking to the skies, he realized it was night as the astral stars shone brilliantly. A grin, one of happiness, crept to his lips. What was that all about? As he said that, a black color caught his eye. He looked towards his right arm and realized that it was now entirely covered with tattoos. These tattoos were beautiful and looked similar to mystical runes or divine letters. As he held his arm up to get a better look, a burning pain erupted in the back of his head. He grasped his head slightly. A fear emerged in his heart as he did not wish to experience that pain or isolation again. Luckily, the burning pain lasted for a mere few seconds before he felt a gush of new information enter his mind. There were 3 scriptures in his mind now. The first was the scripture of karmic sin and karmic luck. It denoted the teachings of sin and luck, how it is obtained, how it is avoided, how it is changed, and how it can be stolen. It was systematic in structure and ranks for calamities and benefits. The first part of the scripture answered a question he had from the beginning: birth. When the black skeleton informed him of his fate, she had said his karmic luck had been too little to survive the upcoming calamity, and he was born with a numerical designation of 2. He had expended his luck starting from when he entered the Scarlet Solaris sect. Everything he'd experienced as a fortuitous encounter, as dumb luck, seemed to have been geared for him to benefit. Even the 3-point yin body female he found. In the scripture, it said that the concept of rebirth and reincarnation was true. When one is reborn, their karmic value is reset, and they can gain or lose karmic value during their life. If one is reincarnated, they retain their karmic luck to pass into the next life. To think there truly is an afterlife was what he took from this. If someone had just told him these things randomly, he would have told them to piss off, but now, according to the scripture, anyone who earns enough karmic value in their life can live amongst the heavenly Taos in peace until a certain point of time where they'll be reborn. Those who gain enough karmic value relating to sin, they'll be sent into hell, a place where there was only one description, a single word in the scripture: suffer. The very thought sent shivers as his imagination went wild. So, a person can live according to the heavenly Tao's concept of good in their life, but they can't obtain karmic luck until the next life, only karmic value. However, they can gain karmic sin. As he read this part, his expression turned ugly. Then he sighed. Supposedly, there were 3,000 commandments of the heavenly Taos. If you break one, you receive a negative karmic value or karmic sin. And if you follow one, then you gain a positive karmic value or karmic luck. As he read these 3,000 commandments, he flipped out and became enraged. He didn't even want to read more. He felt like these things shouldn't be read by mortals. They could scar one's will or perception of the world's sense of morality. Some of these commandments were straight evil. For example, There was a commandment that had to do with killing and the judging of it. As long as one kills another who has karmic relations with them, it was fine and dandy. And karmic relations was a very loose terminology. It simply meant, as long as you killed people you knew for more than a few minutes of casual engagement or had a connected history with, you're okay. However, if you kill someone you never interacted with on any connected level, it's a negative karmic value. This was a complex, ambiguous concept. This meant that as long as someone from a clan, sect, or force offended you, you can slaughter their family and power without accruing a hint of karmic sin. However, let's say you saw a stranger being taken advantage of or possibly close to being raped. If you interfered and killed the culprit, you sinned. After all, that stranger and perpetrator held karmic links to you. However, there was another one that says if you're fighting on the orders of another, as long as your actions are aligned with their will, you'll be free of sin, and all of it will pile on them. Soldiers were given a pass, but all generals likely went to hell. Another one, which was beyond ambiguous, was the concept of theft. You can steal, but you can't steal more than you need. This was so ambiguous he didn't even want to delve into it. The commandments overlap too, so you can break 10 and follow 2, and your value would be scored as such. It wasn't possible to follow this. It was arbitrarily structured and lacked any cohesive belief or understanding of general morality. Recalling the words of that madman prisoner, he said that he had done nothing wrong, yet he suffered. It seems by the heavens, he was deemed a sinner, but morally speaking, the human moral sense, he may have been an upright person. Then he suffered a calamity that he could not avoid. Incredible, the next scripture was the bloodline of sin. Wait, as he read through the information in his mind, his eyes widened as he looked at his right arm. Those symbols were physical manifestations, like birthmarks, that identified those who held the bloodline of sin. The bloodline of sin originates from the first sinner. It allows the absorption of karmic sin. However, it can evade the eye of heaven. According to it, whoever is the wielder of the bloodline of sin shall not be judged by the dows of heaven. That's as he recalled how karmic sin can be accumulated and provoke a calamity, while karmic luck can only be gained for the next life. He felt some relief. At least his actions cannot provoke calamities. Those who wield the power of sin will have to undergo the 18 calamities of hell after obtaining the rights of a sinner. What type of bullshit is this? So I can avoid the calamities brought by the heavens but not by hell. He felt like crushing something. He really didn't even want to sift through this anymore. All he knew was that the 18 calamities of hell were random and cannot be divined by those who can see worldly fate. So he'll have to go through these calamities randomly and without warning. Not to mention, he had to overcome them or die. Moreover, he had to pass a trial against heaven, earn the right of a sinner, before he could awaken the 18 calamities of hell. What type of inheritance was that? Hm, the third scripture, soul of true sin. A soul cultivation art. By absorbing karmic sin through the bloodline of sin, I can temper my soul. As he read through this, he frowned. The soul was a concept he had barely come into contact with, and even still, it was too little. The black skeleton said that if it wasn't for this calamity, she would have waited until I reached the realm of sages. Does that have something to do with the soul? Is this the true inheritance? As he pondered more on the subject, he felt that that was indeed the case. Not to mention, the black skeleton kept saying things relating to his soul in the beginning. He had obtained the technique prematurely and thus he had no use for it. Again he sighed. All 3 of these scriptures left him sighing with all sorts of emotions. He gained pretty much nothing from this, just a rather dreary understanding of the world. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at his tattoos. A wave of shock battered his mind. He saw a number on the tattoos. It was a very simple number, but it hit 3 digits. 176. The number didn't shock him, but what it represented. It was his karmic luck value. In the scripture Bloodline of Sin, it mentioned using positive karmic value to gain immediate karmic luck via the bloodline. However, your own actions and sin cannot be counted as the heavenly dows cannot judge you, but the karmic value of others, and the main way to obtain it was through an exchange. This was why he didn't take much notice of it. The willing exchange was essentially asking someone to give you the luck they would have in their next life, or their ticket to literal heaven. Who would agree to anything like that willingly? Not even a saint would be willing to give you everything they've worked their life towards, even if it would save your own. How did I? His mind raced like rapid winds as he tried to figure out a reasoning. Wait, the tens of thousands of people. As he thought of the black skeleton snatching those people, the more likely it seemed. They were mentioned as blessed briefly by the skeleton. Could it be? Own. As he thought of that, he felt his arm sting a little. He looked at it and saw the number dwindle as it went from 176 to 171. 2. His eyes twitched slightly. Woon tilde an odd sound whirled into being. It felt like the whistling of grass. Wei Wuyin looked towards the grass, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A pure, emerald color glowed around him, originating from the grass in the clearing. He looked upwards towards the sky and saw a brilliant full moon. It was beautifully silver and left one's heart filled with serenity. This emerald glow became lights as emerald motes like fireflies started to rise from the grass. His eyes shrunk in disbelief. The motes of light contained a vibrant life force, unlike any he'd ever seen before. Life meadow wood essence. The disbelief turned to shock, which turned into a sense of surrealism. The life meadow wood essence was one of the top 3 recorded wood essences known to cultivators. However, it would only appear randomly, and sometimes reports of it appearing can be hundreds of years apart. It contained a life force that was beyond miraculous, could be used to heal the most horrendous of wounds, or even restore one from a state of near death, possessed a unique resistance against a myriad of poisons, and was powerful to boot. If someone could condense wood chi from this fully, they would gain all of these traits. The last person to condense it left a legend that reached even today, lasting thousands of years. The Wood King of Everlore, a figure who united the surrounding countries under his name. When he ascended to the stars, it was said that his empire collapsed and created what became the 7 countries of the myriad Yor continent. The Wu country was merely one of them. He reached out and touched the emerald motes. They entered his body without the slightest resilience. I lost 8 karmic luck for this. Is this an opportunity? Wei Wuyin knew that finding the steel essence source was considered worth a 0.5, while his discovery of the 3-point yin body female was 0.8. Now, for it to take an entire 4.8, he did not want to waste this opportunity. It was one that could only be chanced upon, a blessing from the heavens themselves. He sat down and started to circulate his heart of Kai. Oh, he had nearly forgotten he had 2 heart of Kai. As he inspected them, they were like carbon copies. The second heart of Kai seemed to have wildly absorbed the first heart of Kiss energies, while he was out and reached completion. They were both at the standard of the 5th phase. He started to circulate his hearts of Kai, absorbing the life meadow wood essence. With 2, he found that they complemented each other, devouring nearly 4 times what he could do with just 1. It was as if he had 4 heart of Kai working in conjunction. It seems achievements I make myself with opportunities presented normally don't consume karmic luck, only the opportunities discovered with its support. I condensed violet lightning Kai, cultivated the Haven Heart Kai method to completion, and used the rewards of the Sect to enter the Yang Yor fields, but the black skeleton hadn't mentioned it, nor did I lose karmic luck. As he came to this realization, he also realized that the benefits obtained from these lucky chances was still what you can take from it, rather than receiving automatic benefits. So even if someone else was given this lucky chance, they may not condense their wood chi or the meadow life wood kai. He would not waste this opportunity. Wei Wuyin spent the entire night wildly absorbing the meadow life wood essence into his hearts of kai. The birthing of an element was a delicate practice and required a certain level of comprehensive ability. While the realm of chi condensation could be said as a realm of accumulation, it contained a high-level requirement for talent too. The condensation of chi requiring the 4 essential qualities was the first example of such. The creation of elemental qi was the second, and the infusion of yin and yang energies as well as its combination to the sixth phase, yin-yang energy, was another. When Wei Wuyin had revealed his violet lightning kai and steel metal kai, the only thoughts that the elders had in their minds was regarding his frightening talent. This was because they were high-level elemental essences that required a higher-than-average level of talent to birth. While one could use the essences to birth normal metal qi and lightning qi, actually birthing those specific qi types were incredibly difficult. The metal life wood essence was the same. While it could be used to birth normal wood qi, birthing metal life wood kai was a far more difficult endeavor. However, if there was one thing Wei Wuyin had in spades, it was an unbelievably high level of comprehensive ability. The motes of light continued to enter his body until the stars faded and the sun rose from the east. He stayed in his cultivation posture throughout, processing the refined essence and its energy all the way until the sun set to the west. Hoo-woo. He took a deep inhale and a powerful exhale and sent out a wad of turbid qi. This qi was smaller than he expected, as the metal life wood essence had far less impurities. In fact, the majority of the turbidity originated from the essence of heaven and earth. His eyes opened, revealing an emerald shimmer that contained an abundant amount of life force. Beneath his skin, the faint glow of bright green traced his muscle fibers, veins, and arteries. The wood energy formulated by his new wood qi was already tempering his body, gaining a higher degree of flexibility, resilience to poison, and heightened regenerative prowess. A lucky chance indeed. With his 3 elemental qi, his yang growth phase cultivation base, and myriad of qi arts, he felt his strength had risen to a whole new level. Subconsciously, he looked at his arm and saw the number 171. 2. It wasn't written out normally, but in a unique numerical language only those with the bloodline of sin could understand. Will I receive more lucky chances? More importantly, will I be able to overcome this calamity now that my karmic luck exceeds 2? 0. The black skeleton once said that a rank 2 calamity required 1. 5 to have a chance of survival and 2. 0 to avoid with a chance to benefit. What would a 171 2 do? He pondered briefly before shaking his head. He'll see if he can bring this forward to the sect leader or ancestral elder. Hopefully he avoids the sin of sloth and acts. He stood up, dusted himself off, and steadied his breathing. Only when he familiarized himself with his newly enhanced body did he take off. Whoosh! In the Scarlet Solaris sect, Xing Fu, Yanju, Xu Yin, and Elder Bing had long since returned to the sect. Since Wei Wuyin's departure, 2 weeks had passed. While they searched for Wei Wuyin, they could not find him anywhere nor traces of his disappearance. There was a lot of speculation, including backlash leading to a quiet death. While uncommon, it was possible. However, his disappearance or death didn't cause any huge waves. In much the same way as Tao Gui and He Long's deaths, many were just preparing to take his position. Unfortunately, until a year had passed without any response, Wei Wuyin would still be considered alive due to his missing status. In the upper level of the Scarlet Solaris Mountain, Xing Fu was in her residence. She looked a little pale, and her eyes had sunk a little. She seemed to have been crying, experienced a lack of sleep, and seemed to be a little malnourished. She laid on her bed clutching her pillow. From time to time, she'd sob and groan. Lately, her mind had been racked with guilt and self-hatred. It was her pleading to her master, Elder Bing, that led Wei Wuyin to that mission. She didn't know what happened, but she learned that the Aqua Echo sect had a little grudge against him. To her, she believed they did something and blamed herself because of it. She was an ordinary-looking girl with no outstanding features. Even with makeup, she only reached the level of decently pretty. She couldn't compare to Yan Ju's valiant beauty, Lang Yi's extraordinary sexiness, or Jiao Lang's holy beauty. But she was a girl. Like any girl, she had her crushes and likes. She had her dreams and desires. Wei Wuyin was one of them. No, it'll be better to say he was the entirety of them. She was accepted by Elder Bing as a disciple, because of her mother being a sworn sister to her, and this elevated her status. But her cultivation base was forcefully pushed to the second stage of qi condensation. She wasn't very talented. In fact, she was a chess piece for Yan Zhu. However, she was excited to be that chess piece because of Wei Wuyin. She had first met him 3 years ago when he was freshly made a core disciple. Before then, she had heard about this kid who went from an honorary disciple to a core disciple, exhibiting exceptional talent and intelligence. At the time, she felt it was all just elevated nonsense, until there was a public commotion between an inner disciple's harem. The harem members were picking on another harem member because she was favored by their man over them. That very man had watched in enjoyment as the young lady was tormented and beaten. There were definitely over 100 people watching like it was a show, but not Wei Wuyin. He leapt down from his variant eagle and directly crippled the main offender. Then he took that young woman in. She had seen many cultivators before, talented, high status, and all the core disciples were selfish and intent on killing each other or others for benefit. However, Wei Wuyin didn't exhibit any of that. He felt warm and familiar. Whenever she thought of that moment, she wondered if she, as an average-looking girl, would also receive such treatment if she was mistreated unjustly. Perhaps not even Yan Zhu would interfere. That moment had been seared into her brain, and she couldn't get him out of her mind since. However, she didn't have the status, nor was the faction she had been a part of, Yan Zhu's faction, an ally to Wei Wuyin's faction. This made interacting with him quite difficult as all sorts of politics would interfere. Then, she became a core disciple. It was a dream come true. It was a chance to make her dreams a reality. The only issue was, how could she come into contact with him? A heavenly way opened up as the mission requesting elite disciples to participate arrived. Yan Zhu showed initiative, and the rest of the story is history. Alas, she stuffed her face in her pillow as she reveled in her self-hatred. If something truly did happen to Wei Wuyin because of her. Knock, knock, she lifted her head up to see the door. Are you in? A familiar voice sounded behind the door. It was Elder Bing. Yes, come in, she sheepishly replied with very little energy. Her mood was downright horrible. Elder Bing entered and saw Xing Fu's impoverished state. Her expression couldn't help but feel a little pain despite her chilly exterior. Have you eaten? Like a caring mother, she walked up and caressed Xing Fu's hair. Xing Fu didn't answer. I know that boy was all you had on your mind, but you still need to focus on yourself. Your talent isn't the same as everyone else, so to ensure you keep your spot, you need to work harder to cultivate. You can't let a boy, who only knew you existed a few weeks ago, hinder your progress. Elder Bing softly berated while advising. A caring heart was infused into those words, but even she felt it was a pity. Wei Wuyin had birthed 2 high-level elemental qi types and reached the 5th phase in his mid-20s. Even if Xing Fu became a concubine to him, she'd already be far-reaching her potential and worth. Xing Fu still didn't respond. Elder Bing warily sighed. This little girl, just as she was about to use all sorts of methods to get Xing Fu back on track, she received a message from her transmission crystal. She retrieved it and read its contents with her spiritual sense. He's back, she couldn't help but say in shock. However, those words were like heavenly heart-nourishing nectar to Xing Fu as her eyes brightened. Was he back? Wei Wuyin entered the Scarlet Solaris Sect's mountain entrance. It's been a while since he trekked here by foot, but it wasn't that difficult or long. He even took a slower pace to familiarize himself with wood qi and elemental wood qi arts. As preparations for his heart of elemental kai, he had taken arts relating to metal, lightning, wood, ice, and magma from the sect. Therefore, he was quite prepared. The wood qi arts he liked best was definitely the earthly wood heal art and siphoning weed art. The former could heal injuries of oneself and others, both internal and external, but it required either reaching the 5th stage of qi condensation or birthing a wood qi with life force energy inherently generated within. As he had reached both, its effectiveness was quite amazing. The latter was capable of rapidly absorbing wood energy to refine, Wood Qi for immediate usage. It was exceptionally useful in battle. If combined with offensive and defensive wood arts in a forest or other green areas, it could also be used in conjunction with earthly wood heal to heal injuries without consuming one's combat strength. Ice and magma. The last two elemental qi were quite interesting. While ice qi shouldn't be too difficult, magma energy was only located in one area within the Wu country. He would need to take a trip there. Just as he arrived, a squeal from a crane sounded in the skies. Wei Wuyin looked up and noticed it was his own, and riding it was Du Ling. Du Ling was grinning from ear to ear as he landed next to Wei Wuyin at the base of the mountain. The surrounding crowd was in awe at seeing the rather large crane plummet down like an immortal beast. When it landed, its head reached towards Wei Wuyin, where he gently gave it a few rubs. A sound of excitement and pleasure resounded from it, giving Wei Wuyin a warm smile. Du Ling landed near him. "Master, I'm happy that you've returned." Likewise, Wei Wuyin echoed his sentiment. During his isolation, he was left alone with his thoughts, and outside of cultivation, he realized that there were many things in this world that he left uncherished. He felt that he needed to enjoy life a little more. He pushed his right arm forward towards Du Ling's face, prompting a confused look. "Do you see anything?" Wei Wuyin was curious if the tattoos were visible to others. His right arm from fingers to shoulder was covered in tattoos. Du Ling looked at Wei Wuyin's arm intently, even squinting, but all he saw was a well-defined musculature and impeccable skin quality. "No." "Should I?" Du Ling asked, confused. Wei Wuyin shook his head. "Guess not. Let's go home." He leapt onto the crane's back and primed it for flight. Du Ling hurriedly followed along and they took flight. While flying towards his residence, Wei Wuyin came to know about the shocking reappearance of the tens of thousands of cultivators that went missing. Supposedly, they were all found unconscious in a long-forgotten underground tunnel network. The tunnels exuded a natural gas that could influence humans and have them undergo a hibernation of sorts, placing them in a stasis-like state. So while they were unconscious for months, some even a full 6 months, they were only a little malnourished and drowsy. It left one shocked because there was still no explanation as to why and how they got there. When interrogated, their responses were all the same. They only remember falling into darkness and then waking up. That was it. It was a great mystery that rumbled the country. The 3 sects then left, returning to their domains and continuing to monitor the situation in case something like this happened again. Luckily, no one was hurt or killed. Wei Wuyin knew that the black skeleton had stolen them, likely even taken the positive karmic value they've accumulated in their lifetimes, and gave it to him. He had a strange feeling that these people might suffer a series of catastrophic events down the line. They soon arrived at his residence. He felt an odd sensation in his heart. This place had been his home for over 3 years, but he felt a sense of distance from it. Despite that, he still referred to it as home. Thinking up to here, his heart felt heavy as memories of his family flashed through his mind. The sound of wings battering the wind roared to life behind them. Wei Wuyin turned around and saw a white crane soaring through the skies, carrying 2 people. One of them was an exceptionally beautiful, mature woman, with faint traces of frost exuding from her hair. The other was a young girl who looked somewhat pale and malnourished. Elder Bing, Xing Fu. The pair landed next to his crane. Wei Wuyin was about to offer greetings when a figure shot towards him like the wind. His reaction was great, as his eyes narrowed and his qi readied for retaliation, but he didn't do anything. His spiritual sense saw the image of a girl in tears lunging towards him with wide arms. Shocked, he let Xing Fu embrace him. Her arms wrapped around his torso tightly, and the hot tears seeped through his scarlet robes. Elder Bing watched this with a helpless expression. Du Ling stepped back and let Wei Wuyin and Xing Fu have their moment. He didn't know much about Xing Fu, except she was a core disciple and disciple of Elder Bing, but seeing this made his mind wander. The sound of muffled sobbing and wailing was all Wei Wuyin could hear. At first, he didn't know how to react, but for some reason, his heart felt warm knowing someone cared so much about his return. He embraced this average-looking girl and softly comforted, "It's okay. I'm fine." He had this belief that Xing Fu had a crush on him, but he didn't think it was this strong. If it wasn't for his powerful body, her tight grip could have bruised his skin. The sobbing lasted for several minutes before it abruptly ceased. Before he knew it, Xing Fu had fallen asleep in his arms. Her body had reached a state of worry and peak exhaustion that the moment she knew he was all right, she had collapsed. He lifted her in a bridal carry and used his shoulder and neck region as a resting area for her head. Looking at Elder Bing, he could see the relief in her eyes. She walked over. "I'm relieved that you're safe. I don't know what happened to you before, but it concerned many. The sect leader even sent a search party out for you. That's a rarity." Wei Wuyin was somewhat shocked by the sect leader's actions, but when he thought about it, it made sense. He revealed his exceptional talent and thus his value. While resources can be accumulated with time, top-tier talent required luck to obtain, especially for a sect. "I apologize for leaving abruptly. It was not my intention." Wei Wuyin felt it was sufficient to at least state this, albeit wholly unnecessary. With his status, he had no need to be polite or offer apologies to a fourth stage of Qi condensation core elder of the sect. Whether in value, status, or cultivation base, he exceeded her several times over in the eyes of everyone. Elder Bing was taken aback, but smiled in the end. Her normally icy expression seemed to have melted, revealing her incredible beauty. Even Du Ling was awed by that smile of hers. "You want to take her?" Wei Wuyin asked. Elder Bing pondered for a bit and nodded. "She also said she was the one who requested you for the mission. That little girl hoped to get your attention and connect with you in some way. You should know her thoughts now." Wei Wuyin stilled. "So she was the one, huh?" According to the Black Skeleton, it had altered his fate to meet him. Originally, he shouldn't have left the sect so soon. It had factored in this girl's personality and will to lure him away. That's why it was incomparably suspicious. It was a scheme of love. He chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head. No wonder she was worried about him. She must have blamed herself. He looked towards this sleeping girl in his arms and sighed. He owed her one. Maybe even the entire sect owed her. So if she felt that he was worthy, he'll take her as his woman for as long as she desired. This was a promise he had made to himself. "I understand." He carefully handed her to Elder Bing. They soon took off to return to their own residence. He watched as they left his senses. A wave of emotions emerged in his heart. He recalled his death and that figure with the black sword. A single swing of that sword left his body a little lighter. "It's best I handle this before the calamity descends with no return," he thought to himself. He left Du Ling at his residence. Taking the white crane, he flew towards the true upper levels of the mountain. He was going to inform the sect leader or ancestral elder about Jiao Lang's actions and their possible fate. At the top of the Scarlet Solaris Mountain was a grand palace, reminiscent of immortal abodes of legends constructed of pure scarlet stones. It exuded an exceptionally fierce and aggressive aura that left one in awe and fear. The scarlet qi roiled off the palace walls. It was so dense that the qi had transformed into a mist that flowed with the wind itself. In this palace, a figure dressed in scarlet-colored robes befitting an emperor and a golden crown, with a ruby embedded within. This ruby was like a neon object, shining ever brighter, effusing all sorts of light like a red sun. A dense aura of scarlet qi flowed around him naturally. This was Wu Xinghang, the Scarlet Solaris sect's ancestral elder and lone godlord figure, the true pillar of the sect. Around him were several grand elders, all of them having reached the god level, the sixth stage of qi condensation, false reality phase. There were 11 of them standing in discussion, with the sect leader acting as a core figure of said discussion. The sect leader was not a man, but a woman. She wore a simple scarlet robe, had phoenix eyes, thin eyebrows, cherry lips, a lithe figure and hair tied up in a bun. She exuded a natural aura of supremacy and authority as she talked. "I've received word that Wei Wuyin has just returned. I've already called back the search team." Her voice was powerful and only made one forced to listen. However, a grand elder hastily added, "He's returned. That's great. We can now figure out what cultivation treasure he possesses and use it for the benefit of the sect." His words were alluring and tinted with greed, and many of the other elders had their eyes shine with faint desire. Wei Wuyin was a nobody from a third-rate clan, subordinate to a second-rate sect that was just a subordinate of theirs. He entered the sect early and suddenly revealed an explosive rise in cultivation. Not many believed it was a treasure, but innate talent, until Jiao Lang started to spread rumors of a cultivation treasure. The rumors seemed to be further validated by Wei Wuyin's birthing of 2 high-level elemental qi and reaching the yang growth phase in his mid-20s. Barely any of them could believe such rapid and astounding progress. He had to be the most talented individual ever since the Scarlet Solaris sect's inception. Now, very few believed that sheer, innate talent contributed to his achievements. They attributed it to a cultivation treasure that could increase one's talent or potential. There were many records of objects like that existing. In fact, the Imperial Wu clan had one, which was why the country was called the Wu country. In fact, Wu Xinghang, their ancestral elder, was a descendant of the Imperial Wu clan and couldn't be any more familiar with cultivation treasures. If their sect had one, they could reach unprecedented heights. They may even create a few more godlords. The thought left many of them salivating. However, the sect leader, Su Linya, had other thoughts. "You think we haven't investigated the rumors? Both I and the ancestral elder have inspected him thoroughly. There is no cultivation treasure. In fact, his talent is purely his own." Her words silenced them all. Of course, even if Wei Wuyin had a cultivation treasure, the moment it was rumored, how could Wu Xinghang and Su Linya not investigate? If they couldn't find anything, then likely there was none. However, this frightened a few of them. An elder skeptically said, "So he condensed 2 high-level elemental qi with talent alone?" Su Linya shook her head. The ancestral elder generously bestowed him 3 violet lightning crystals as a reward for his outstanding performance during the core disciple competition. He had also found a 1,000-year steel essence source while out on a mission. With those 2 things, he birthed them. What? This brought an even greater uproar than before. Only 3 violet lightning crystals. With 2, a person has a high chance of forming elemental lightning qi, but actually birthing violet lightning. I personally watched him during his mission, hunting the Violet Moon sect, and while he cultivated in the Yang fields. With his talent, a bit of ingenuity and luck, he reached his current cultivation without any foul play involved. Su Linya stated calmly. Since hearing of Jiao Lang's rumors, she had to make sure of the validity of it. Besides being a little lucky, Wei Wuyin had outstanding talent. If Wei Wuyin heard this, he would be incredibly shocked, perhaps even a little creeped out. However, more relieved than anything. With this being known, his status was essentially solidified, and so was his importance to the sect. The Grand Elders all had various expressions, some intrigued at the prospect of Wei Wuyin's talent and the Scarlet Solaris sect's future. Others disappointed that he didn't have a cultivation treasure. It's not like they could steal one's comprehension or thoughts. Su Linya looked towards the entrance suddenly. She waved her hand, and the door to the room opened, revealing a figure. With silver eyes, scarlet robes, and a steady aura, he announced himself. Core disciple Wei Wuyin seeks an audience with sect leader. The other Grand Elders turned towards Wei Wuyin. They weren't shocked that he arrived. If someone as outstanding as him didn't take initiative to meet the leaders of the sect, they would find it odd. "Come." Su Linya beckoned for him to approach. Wei Wuyin did so immediately. He was completely calm, despite arriving before the true top figures of the sect. Quite a few elders liked his stability and confidence. A few others with loose relations with Jiao Lang felt it was him being too confident. Wu Xinghang inspected Wei Wuyin, and his eyes brightened imperceptibly. This child had actually birthed wood qi. He could feel the faint natural aura exuded. It seemed his elemental birth had been a recent endeavor, making it difficult to conceal from his gaze. He truly was a lucky one. To birth metal, lightning, and wood, he must be pursuing a heart of elemental Kai. The very thought made Wu Xinghang place an even greater level of importance on Wei Wuyin. He was even considering using his own wealth to obtain high-level magma and ice essence sources. If Wei Wuyin actually established a heart of elemental Kai, he had a shot at becoming a true king. Seniors, if I may. Wei Wuyin greeted and politely requested to speak freely. Speak what's on your mind, Su Linya responded. Yes, thank you, sect leader. While I was out, I discovered a piece of information that may bring a calamity to our sect. Wei Wuyin said confidently. What calamity? What do you mean? An elder immediately questioned, but was interrupted by Su Linya. Let him speak. After quieting the room, she gestured for Wei Wuyin to proceed. She took this very seriously. Wu Xinghang's eyes widened slightly. Wei Wuyin's words felt familiar to him. I learned that there was a person kidnapped by our sect's disciple, who may be linked to a powerful force. I fear that a powerful force is looking for or already knows where that person is, and will soon be descending upon us swiftly. At first he was a little vague, but purposefully. He wanted to instigate questions and disbelief, and then they'll feel compelled to verify this. Everyone frowned and many wanted to speak, but no one did. They allowed him to continue. This person has emerald hair, eyes, and blood. It is a woman, and she was captured by Jiao Lang, a core disciple of our sect. It's possible that she is being held in the sect and may or may not already be dead. Those words were met with resounding silence. Where did you obtain this information? Wu Xinghang had finally spoken, his brows furrowed into a slight frown. This information was far too specific and accurate. Wei Wuyin did not hesitate. To be honest, it was from a person outside during my latest mission. I do not know if that person was male or female, where they originated from, or how they found me, but they did. They lured me over and told me that a calamity was going to befall our sect. Wei Wuyin did not lie. Not a single word of his was false. If he did, he knew their spiritual sense and instincts of experts would immediately deduce that he was lying. So, he simply told the truth. The calamity was due to the greed of Jiao Lang and the presence of that emerald-haired girl. I was shown images of her location and her fate. And then, the person showed me an army of armored warriors with the ability to push our sect into a calamity. It is only my assumption that they would come for the woman, as none of them had her particular features, but the armor they wore looked as if it was fashioned from emeralds. The Grand Elders, Su Linya and Wu Xinghang, were all silent as they sent their spiritual sense to wildly inspect Wei Wuyin. Any hint of lying, and they would know immediately. However, to their surprise, Wei Wuyin had not resisted their spiritual sense and seemed to be telling the truth. Su Linya pondered in this silence. Her fingers caressed her cherry lips in thought. Hair like emeralds, emerald eyes, and emerald blood, you say? Su Linya asked for verification. Wei Wuyin nodded. One of the Grand Elders could help but say, could it be the elf race, the rulers of the mystic elven forest? Wei Wuyin frowned. He knew that the myriad Yor continent had multiple humanoid-like races. They were believed to be hybrids born from the copulation between demons and humans. Because of that, their cultivation path was similar to theirs and many other things. The elf race was collectively called the Elven. They were a race of humanoid figures with long, pointy ears, pale skin, and slim bodies. They had a longer lifespan than normal humans by about 3 times, but their birth rate was abysmal. They controlled the mystic elven forest, a piece of land belonging solely to them, and oftentimes stayed away from human affairs. Their hair colors were either white, blonde, or black, while their eyes were a myriad of resplendent colors, such as resembling emeralds if green or sapphires if blue. It was uncommon for their hair to be emerald, which is why Wei Wuyin hadn't thought of them. Wei Wuyin had seen the image, but the woman's long hair also disguised her ears perfectly. It was impossible to determine if they were pointy or not. Wu Xinghang also frowned. This frown was very heavy and wrought with worries. He knew that there was a girl kept captive by Jiao Lang, but he only knew her features, and even he hadn't linked it to the elven. He never personally inspected her, so her ears could be pointy. The elven were divided into a myriad of races and factions: the dark elf race, the meadow elf race, and the high elf race. Those races were further divided into various factions and forces. The mystic elven forest was just as large as the Wu country as a whole, which goes to show how extraordinary the elven were. They were only a measly scarlet Solaris sect. They would be crushed if the elven saw them as an enemy to be destroyed, even if it was just a singular race making them their enemy, or just one of their major factions. No wonder Godlord Lin said that Jiao Lang could bring the annihilation of the sect. Not to mention, he had sat on this information for 6 whole fucking months. The panic set in faster than the movement of light as he started to sweat. A revered godlord such as himself was feeling fear, immense fear. If they would send an army, then that girl must have an incredible status. How did Jiao Lang capture her? Su Linya noticed Wu Xinghang's aura erratically fluctuate. It caused her to realize the situation was a lot more dire than she had guessed. Wu Xinghang seemed to know that what Wei Wuyin had informed them of was true. It wasn't a guess, but a fact. She sent Wu Xinghang a transmitted message, and Wu Xinghang read it. His eyes looked towards Su Linya and nodded. "All right, we'll investigate, as this matter is of the utmost importance. If what you say is true, our sect will owe you greatly, and you will be appropriately rewarded," Su Linya said as she dismissed the Grand Elders and Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin bowed and left. He did what he could. What would happen will depend on the leaders of this sect. Before long, only Su Linya and Wu Xinghang were left alone. Su Linya frowned, grasping Wu Xinghang's hand intimately with her own. She tried to calm him down with her touch. It seemed to have worked as his aura stabilized. "Let's see the situation before we decide anything, okay?" Her commanding voice turned gentle like a wife comforting her husband. Wu Xinghang nodded. "Let's go." With a shadowy flash they left. 1 week had passed since that day. The morning sun rose and shined its radiance on Wei Wuyin's residence. Within, Wei Wuyin was sitting upright at the edge of his bed, his eyes contemplative. While during this week, Wei Wuyin had kept tabs on Jiao Lang. He wondered if there would be any consequences to her actions, and if they did take action, it's unlikely Jiao Lang would come out unscathed, unless they killed the girl and hid it from the world. That wasn't a scenario he wanted to see, because it could still lead to the army marching their way to the mountains. What he wanted was Jiao Lang killed to appease whatever woman she captured. Unfortunately, there had been no news as of late or movement. A soft, feminine hand touched his back and reached his shoulder. It rubbed it gently, as a waking moan echoed behind him. "Can't sleep?" a voice asked in concern. Wei Wuyin turned his head and warmly smiled. "Just thinking." The woman rose up and placed her chin on his shoulder from behind, wrapping her arms around his torso and leaned her cheek against his skin. He could feel her naked body and breasts press against his back. "Xing Fu," he whispered softly. After that day, Xing Fu returned the very next day. She confessed her heartfelt feelings, and Wei Wuyin had accepted it without hesitation. Shockingly, she had no qualms giving him her body and primal yin. It was as if she didn't care about the 4th stage of qi condensation. In truth, she wasn't very talented and had very little chance of ever reaching that realm. She may never even fully complete her elemental birthing of the 4 elements in her entire lifetime. The only reason she had her status and cultivation base was due to a forceful increase by Elder Bing, and Elder Bing's relationship as her godmother. He realized she was just a simple girl who just wanted to be loved. "I'm fine," he comforted. With a smile, he shifted his naked body and faced hers, gripping her hips in his hands as he brought her closer to him. As they stared at each other, saw the light within each other's eyes, a simultaneous smile surfaced on their faces. He pressed his lips against hers and felt her warmth, her taste, and her vital pulse. It was long and intimate, inciting all sorts of emotions and arousal. Before she could escape his grasp, they were already on the bed and commencing another battle of pleasure. It was moments like these that make cultivating worth it. The struggles, the schemes, the periods of isolation, all of it, moments where you can comfortably stay with those you wish to be, without fearing for your life in a world where the strong ruled. Several hours passed before they concluded their session. Wei Wuyin was now out in his courtyard, looking at the night sky dressed in a gray robe. His silver eyes saw the myriad of stars, and astonished at how beautiful it all seemed. In legends, it was said that the stars were true gods worshipped through the ages, those cultivators who have become immortal and left that which will last for as long as they lived. Wei Wuyin knew they were far away celestial bodies, but as a child, he would love to hear the stories of these gods, how they overcame their struggles and became who they were. Even if they were fake to him, it was as real as himself. He looked at his bloodline of sin tattoo and saw the 171. 2. This represented his karmic luck beneath the heavens. While he cannot be judged, the heavenly Taos would still do everything to help him as within its limits. Own, he twitched. A sting of pain entered his arm. He recognized this feeling as he hurriedly checked the number. The 171. 2 had changed. It was now 171. 1. His expression changed as he looked around, suddenly feeling as if someone or something was watching him. An opportunity had been brought here. As he thought of this, he heard a voice behind him. "You've noticed me. Your talent truly is exceptional." He turned around and readied his chi. The 7 elemental chi flows surged within his body. At a moment's notice, he was capable of casting any chi art or spiritual spell required. He saw a white-haired man dressed in odd garments. This man was exceptionally young and gorgeous with thin eyebrows, flawless skin, tall and lithe body, and green eyes that were like emeralds. If this man was a woman, he would cause the inner flames of many men to go ablaze. In fact, he could still do so. The most notable feature was his pointy ears. They were sharp like knives at the top, and slightly longer than normal humans. Elf, as Wei Wuyin deduced this, his mind rumbled with all sorts of thoughts. I didn't originally intend to show myself, but I wanted to see the young man who helped my daughter. The elf man said. Daughter, helped his daughter. A thought occurred to him. Was that emerald-haired and eyed woman his daughter? You don't need to speak. I know you had a long-standing feud with that Jiao Lang woman, and perhaps you intended to use us to deal with her after discovering who she kidnapped. Perhaps you truly were thinking about your sect's future. Regardless, your actions were absolutely correct. I've just sent my daughter back home, and that Jiao Lang woman, she'll be a slave for our people until she dies. Because of you, we found her alive. Your sect leader and ancestral elder informed us directly and told us of the situation. They were even kind enough to even offer a high amount of reparations, so we have no grudge against your sect because of the actions of one person. The man's words got Wei Wuyin thinking, especially the last part. Perhaps in his previous future, Jiao Lang killed that woman and led them directly to the sect. He knew that some powerful experts could leave marks on people to determine if they were alive or dead. If they died, it would reveal where and how they died. If the elven were as strong as he believed, they should have the means. At that point, to ease the hatred in their hearts, they decided to bury the entire Scarlet Solaris sect with her. That being said, if you hadn't told them what you did, when you did, perhaps I could only see my daughter's corpse. These words said by the elf man confirmed his thoughts. There was definitely more to the situation that he didn't understand. For example, why did the sect leader and ancestral elder give the elf man information about him? Or how come Jiao Lang was even capable of capturing that woman? Or, why was she in Wu country in the first place? The elf man walked forward and held out a hand with his palm facing the sky. Wei Wuyin didn't execute any chi arts or spiritual spells. In response to this, he became much more accepting that those experts who far exceeded his cultivation base held his life in the palm of their hands. He also felt that this might be an opportunity, so he wanted to at least see it before doing something futile. I heard that you're talented. You've reached the 5th stage of chi condensation in your mid-20s. I'm intrigued by your talent, so I have an opportunity for you. Just as he finished those words, Jet black and bright white strands of energy started to rapidly gather above his palm. Yin and yang energy. Wei Wuyin was startled. The yin and yang energy swirled around briefly before touching each other. As they did, they seemed to become stuck by some powerful adhesive-like force. Before long, the jet black and bright white strands of energy started to merge, not just touch. What was birthed as a result of this fusion was a clear, translucent energy without color. This continued until only a single strand of translucent energy was left. The elf man closed his palm, and a brilliant flash of colorful lights from all over the spectrum erupted. Between the gaps of his fingers spewed resplendent rays of light. It soon died down, and when he opened his palm, only a solid construct remained. It was a translucent crystal ball the size of a walnut. This is a yin-yang god sphere. While they are easy to create for true experts, they were one of the few methods of providing help at reaching the false reality phase. That being said, it has a mortality rate of 99%. It contains the purest form of yin and yang energy in the myriad your continent, and reaching the false reality phase with this would make your entire future path far easier. The elf man pushed the sphere to appear and levitate just a few feet from Wei Wuyin. However, you can meditate on this sphere and increase your chances of reaching the 6th phase normally too. This is my gift to you for helping my daughter return to me. After saying those words, the elf man vanished as if he was never there. Wei Wuyin stood there somewhat shocked. He hadn't said a single word to the elf man, but he just upped and left. Wei Wuyin couldn't even find any lingering aura from where he stood. He frowned. No wonder only 0. 1 value was lost. This thing is a death trap and purely dependent on one's talent. It seemed that the help the heavenly Taos had given him was to have noticed that man's existence, and then receive this orb. Because it had such a small use, it only took 0. 1. He expected that meditating on this orb would be exceptionally useless to all, except the most talented of cultivators. In fact, he had heard of the yin-yang god sphere in books. It could only be created by those who exceeded the realm of qi condensation. At least that's what the books noted. He had also heard that the Wu imperial clan had hundreds of these, and it was used to establish a cultivation field much like the Yang-Yor fields. Members of the clan would meditate on those dozens of spheres, using it to increase their chances of fusing yin and yang. Well, since it's an opportunity, how can I waste it? He had never been one to waste a lucky chance. Getting into the lotus position, he swept his spiritual sense over the yin-yang god sphere. However, he didn't sense much. He stayed in that meditative stance, constantly roaming over the yin-yang god sphere trying to decipher something with his various senses. But as the sun started to rise, he hadn't discovered a single iota of a hint or insight. He took a deep breath and exhaled a wad of turbid qi. No wonder it is only a cultivation tool. He shook his head. If just a single one was capable of helping someone earn the title of God in the cultivation world, there would be far more wandering the world. That was a whimsical notion. He got up and walked towards the levitating yin-yang god sphere. With the intention of relocating it to his spatial ring storage space, he touched the sphere. An abrupt change caused his expression to flash. He hurriedly tried to pull away his hand, but the sphere seemed to be drawn by something. Before he knew it, the sphere the size of a walnut had vanished inside his body. His eyes widened with horrified shock and utter disbelief. Shit! Within Wei Wuyin's body, the hearts of Kai were like starving, ravenous wolves seeking a delicious meal. They rapidly rotated like Category 5 hurricanes, targeting the walnut-sized yin-yang god sphere. He felt a rising sense of panic and danger in his heart as this took place, completely oblivious as to why or how this was occurring. Usually, a heart of Kai was a passive entity, unless actively given a command by the cultivator. He had never experienced something like today, where it seemed sentient and felt desire. That raging hunger made even his abdomen sting in pain. He clutched his abdomen. The walnut-sized object had been drawn into his dantian. He hurriedly calmed himself down, realizing that panicking would only exacerbate the issue and leave him helpless. With a thud, he returned to his cultivation stance, his eyes closed and his hands forming hand seals non-stop. He utilized several spiritual spells to better connect with the spirit within his hearts of Kai, and sent his spiritual sense inward. When his spiritual sense arrived, the scene toppled his belief in cultivation. In fact, it taught him an exceptional lesson. When an abnormal aspect of cultivation is entered into any pre-assumed fact about cultivation, absolutely anything could happen. He had felt this when his metal energy in his body attracted the violet lightning energy. Right now, both of his hearts of Kai were outright devouring the walnut-sized yin-yang god sphere like it was a marshmallow. They pulled it apart into two directions, deforming its spherical shape, and extracting and segregating the yin and yang energy into itself. When he received this sphere, the elf man had mentioned using this to reach the 6th phase had a 99% mortality rate. He didn't know why, but recalling the book he read, it did detail the vast danger of absorbing unrefined yin, yang, or yin-yang energies, especially pure ones. The yin and yang energy within people's bodies were naturally refined during fetal growth and could be easily used for cultivation. However, the purer it is, the more dangerous its influences on one's heart of Kai and body. He had read once that a man had absorbed pure yin energy and directly turned impotent, grew breasts, and lost his masculine energy. He was barely a man. He had also heard of women absorbing pure yang, but instead of changing gender, the changes caused all sorts of unpredictable health issues, some even resulting in death. There were speculations and rumors that they literally exhausted themselves to death in self-lust. However, pure yin-yang energy was far more deadly. That being said, his hearts of Kai looked as if they just said fuck it, and were devouring the energy like it was breakfast. Not only was it devoured, they were refining this exceptionally pure yin-yang energy. Am I going to die? As he thought of that, he subconsciously looked at his karmic tattoo. It still read 171. 1. Nothing had changed, so the heavens can't assist if you cause the issue yourself. He felt like flipping the world, but he forced himself to remain calm. The energy was currently being split and refined into his hearts of Kai, which will definitely influence his body in some way. He just had to be prepared. For now, he decided to pay rapt attention to the hearts of Kai. Time went on, a minute, an hour. When it reached 3 hours, Xing Fu arrived and saw Wei Wuyin silently cultivating. She pondered whether to disturb him, but decided against it. When she left, Wei Wuyin's eyes opened and looked in her direction. The whites of his eyes were like a battlefield, as jet black and bright white energy intermingled continuously. He wanted to speak but couldn't. His entire body was filled with this energy that restrained even his movement. At first, he thought the walnut-sized sphere wouldn't have a vast quantity of energy within. But oh boy, was he wrong. His hearts of Kai was still trying to devour the walnut-sized sphere, only getting it down by about 10%. It was like that walnut contained an ocean's worth of energy within. He didn't even understand how. He had never had his hearts of Kai rotate so fast before. They were truly like violent hurricanes intent on sending the world awry. That being said, he felt enlightened. He had never had the opportunity to examine such pure yin and yang energies before, both unrefined and refined. It deepened his knowledge into those two energy types by a fair amount. Not to mention, he felt like he had grasped something. That adhesive force that was generated to combine both energies would be split apart. Some of it would be dispersed, while some would linger, but none of it was absorbed. He used his spiritual sense to observe the lingering portions of this force. It felt highly familiar, but also unknown. It was an odd feeling, like meeting the mother who birthed you after not seeing her for 20 years. It was beyond strange. In fact, he didn't know if his description was accurate, but it was the closest emotion he felt when he observed it. Hours continued to slip away, and his body remained motionless. At this point, his entire body felt like it was going to fall apart. The energies had done a number on his body, ripping his muscle fibers, pressuring his bones, and erupting within his blood. It truly felt like his body had become a battlefield. If it wasn't for his life meadow wood Kai that had enhanced his body's flexibility and regenerative abilities, he would have long since collapsed, maybe exploded. I think I've figured it out. After what felt like an eternity, he finally realized what that adhesive force was. It was an unrefined chi, termed by him as World Kai. This was a common chi. In fact, it was so common that it was everywhere. It was the metaphysical chi produced by the world itself. It was said that cultivation had been born from studying the world, taking the world as a teacher. And slowly but surely, cultivation was birthed. World Kai was a force that the world generated. One could feel it when they breathed, when they moved, when they jumped up and it pushed them down. The scholars would call that gravity, a unique force of the world produced by its own heart. It was theorized in some writings that the world's core was its heart of Kai, that the layers and layers of earth were its muscles, and the sky was its skin. This was only an assumption, but it left a profound mark on Wei Wuyin when he heard it, because it felt like it said that the world was alive. If so, if the stars outside were celestial bodies, then wouldn't their world be one as well? If that's the case, it was possible for their stories to be epic and truly be gods. It was this unique force that acted as an adhesive to the yin and yang energies, to give birth to yin-yang energy. However, grasping this force was profoundly difficult, unless one knew what they were looking for. In the various cultivation guides and methods I've read, they stated that the sixth phase was a phase where no outside instruction held any benefit. Now I understand. Most people would find describing this world chi exceptionally difficult. He deduced and concluded in his mind, and he felt even more certain. If he was to instruct his students, he would tell them what he understood. You need to use the world to help you merge the yin and yang energy. Then they would ask, but how do you do that? This was something each person had to figure out on their own. They had to find a unique way to connect and use the world chi in the environment. While two people may use similar or the exact same methods, their description of what to do may be wildly different. After all, Wei Wuyin was drawing from his personal knowledge and experiences. He took a deep breath and urged his hearts of Kai to focus. They started to slow down. The yin and yang energies had been split apart and refined, but it was too much to contain, and it was too pure. While the hearts of Kai acted like hungry beasts, they had no way to get their food. That was why the energies rampaged throughout his body. He needed that adhesive force to combine these renegades. He also needed it to reduce its surface area. While his hearts of Kai devoured the yin and yang energy, the world chi was decidedly ignored as if irrelevant. In fact, when he tried to absorb the last bits of it, the hearts of Kai weren't willing, actively rejecting it. He had never experienced a direct refusal to follow orders before by his hearts of Kai. It truly felt that his hearts of Kai were sentient. This stunned him immediately. Fortunately, he soon realized it had to do with the force itself. They didn't want to accept it. It could be because it was refined by the elf man, or another reason. His hearts of Kai started to receive his intentions and seemed to share his comprehension. They started to rotate slowly, trying to connect with the world. After all, the spirit had a faint connection to both the world and the soul. It was like a thin bridge, or a tightrope that required absolute expertise to cross. It was now that Wei Wuyin realized that the connection to the world via the spirit was the clue and gateway to the sixth stage of chi condensation, false reality phase. The world chi in the air became apparent to him. When it did, he now realized why those in the sixth phase were capable of creation, and why he couldn't interact with the world with his elemental chi before. Without that worldly force, all metaphysical chi wouldn't be a part of the world. It seemed so simple when discovered, but a conundrum of epic portions when unknown. The world chi was absorbed, refined and converted by his hearts of Kai into its own unique worldly force. When both hearts of Kai birthed this force, the wild and rampant refined yin and yang energies were drawn to it like moths to a flame. In a blink, They entered both hearts and condensed into a mist at the center. The mist was translucent like glass, but still visible also like glass. This was Yin-Yang Kai. At the moment it was formed, he collapsed with his arms and legs spread about haphazardly. He took several deep, inconceivably heavy breaths. A wave of exhaustion entered his mind. Oh, he immediately rose up, inspecting his body with his spiritual sense. His eyes widened with excitement. The pure yang energy contained a vast vitality that promoted his healing factor, and the wood energy flowing through his body seemed invigorated by the pure yin and yang energy. He lifted up his palm and produced a trace of non-elemental qi, gave it the form of a cube, and instilled a sense of vitality within. It looked ethereal but present. Now he drew upon the mist within his hearts of Kai, the yin-yang qi, and infused it into the cube. It solidified, gained a shadow from the light, and interacted with the world normally. He even felt it tremble from the faint, but consistent seismic activity of the ground when he placed it on the floor. This was something that wasn't possible before. He had just created an actual cubical construct with mass and matter. While it hadn't gained permanence, he could maintain its shape, form, and weight with just the infusion of his qi. When he stopped sending in qi, it slowly started to shift. It first lost its solidness, and it became like a drawn object in a painting. It didn't affect the world unless the creator wanted. Then it lost its vitality and started to lose its sense of realism and life. Its opacity lowered, making it more translucent. Then it lost its form and turned into a mass of unrecognizable qi. Incredible! He had done it. Using a lucky chance deemed 0, 1 on the karmic luck scale, he entered the world of gods. A grin of utmost excitement formed on his lips. You finally finished cultivating. He heard a voice nearby. Xing Fu was dressed in her core disciple outfit, obviously having just returned from her usual daily activities. For some reason, she seemed far more attractive than normal. His eyes flashed as arousal, and lust born from his success emerged in his heart. With a step, he had already reached Xing Fu and lifted her up in a bridal carry. With her cultivation base, she could barely react before being picked up and held close. She cried softly in surprise. She had questions, but the way Wei Wuyin looked at her caused her to blush and become embarrassed. She had only recently learned the aspects that were relations between men and women, but that look of his had already been ingrained into her mind. She stayed silent as Wei Wuyin laughed, swiftly carrying her into his room. Within the Scarlet Tao Temple, Su Linya stood upon a tall platform. Beside her were several grand elders. They all had neutral expressions and looked downwards at the various youths that stood in a line. There were 8, all of which were disciples dressed in signature scarlet garbs. Wei Wuyin, Xing Fu, Jiang Wei, Jiang Bei, Mei Mei, Shu Yin, Yan Zhu, and Lingya stood in a line shoulder to shoulder. They all had various expressions as they looked above the platform of upper echelon members. Su Lanyi, the sect leader of the Scarlet Solaris sect, started to speak. As some of you are aware, the sect has experienced the highest series of core disciple deaths, or crippling, since its inception this generation. With the latest addition to this, Jiao Lang. Her words induced a gloomy atmosphere. Jiao Lang was the latest addition. She was added to the list with Hilong, Tao Gui, Kagao, and Xu Yang. Mei Mei nearly made this list, but her rapid recovery allowed her to reclaim her position. Wei Wuyin quietly glanced towards Mei Mei. Outwardly, he carried a neutral expression, but internally, he felt all sorts of emotions. He knew that the trust Mei Mei had given him was no longer there. This was the first time he saw her since the incident. Whenever he tried to meet, she refused him outright. He respected her choice, but still wanted to explain away his involvement in her injury. While he wasn't at fault, Han Yu was still a member of his faction, and a trusted one at that. Their relationship was close before. They had shared night skies, white sheets, and passionate intimacy together. He had feelings for her, respected her intelligence and will. To lose that, it felt painful. Due to this, we'll be investing more in this set of core disciples, in the hopes that events like this won't happen again. Therefore, each one of you will have a grand elder personally instruct your cultivation and answer any questions you may have. We'll also be assigning personal bodyguards to ensure your safety," Su Linya announced. Wei Wuyin coldly laughed inside hearing this. While the others were happy about this, he knew this was essentially a way to keep tabs and spy on their actions. Jiao Lang nearly brought down the sect due to her freedom, while Xu Yang was crippled because of his hubris towards a godlord. That would have taken a turn for the worse if Godlord Lin attributed his actions with the sect. Those events were a reminder that these disciples had all sorts of schemes, brash confidence, and haughty arrogance. These were recipes for disasters. While Jiao Lang had contributed heavily to this, the sect also wanted to tailor the future core disciples to their maximum potential. Giving them personal guidance by grand elders who were gods were useful in that regard. "Understand?" Su Linya asked. "Yes," the core disciples responded in unison. "Any questions or objections? Say so now." Su Linya's eyes swiftly swept the faces of each core disciple. "I have one," Linya spoke up. She was still a vixen, as her voice contained an attractive charm that drew one's interest. "Speak." "These bodyguards, will we have the ability to choose them? I'm concerned that the men—" Ling Ya's words trailed off, but her intentions were clear. She didn't trust men serving beside her closely, especially those equal or stronger than her. Her unique art could induce all sorts of ill intent within their hearts. To be frank, she had no desire to fight for her life or body because of dangerous lust from her own bodyguards. She also had that concern that the grand elders may be the same, but if she voiced her distrust of their intentions, perhaps she wouldn't even know how she died. "You'll be given a selection. The women will have priority over the other women guards. I understand your concern," Su Linya answered, causing Linya to take an exaggerated breath of relief. "Anyone else?" A wave of silence was met, prompting a nod from Su Linya. "You all can leave. We'll have someone bring you a folder for guards you may choose from in the coming days. As for which grand elders, they will choose you." Her words were stern as she dismissed them. Abruptly she added, "Wei Wuyin, stay." Wei Wuyin paused. He stood where he was and watched Xing Fu and Mei Mei leave. Xing Fu looked back with a hint of concern, but Mei Mei remained face forward, never turning back. A soft sigh echoed in his heart. Before he knew it, only he, the grand elders, and Su Linya remained. "I said before that if what you said held water, allowing the sect to prevent a calamity, then we'll reward you accordingly. As you know, Jiao Lang had abducted and kept prisoner a woman of great personage within the Elven. We have since dealt with that issue," Su Linya said with a hint of frustration in her tone. "It seems Su Linya doesn't know that that elf man visited me, or that I know she is the daughter of someone who exceeded the realm of qi condensation." Wei Wuyin thought, if a person like that decided to bury the Scarlet Solaris sect, no one would say a thing. Su Linya continued, "Therefore, the council has decided to allow you access to the top floor of the Scarlet Tao Temple. You can select one Kai art, spiritual spell, or Kai method of your choice. Also, we'll be bestowing you with 100 essence stones." Wei Wuyin was shocked. 100 essence stones was a tremendous amount of wealth and resources. He had used one to ascend into the qi condensation realm. A single one could help accelerate recovery, or help cultivate any Kai method. They were small oval stones that had been refined and purified through a qi formation, allowing them to be easier to absorb and process. According to the Black Skeleton, him discovering a single essence stone was worth a karmic luck of 0.3. Yet now they directly rewarded him with 100. Wei Wuyin didn't display happiness or excitement from this. Instead, he furrowed his brows in contemplation. He was certain that his cultivation base had not been exposed, because if they knew, perhaps the one meeting him would be the ancestral elder. That being said, he sighed in relief. They were directly showing their belief in his value. He knew they wanted to nurture him into a godlord figure, and he was fine with that. The more support they visibly gave, the more he would be indebted to the sect, and the more they could use him. Su Linya wasn't bothered by Wei Wuyin's silence. In fact, if he displayed happiness instead, she would be wildly suspicious. Wei Wuyin had shown a high level of talent, intelligence, and great luck. Someone like that would and should question every windfall they were given, and it worked out for her. At least he would know her intentions and her actions. You may choose now or when you're ready, Su Linya added. She then walked up to Wei Wuyin, stepping off the platform and arriving in front of him. She turned over her hand. A trace of spatial energy rippled, and a black bag was held in her hand. She handed it over, the 100 essence stones. Wei Wuyin didn't bother with any hesitation. He directly accepted and gave proper thanks. After storing it away, he turned towards the stairs leading to the upper level of the Scarlet Dao Temple. The Scarlet Dao Temple had 7 floors. The first was the main hall and was essentially the entrance. The second floor was for all outer disciples and above. They contained basic Qi arts. The third floor was only for those at the Qi condensation realm. They had internal Qi arts and Qi methods of a slightly higher level. The fourth floor was for those at the second stage of Qi condensation, external flow. At this phase, spiritual sense is born and external Qi arts are enabled. Therefore, it contained spiritual spells, Qi arts, and Qi methods. It also contained various information about cultivation and lore of the country. Much of what Wei Wuyin knew about cultivation originated from this floor. He must have spent over 1,000 hours on that floor when he had become a core disciple. The fifth floor was only for core disciples, inner elders, and those above those ranking. The sixth floor was only for core elders, grand elders, prime elders, and the sect leader. The seventh floor contained the core material and doctrine of the Scarlet Solaris sect. Only sect leaders, prime elders, and the ancestral elder were allowed entry. Wei Wuyin wasn't actually sure what was above the fifth floor, but he was definitely interested. He walked to the stairs, the eyes of the grand elders watching him curiously. "I'll go now." Saying this, he didn't show a hint of hesitation as he walked upwards. It wasn't long before he passed the second, third, fourth, and fifth floor. He paused at the first step of the sixth floor, looked back, and felt like he saw his younger self 3 years ago. He had a lot more energy and excitement in his heart and life. He saw the smile on his face and his dreams at the time. The blurry image of his past self looked up with gleaming eyes of anticipation to one day ascend these steps. It was as if it was looking at him. He smiled. He was now a god figure and had the right to enter the top floor. Could his past self ever believe this? But he still felt somewhat hollow in his heart. He glanced at the tattoos on his right arm and felt a pressure on his heart. Could his past self believe this? He shook his head. His path had just started, and it would either end in his death or his triumph. There was no way to know what the future will bring. He continued upwards, directly ignoring the sixth floor, and proceeded to the seventh. When he arrived, he saw 4 bookcases filled with scrolls and thin books. They were well maintained without an ounce of dust. He approached one of the bookcases and grabbed the book. He realized there was a string wrapped around the book, preventing it from opening. However, its cover had its name and a brief description. Kai Manual Battle Kai Creation Method, a method in cultivating battle Qi. He recalled the Colosseum that contained traces of battle Qi. It was an ethereal Kai birthed from spirit and mind. According to the description left, battle Qi contains a dense aura that can elevate one's concentration while lowering your opponent's willpower, influencing their mind and spirit. At a high enough level, just your aura can force an army of 10,000 to lower their weapons in fear. Wei Wuyin was truly intrigued. He had only read stories about battle Qi, but now he felt that he had a greater understanding. "Will you choose that?" A voice sounded from the corner. Wei Wuyin wasn't shocked. He hadn't even moved because of this abrupt voice. While that figure had hidden himself purposefully, Wei Wuyin had given birth to Life Meadow Wood Kai. His perception of life force was far greater than now. While his aura and presence was lower, the owner of this voice couldn't conceal his life force perfectly. "No." He placed the manual back and looked towards the corner. An old man with white hair, wrinkles that seemed capable of crushing berries, and gray eyes that felt lifeless was dressed in a black robe. From those gray, lifeless eyes, Wei Wuyin could sense some appraisal and surprise. He hadn't expected Wei Wuyin to be so calm before him. "Greetings, Senior, I'm Wei Wuyin." He offered his introduction with clasped hands in respect and waited. "You can call me Old Bai. It seems our sect has given birth to a decent seed." Old Bai responded with a smile. Wei Wuyin smiled in return, "Thank you." After that he started to search the room. There were a lot of qi methods, qi arts, and spiritual spells in 3 of these 4 bookcases. He arrived next to the only bookcase with just scrolls. His eyes lit as he realized that none of the scrolls had a string connected to it. He picked one up and read its inscription, "The Origin of Mortal Gods." He picked up another one, "World of the Myriad Your Continent." He kept reading each scroll's inscriptions and knew that these were documents detailing a wealth of information. The origin of mortal gods had to be about the god and godlord's title and how they came to be. He looked towards Old Bai. "Can I read these?" Old Bai frowned slightly. It seemed he was trying to come to a decision, but after a while, his brows loosened and he nodded. "Normally, only leaders of our sect could read those, but I don't see why not. After all, since you've been brought here, they must have boundless belief in you." This brought excitement to Wei Wuyin's heart, and he stopped caring about the arts, spells, or methods and focused solely on these scrolls. A whole new world seemed to have been opened up to him.